A little bit, yeah. I engage with ameliorative inquiry and other work. Here, in this essay, I mean to address those philosophers who hold the first view that the traditional definitions of manhood and womanhood are now and always have been false, and who advocate revisionary gender concepts featuring a sex-gender distinction as the truth about womanhood and manhood. My interest in this paper is to show that, as Lord Byron might have put it, the sex-gender distinction has a front of brass but feet of clay. The distinction is held in high esteem, but the arguments supporting it have surprising flaws. We will survey the literature and core arguments in favor of the revisionary view of womanhood and manhood, and then we'll critically evaluate those arguments. I will conclude that they all fail, and so philosophers should either develop stronger arguments for the sex-gender distinction or cultivate a variety of feminism that's consistent with the traditional biological understanding of manhood and womanhood. The argument for resisting biological determinism. Our first argument against the traditional definitions of man and woman and in favor of the sex-gender distinction has to do with biological determinism and a motivation to resist it. Oh, sorry. Okay, fun fact, we were always going to read this paper no matter what. I think that preparing for debates can be really important, and you guys will have some insight into how I feel. If I prepare really well for a debate and then I go to debate somebody and I'm super well prepared, it feels very good because I'll start bringing things up and I'll be like, I've read this. Also did this a few times. A few people have done this. Well, they'll bring up like particular studies that I'm familiar with. It's like, oh no, I know this study. It has this thing. Or when I argued about the crime thing, the 100 million traffic stop things, somebody might say, oh well, destiny. That just might be because like black people work later than white people. It's like, oh well, if you actually read the study, it'll tell you that they use a really clever test around daylight savings time. That isn't the case because daylight savings time will impact the sunlight outside, but not the time of work. So stuff like that. So what we'll see, I guess, by reading this paper is it might be the case. Now, hopefully it's not, but it might be the case that by reading this paper, Vosh ends up inadvertently stumbling into arguments that he should know that this guy already has a response to. So maybe Vosh will ask a question, we're like, oh, well, we know what he's going to respond with because he's already addressed it in his paper. And then I can demonstrate to you guys, hey, this is why you should prepare for your college exams, okay? So that when you study for your homework and everything, you go to take a test, you actually know what you're going to answer about, you know? Wow, cool. Okay. His other paper is more relevant to the debate. Okay, no, fine. Let's not get too crazy. One paper. We're reading one paper. Fuck. Hold on, I'm trying not to pivot too hard. I saw this getting posted yesterday, and I want to be clear that this is pretty bad what happened, but I don't know if you guys saw this on Reddit. A 16-year-old transgender boy named Antonio Voe tried to kill himself the same day Greg Abbott ordered the parents of trans kids to be investigated for child abuse. He was admitted, but when hospital staff learned he had hormone therapy, they were forced to turn his family in. Hold on, let me just read this. Mirabel assumed the investigator was there for the suicide attempt, but the investigator told her that she was only there because Mirabel was an alleged perpetrator of child abuse and the parent of transgender adolescent who reported alleged violence and similar treatment for gender dysphoria. Oh, okay, never mind. Damn, this is fucked up. Never mind. I hadn't seen this. RGR linked me the actual statement here. I was going to say initially, you should probably always be investigating. If you've got 16-year-olds trying to kill themselves, that's pretty bad. And I imagine those parents would always be under investigation. But it seems to be in the court docs here, at least, that Mirabel assumed the investigator was there for the suicide attempt, but the investigator told her that she was only there because Mirabel was an alleged perpetrator of child abuse as the parent of a transgender adolescent who had been reported for allegedly providing her son with treatment for gender dysphoria. I wonder if did this actually go through as law, or was it just a recommendation by Abbott? I don't remember. I don't think the parents have been arrested. Yeah, maybe not. But I don't know if this actually went through as an official. It's super fucked up. It's super fucked up if Texas is trying to move forward into suing parents that are trying to treat gender dysphoria in children. That's like that's wild. Texas, yeah, jeez. Okay, back to this. Our first argument against the traditional definitions of man and woman, and in favor of the sex-gender distinction, has to do with biological determinism and a motivation to resist it. Tori Moy says, the feminists who first appropriated the sex-gender distinction for their own political purposes were looking for a strong defense against biological determinism, and in many cases, the sex-gender distinction delivered precisely that. Jennifer Saul reports, one key reason for the sex-gender distinction was to draw attention to the thought that biology is not destiny. Name drop! The sex we're born with needed to determine the sort of life we live. Butler agrees that the distinction between sex and gender was originally intended to dispute that biology is destiny formulation. The main feminist motivation for making this distinction is to counter biological determinism and the view that biology is destiny. A typical example of a biological determinism view is that of Gibbs and Thompson, who, in 1889, argued that social, psychological, and behavioral traits were caused by metabolic state. Women supposedly conserve energy, being anabolic, and this makes them passive, conservative, sluggish, stable, and uninterested in politics. Men expend their surplus energy, being catabolic, and this makes them eager, energetic, passionate, variable, and thereby interested in political and social matters. These biological facts about metabolic states will use not only to explain behavioral differences between women and men, but also to justify what our social and political arrangements ought to be. To counter this kind of biological determinism, feminists would argue that behavioral and psychological differences have social rather than biological causes.
Hey, baby.
It's essentially an executive order, and the child wellness agency is still debating if they have to take directive from the governor. Gotcha. Now, it's difficult to trace the dialectic in these passages. What I mean is, while it's clear that these passages contain arguments, it's difficult to discern just what the conclusion of these arguments is meant to be. Really? On the one hand, it sounds as though we're being given a reason to accept the sex-gender distinction is true, a reason to think the traditional definition of man and woman are false, and that reason is that the traditional definition somehow entails or supports something known to be false, biological determinism. Oh. Saul talks of one key reason for the sex-gender distinction, and McCullough gives us the main feminist motivation for making this distinction. But, on the other hand, these passages can also be read as though the sex-gender distinction is being employed to counter biological determinism. Yeah, kind of like an ad hoc thing. As McCullough puts it, to dispute it, as Butler says, to provide a strong defense against it, according to Moy. And then the distinction is recommended to be used is being recommended to us as being useful in this regard, whether or not it is true, hence the ad hoc part. This sounds more like pragmatic justification for adopting the sex-gender distinction, whether or not traditional biological definitions of womanhood and manhood are actually true. We ought to speak as though they are false in order to prevent the spread of this pernicious doctrine of biological determinism. Neither of these interpretations is a happy one for our purposes, since we are looking for strong arguments for the sex-gender distinction. The first interpretation is indeed an argument. The first interpretation is indeed an argument for the truth of the sex-gender distinction, i.e., an argument that the traditional definitions of women and men are false. That's good. It's one of our desiderata. Fuck.
Desiderata.
Meaning one of the things we're looking for. However, the resulting argument is so dreadfully implausible that I'm reluctant to attribute it to a professional philosopher. The second interpretation reveals a less plausible argument, which is good. However, this argument is not for the truth of the sex-gender distinction. At most, it is an argument for the utility of the sex-gender distinction in combating public misconceptions about biological determinism. Wouldn't it be convenient if this were true sort of thought. What? Why? My rebel. Discuss among yourselves what we've read so far. Hold on.
Mage's probably Frost. Ooh, he's fire. Boomy, I'm assuming. Maybe Feral? Yeah, he's Feral. He could do a decent amount, I'm assuming.
I think he's talking about dinos and frogs. This entire argument is based on the idea that traditional definition of gender equals biological sex. How has that been sufficiently established? Well, it's taken. There's probably a it's just taken as is, right? But like that's the traditional definition. Now we're challenging it with he's calling it in his paper a revisionary definition, and now he's trying to evaluate the revisionary definitions to see if any of them are. I don't think he's trying to evaluate the traditional definition. A stipulative definition. Stipulative is I just given type of meaning as really the word. And the YouTube already have established reasons. That's the new definition of stipulative. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to say this a bit more confidently. LOL, but that's absolutely not the traditional definition. Like, the history of gender is so long. Like, the biblical definition has had much more effect than the science of biology. Okay, here is something that I now know to be true. Men and women have been, like, a recognized, like, separation of shit for, like, all of human history. The idea that some societies have, like, these third genders or recognize trans people is just not true. None of that's true. Everything you've heard about that is most likely a lie. If you ever want to go and read more shit about it, then you're welcome to do so, but not off of, like, Jacob or whatever. Like, read, like, an actual history major or, like, an actual historian's interpretation of what's going on. Like, some societies had, like, third genders, but the way that they used this was oftentimes, like, either one, it was in a derogatory manner, talking about pussy men, or in another sense, they're talking about, like, men that, like, the ruling class wanted to give them fucking nothing to. The idea that there was a broad recognition of third genders, other societies is not true. That is just
Target you.
Summer Games Fest is live, and I tried to ask to link it. I did link it, making note of disrespect for management. I don't care about the Summer Game shit. I super don't give a fuck. Don't go focus on you guys. Okay. Well, when you say there's two genders, then I don't know if you could argue that non-binary is a gender. Non-binary is a thing, but it's not like
special coming.
Okay. You know what's January 16th? Yeah, I should. We'll see what we do. or sexes, I should say. There are two sexes. In gender, it gets a little bit
Didn't say
weirder.
Simon
But
Says.
maybe I would like to have a conversation with this guy after watching the watch. I wonder if he's interested. He might be interested. Okay. Since we're considering the metaphysics of gender and the true traditional definitions, this interpretation of the argument is irrelevant and therefore unsatisfying. These are the only two interpretations that suggest themselves. This is major strand of contemporary feminist thought. So I'll consider both interpretations. I include these last two paragraphs in order to beg the reader's patience as we attend the two obviously unsatisfying terms. Wait, actually, what's the guy's name? I wonder if I can tweet out his name. So let's see if I can. Does anybody know the guy's Twitter account?
Shockwave.
Bend over. Wait a second. How many space are this? Bro, is that?
Special coming.
I shot him a message. Or I shot him a tweet. Okay. One way of understanding the above quotations is as an argument against the traditional definition of woman and man, and therefore in favor of the sex-gender distinction. The argument runs along these lines. Premise 1. If women are adult female humans, and if that is, women are purely biological entities, then biological determinism is true with respect to women. A woman's social, psychological, and behavioral traits are inevitable being determined by her biological states. Premise 2. Biological determinism with respect to women is false.
Shockwave.
Illusion. So women are not adult female humans. That feels like a big premise. But, or maybe not. We're adult females. And similarly with respect to men. This argument is to the point it concludes that traditional definition is false, but as I warned you above, it isn't exactly squatting. Premise 1 is who having lived in here. He's the least believable. What can we say in its favor? The idea I take it is that unless one would adopt a dualistic ghost and machine view between a person who must be independent and capable of through, this pressure must be accepted that all of their characteristics become as physical characteristics. This includes their responses to social situations, to psychological traits, and behavior in general. Voila, biological determinism. There are good reasons to think this argument is too quick. To see this considered other species. Though the ground in this debate is constantly shifting, at the time of writing, I think we can still agree that a lioness is simply an adult female lion. Now, does biological determinism for lionesses follow just from that? Should we conclude that a lioness's social, psychological, and behavioral traits are completely determined by her biological states merely because we know she is an adult female lion? Wouldn't we still have to actually check? Here's another way to see the point. Premise 1 inherits its plausibility from a more general principle which says that being a biological entity, i.e. an adult female, means biology is destiny. That's the idea behind premise 1. It turns out that women are biological females, and that's sufficient for biological determinism to be true to them, or to be true of them. So presumably it's in being biological females that's turning the gears of distinctions. So consider the fact that, of course, adult female females are probably being biological females. Adult female females have property. Premise 1 says it's sufficient to prove biological determinism, but then we might proceed from the conclusion via the following argument where premise 1 is an instance of that more general principle or what. Does this make sense? Do you understand this? This argument is silly because something is a biological female or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean that biological determinism has to be part of it, right? This premise is doing way too much different. It's other than some argument. Do we understand this? Do I need to go over this? I'll just agree. I imagine it comes from the debate. That's not going to them. Don't worry, it's not going to debate, man. Wait, what the fuck did you guys do? The great drama. Oh no, fuck! He's going live. I haven't finished covering his shit yet. This is, to my knowledge, another real person. Oh, thank God. Wait, you don't think he's actually lost subs over this shit, has he? Oh no, not again. No, he hasn't. He's good. Man, he starts kicking down. No. Oh, she was a crypto fascist. Wait, my damn right. There it is. Precious little stuff. Yo, base. Watch. Anytime somebody posts a subreddit, they're like, Dan, you should ban. Fuck these guys. My second is a racist. Fuck Bosch. Spouse the importance of recognizing conservative genocide. Listen, if Bosch isn't friends with them, somebody else will be friends with them, okay? What is the fortress arc actually meant to be? That's what I can tell you. True. Begging the work is politics, drama, destiny, really gunning for a thousand. The only work is a sub exists. In order to choose a fortress arc, the subreddit must be deleted. It must be removed. Saying that because there's an instant of clear distinction of gender in nature, it must be true as well. Well, no, he's arguing against the.
No way.
I don't know if I want to take time to explain. So this is the argument given.
What hit me?
One of the arguments given for the separation of sex and gender, and he's listing out their argument in the way that he sees the argument. And feels like the traditional feminists would argue that if women are adult human beings, that is, if they're purely biological entities, then biological determinism is essentially true with respect to women, and then there would be a separate syllogism that would say it's also true with respect to men. But people want to say, well, hold on, I don't think we are biologically 100% determined. But then once they get to the second part of the premise, they say, therefore, right? So this is a syllogism. It's like premise, conclusion, right? Here it's saying that women are not adult human females because we don't believe in biological determinism. And if you think that women are adult human females, you must believe in biological determinism. That's essentially what he's saying their argument is, and then he's deconstructing it, mainly because premise one here is kind of silly. This is what they're doing in the next few paragraphs. It's philosophy. Nobody cares. But I'll keep reading it anyway. If adult female humans are, okay, premise one, reconstructed, I think, is what the star means, but your vamp might die soon. Well, you can't die from loss of blood! Where did it go? Oh, there it goes. You've already passed a half hour. Yeah, because you didn't give me shit! How much longer for my vamps to come back? The same logic could be applied to traditional sex argument. Well, just because you have a sex doesn't necessarily mean that all of your social, psychological, every trait is like biological determinism, right? You don't have, just because we bind the concept of sex doesn't mean you have to bind the concept of biological determinism, right? Which I think is what he's kind of arguing. This entire set is holy fucking shit. How do I make that bomb sound? Damn. Oh my god. Destiny, that's a coke. What, you think that just because you have a biology, just because you're a female or a male, means you're necessarily biologically determined to have, like, a specific set of social, psychological, whatever trait? I don't know.
Target you.
What? Wait, what?
Or whatever, I don't care. Like, yeah, I don't fucking care. Have you been studying up for the debate since it's against the PhD? No? They're a PhD. I'm Vosh. Why would I need to prepare for anything?
Oh, no. It's like 12 layers of irony because he probably, does he have he's pretending to have the self-awareness that, like, oh, he's a PhD, I'm a Vosh, looks like a joke. But then on the next meta level, he unironically doesn't prepare. But, okay. Anyway. Okay, sorry. Reformed syllogism. Here we go. If adult female humans are adult female humans, then biological determinism is true with respect to them, and adult female human social, psychological behavior traits are inevitable, being determined by her biological states. Premise 2, biological determinism with respect to adult human females is false. Number 3, so adult human females are not adult human females. Since the argument is valid, 3 is impossible. And 2 is true, then the culprit must be 1. It's false. If 1 were true, then adult female humans would not escape biological determinism, and the same would go Why do we use Latin in our fucking field and fucking paper?
Target you.
2 more cases situations like necessary alterations will not affect the main point.
Mutatis mutandis.
Mutatis mutandis. True. It means be worried. Also, for intersex individuals, every one of us has some biology after all. This is a bad result for those who resist biological determinism. And if we admit that being adult female, that adult female humans is not enough for biological determinism in order to reject premise 1, then there's no threat of biological determinism for the traditional definition of women are adult humans. That is, since premise 1 is false, and since it's an instance of the general inference applied to trying to explain premise 1 with argument, then that original premise loses its motivation, and so the original 1-3 argument for the sexual distinction is unconvincing. Perhaps any residual attraction of premise 1 comes from thinking that being a woman is identical to having stereotypically feminine social, psychological, behavioral traits. Oh, so here's arguing against determinism. Which seems silly. I don't want to do this.
Target you.
Then, if having those traits, i.e. on this view being a woman, would just matter of biology, i.e. being female, then one could see how perhaps biological determinism might be true for women. But that understanding makes meeting those gender stereotypes essential for womanhood, and why accept that? Let's move then to the second interpretation of the original argument concerning biological determinism. This paper is concerned with the metaphysics of gender. What is a woman and what is a woman? Nevertheless, metaphysics is like the study of things, by the way. Sometimes people use the word metaphysics to mean like metaphysical is like extraterrestrial, or not extraterrestrial, like supernatural. People say metaphysical or whatever. But in a philosophy sense, metaphysics is just like the study of like what is things, what are things, basically. Like ontology, like the nature of things, like a branch of metaphysics, okay? All dumb shit. What is a woman, what is a woman? Nevertheless, it is worth mentioning that one might think that we could repair and repurpose the above argument for the sex-gender distinction by construing it instead as an invitation to engage in some conceptual engineering, i.e. it's an invitation to modify for the sake of some social good conscious expression of the word woman and man. The argument might proceed like this. We use women to refer to adult humans, then it would be too easy to think that biological determinism is true, and to justify subordination of women on that basis. Ceteris paribus, we shouldn't allow that to be so easy, so ceteris paribus, right? We shouldn't use woman for adult humans.
Ceteris paribus.
Ceteris? No way.
Ceteris paribus. Ceteris paribus. Ceteris paribus.
Isn't this another term like ceteris paribus?
Ceteris paribus.
Is this giving anything British or something?
Maybe we should have it grow up. Go like up here.
Aristotle finds metaphysics is the study of being or being. Well, Aristotle's been dead for 12 million years, so he also probably didn't go down the league, so the fuck there is. Ha! Ooh! Got him. By way of evaluation, note first that the conclusion of this argument doesn't tell us shit. Boom. 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 Okay. By way of evaluation, note first that the conclusion of this argument doesn't tell us about what women are. Women may still be adult female humans. For all this argument says, this argument concludes merely that it's inappropriate for more prudent to say they are. So as I went above, our question of what women is, this argument is not the point. The traditional definitions of women and man may still be true, even if this argument is sound. This argument proves at most that it's an unspeakable truth, and that there would be some utility in changing the subject to fit, and coming to use the words men and women to express different concepts. Concerning premise 4, the sexist reformers thought that women are unfit for politics because they're metabolic states, will likely also think things like adult female humans are unfit for politics because they're metabolic states. How would conceptual engineering the terms man and women help combat this debate? How exactly would conceptual engineering accomplish that social good, which is meant to justify it? Why not just tackle the root problem and refute biological determinism instead? Yes. That's more to the point, simple enough, but it can be done without abandoning the traditional definitions of women versus manhood. Tory, Coral, makes the point when she notes that feminists managed to make a convincing case for biological determinism long before they had two different words for sex to choose from. Even though even in a language without the sex gender distinction, it is not difficult to convey one's opposition to the idea of biological determinism. So, sex gender distinction is simply not required to resist biological determinism. Indeed, it's hard to see how it helps. The argument for biologically intersex people in the second argument will consider the traditional definition of women and man concerning the vagueness of our biological sex categories. Here's how Jeff solved 2012.
Watch your. Watch your. Watch your. Special coming. Special coming.
The argument from biological intersex people and vagueness. The second argument will consider against the traditional definition of women and men, such as vagueness for biological sex categories.
Special coming.
Both view human biological sex that A, there are two mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive categories of human, male, and female. B, people fall mutually easily into these categories. This view is false. There are people with XX chromosomes but male genitalia, or XY chromosomes but female genitalia, including various mixtures of male and female genitalia, and various permutations of chromosomes and secondary sex characteristics. So a problem understanding woman as a sex
Special coming.
Is this true? I know there are people with. No, it is true. You have XY. If you have XY chromosomes, but you're androgen insensitive, I think you do develop full female genitalia. I don't think you develop full female genitalia, right? You don't have like a uterus and stuff, right?
Special coming.
Swear syndrome is a condition that affects sex abilities of particular.
Special coming.
Some so they'll have a full female body. Oh wait, hold on. These individuals usually have a uterus and fallopian tubes, but their gonads, ovaries, or testes are not functional. Instead, the gonads fall into developed in little gonadal tissue. These structures are called streak gonads. Streak gonadal tissue is at risk of cancer and is often attacked, so it's usually removed surgically.
Watch wave. Watch your step.
So one problem for understanding a woman as a sex
Been hating your life
show
then,
that it's
working
far
by
from
Mandy.
clear when the sex of a woman first. In consideration of intersex people, whether they're often medically forced in one or two sex categories, also has some low rate. The thought that a certain division between
Watch
sex and
way.
gender is not as tenable as the same sex argument is hard to So I'll mean to argue against the view that she puts man and women are sex terms. I myself think the traditional definition of woman and best described as sex terms for biological sex terms apart, traditional definition of woman. Those definitions also apply to the species. Nearly being female is a woman, otherwise newborn female humans would be women, and female fruit flies, as would female
Special coming.
by sex term, Saul seems to mean a term that is planned as a part of biological sex. Bearing this caveat in mind, I believe Saul's argument goes like, is it normal that in a paper you'd label like all the new premises and stuff? It's like 7. My next video is like 1, 2, 3. I don't read a lot of philosophy papers.
Watch your step.
Premise 1, if man and woman are sex terms, then any adult human is either clearly a man or clearly a woman, not both. Premise 2, that some adult intersex people are neither clearly men nor clearly women. Conclusion that man and women are not sex. There are problems. What premise 7 says substantially is that if two terms are sex terms, if you want to refer to one
Which
again,
way?
it would be premise 7 says essentially that two terms are sex terms, and exactly one difference clearly applies. As Saul puts it, that doubt was in 7 considers a similar argument to talk about man, woman, and female, show that man and sex terms. That's absurd. I'm thinking of this argument. Premise 1, if male and woman sex terms, any human is either clearly a male or clearly a female, not both. Premise 2, but some intersex people are neither clearly male nor clearly female. Conclusion, some male and female are not sex terms. Reform premise 7 is an instance of the general principle embodied by the premise 7 and reform premise 8. Is at least plausible to the original premise 8. Some intersex individuals do not fall easily into biological sex categories, just as in the categories. Yet conclusion 9 is absurd.
Special coming.
What's gone wrong? I suggest Brummel's premise 7. Somehow our sex terms male and female allow for borderline cases. Probably because we don't really think any person is either clearly male or clearly female, not both, as premise 7 suggests. So it's incorrect to say that it's part of the full view of human biological sex that it falls neatly easily to one other sex category, because there's no harm that anyone you choose to fall in the non-ball camp. An astonishing number of our concepts allow for borderline cases. And so the advocate of the traditional definition of woman and man is free to deny the original premise on the same grounds. Perhaps woman and man are defined partly in terms of sex, and perhaps that's partly why those terms allow for borderline cases. After all, many biological concepts allow for borderline cases. Like the central biological concept of life, for example, think of viruses or prions, and also fish, think lungfish, think eye spots, etc. When it comes to our concept of woman, female is vague, so are adult humans, where woman is an adult human, female is comprised of cases. That concept logically inherits vagueness and inconsistent constituent concepts, all of which are vague. But why think this vagueness is a problem? Biology shot through with vagueness. After all, there's no way around it. What's more, revisionary gender concepts are themselves vague. The borderline, gender revisionist agrees that there can be borderline cases of sex, borderline cases of gender, or often told gender is expected by all. View again, those revisionary proposals we tend to long ago, Butler's productivity view, Burke's right kind of experience view, Hasling's subordination, basic sex view, Betcher's sincere self-identification view, and Jenkins accepting enough of the right kind of gender norms view. Each one of these will allow for borderline cases. Their vagueness doesn't discredit these revisionary views, why should it discredit the traditional definitions? If vagueness is a problem, gender revisionism doesn't solve it. In fact, by believing in both sex and gender categories is distinct, and by adding more gender categories that are less well-defined, gender revisionism piles vagueness upon vagueness, compounds the problem. So vagueness is a cost, gender revisionism is a higher price than the traditional definition of woman. We have here, then, no reason to reject the traditional definitions. The argument is gender. Bam! Robin Dembrock recently presented a compelling argument against the identity of what I call traditional definitions of man and woman. This is 2018. For all the huffing about how gender is just body parts, no one in practice holds the identity of gender. Gender is just reproductive features and nothing more. It makes no more sense to insist that people must look, love, or act in particular ways in the face of gender that would demand that people modify their behavior on the basis of height. Even if reproductive traits are correlated to personality, physical capabilities or social interests and correlations don't equate to norms. As David Hume's class doesn't ought. Having feet is correlated with walk on the uncorrelated with experience of taste, two periods by the second soil every day. Days. Wait for my sponsor for Once we recognize the gender categories, mark how one ought to be, and not only how one's body is, the identity unravels. To build in the oughts is to admit that gender is more than just body parts. I believe Dembrock's reasoning is so. Gender properties like being a man, being a woman, and how one ought to be, they have normative implications. He says normative here. He's talking about ought things, not just something he's using a more philosophical sense. Biological properties like being an adult human male and being an adult human female do not tell how one ought to be. They have no normative implications. So gender properties cannot be identical with biological properties. In particular, the traditional definitions of woman and man cannot be true. The inference here, let's operate via Leibniz's interseparability of definitions. Property, Bam! The property of being a woman is identical with the property of being an adult human, and whatever is true of being a woman is also true of being an adult human and vice versa. There are differences in property. Being a woman has no education, and being an adult human female is not. These properties can be identical. Similarly, the traditional definition likeness. That main inference is invalid. Unfortunately, there are reasons to doubt the truth of premise 11. That's the real people following the Bam! This section isn't very good in my opinion. Well, all of the gender arguments he's responding to seem to be pretty dog shit arguments in favor of gender, sex, and stuff. I think his response is adequate, but like, the arguments that are given are pretty dog shit so far. And I don't know what the best. I hate all of it. I hate all of it. I don't know what the best academic arguments are for gender sexism. The YouTubers get it. These are the arguments given by professional philosophers, though. Feminist philosophers. Yeah. Gender properties like being a man and being a woman until how one ought to be, they have normative implications. Biological properties like being an adult male and being a woman until how one ought to be, they have no normative implications. Blah, blah, blah. That main inference is indeed valid. Unfortunately, there are reasons to doubt which As a warm-up exercise, notice that we are often quite comfortable attributing normativity to purely biological entities. The heart should pump blood, the eye should focus, the pancreas should produce insulin, and so on. Now, you might think that these are proper function oughts, not true moral oughts. And perhaps Debrov has in mind only moral oughts for the purposes of this argument. But, in fact, it does look like purely biological entities are also amenable to full-blown moral oughts. Adult human males ought to protect those in their care, for example, and they shouldn't be wantonly cruel. Wait, hold on, I super disagree with this. Adult human males and females both ought to be kind and generous. Adult human females should not be oppressed. These are normative concepts positioned to know solely by reflecting on our biological concepts of adult human males and adult human females. This seems completely incorrect. I might not have the background to understand what it's saying. These are clearly like a functional ought of like, if I give you scissors, and I say the scissors ought to move around singular, it's not an axis, what do you call it? A rubber point, whatever, it's not a fucking rubber. Like, scissors ought to move around the thing. It's gonna be a lot different than like, what is the moral, like, role of something ought to be in society? It seems weird. It does look like purely biological entities are also amenable to full-blown moral oughts. They are, but those moral oughts are going to be substantially different than just a normative functional ought. Like the statement, adult human males ought to protect those in their care, is going to be a lot different than like the normative statement, like the heart should pump blood. You're not wrong in thinking of premises is a bad argument. Yeah, this is kind of strange. I feel like I would have thought this on premise 10, not premise 11. I feel like I would have thought that just because there are normative implications to man and woman doesn't mean there are necessarily normative implications to man and woman. I feel like I would have thought we can have a gender analysis and agree that some people have normative implications relating to these concepts, but they don't have to be there. So man and woman, or male and female, could both have normative implications, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're the same or even different. I feel like I would attack this on premise 10 and not premise, or really on premise 1 and not premise 2. But I'm not sure. Premise 10 means that on the behavioral account there's a normative component insofar as you have to behave a certain way to consider a certain gender. Yeah, but is that necessarily true? Do we think that that has to be the case? Gender properties. Well, hold on. Let's fuck. Hold on. I don't want to spend a ton of time breaking this down. Identity of gender. Gender is just reproductive features more. It makes no sense for us to must look, level, happen, particularly on the basis of gender. But we can modify the behavior of these regular height, even reproductive traits of quality person. Okay. So Dembrov is saying that properties like man and woman entail how one ought to be. There are normative implications. Biological properties like being adult and male. No normative implications. So gender properties cannot be identical with biological properties. Okay, never mind. This phrasing of Dembrov's argument is fine. Gender properties like being a man and being a woman entail how one ought to be. They have normative implications. So the gender properties normative implications. Biological properties do not entail one ought to be. They have no normative implications. Therefore, they're different. Oh, so his attack is to try to say that both actually have normative implications because being an adult and male might carry with it the same normative implications as the gender of being a man. I still think that's kind of a close argument, but I'll just keep it. We don't have to break all this down. Here's another way to put it. If all you know of a thing is that he's an adult human male, you're in a position to know various normative facts about him. Those normative facts are knowable solely by reflection upon one's concepts. You're not left wondering, for example, whether this adult human male ought to be enslaved. You're in a position to know he shouldn't be, given only the information that he's an adult male human. I feel like if you want to start making statements, it feels like he needs to bring in a lot more argumentation. Or I feel like some of you mentioned sneaking in a lot. It feels like there's a lot more we need to lay the groundwork here for to get these. Destiny, are you going this in depth control? Wait, what? He conflates the performative account of gender, which has a normative component, with the biological account, which does not have a normative component. Well, the performative account of gender performativity, I think is something that Butler deals with. I don't think he's, or I guess Dembrov could be as well. He conflates the performative account of gender, which has a normative component, with the biological account, which does not have a normative component. Well, but he's trying to argue that that the biological account also has a normative component, therefore they can still map onto each other perfectly, and there is no distinction. Is what he's trying to argue here, right? But sorry, okay, I'll keep on. You know, for example, with this adult human male ought to be enslaved, you're in a position to know he shouldn't be, given only information that he's an adult human male. Likewise with females, it shows that there are a priori entailment relations between our concepts of adult human females and males on the one hand, and our moral concepts on the other hand, presumably because there are entailment relations between the relevant mind-independent properties. We're tracking these with our concepts. This is contrary to Dembrov's premise. So it seems as though we do in fact build in the oughts to categories of adult human male and adult female. I want to say adult human male, but keep saying adult male human. Adult female human using Dembrov's terminology. These biological categories are not necessarily do have normative implications, contrary to the premise 11. It's not at all surprising that in the traditional view, that our categories of men and women are also normatively fecund. Far from unraveling the traditional definitions of men and women, therefore, Dembrov's observation is exactly what one would expect in the traditional view, but if so, Dembrov's argument against the traditional view fails.
Fecund.
Fecund. Arguments from thought experiments. John Corvino offers the following argument against traditional definitions of man and woman. Suppose you would discover that your chromosomal structure is quite different than you expected. That is, if you are a woman, suppose you would discover it to be XY. If you're a man, suppose you would discover it to be XX, and that your various sexual characteristics were in fact expert surgical constructions performed at birth. I contend that you would not cease being a woman or man. The various other characteristics we associate with gender overrule the biological in this case, so gender is not identical with biological sex. It seems like... How many pages are left? 6. We're over halfway done. Don't worry, you guys are doing a great job. Okay, keep it up. Ooh. Doop, doop. I want snackies? Then go get snackies, loser. There are real-life examples of cases like this. David Reamer, for example, was raised a girl after a botched circumcision. While he was a small child, surgery and hormone therapy were applied in order to transition to a female. When he was 14 years old, he learned what had happened to him and decided to transition back to male and lives a boy man. Returning to the argument, it looks as though Corvino means for me to reason this way. If gender is identical with biological sex, then if I discovered that I had XX chromosomes, then I'd be a woman, but I would not be a woman if I discovered that XY chromosomes, so gender is not identical with biological sex. There are reasons to be concerned with this argument. Let's start with premise 13. As I said earlier in the paper, on the most plausible understanding of the traditional definition of man and woman, or at least the one I'm interested in defending, one's biological sex is not determined only by one's genetics. Perhaps the scientific essence of biological sex simply has to do with gamete size. When people say gamete size, I thought gamete refers to like all of the reproductive things. What does gamete specifically refer to? A mature haploid male or female germ cell, which is able to unite with, like, I thought when somebody says like the male gamete, they're talking about like your gonads, your dick, your like all of your primary sexual characteristics and like your hormone profile and everything too. Is it just sperm and eggs? Oh, it might only be the sex cells. The male gamete versus the female gamete. So for female, then it would only be ovaries, and for males, it would only be sperm. Okay. I wonder what gamete size means when we say gamete size. Gametes are sperms and ova. Oh, I'm sorry, not ovaries, just the eggs and the ovaries. My bad. Eggs are large gametes. Eggs are bigger than sperm. Gotcha. Okay. Gamete size, one's hormone levels, and one's primary and secondary sexual characteristics, according to how central or crucial we take them to be membership in a biological sex category. And if that's the case, then the simple genetic changes Corvino asks us to consider in his thought experiment needn't make it obvious that one's sex has changed. And so, even in the traditional definition of man and womanhood, we needn't expect this merely genetic change to make obvious that one's gender has changed. This is sufficient reason to reject premise 13. So Corvino's argument against the traditional definitions of man and woman is not sound. It doesn't give us a reason to doubt the traditional definitions. In fact, it's worth noticing that Corvino's thought experiment actually points in the opposite direction, lending support to the traditional definitions of man and woman. For notice this, if gender isn't defined even partly in terms of biological sex, if sex and gender are conceptually distinct, then changing your genetics would not be relevant to the question of whether you're a man or a woman. But it seems relevant, doesn't it? You have to think about Corvino's case a bit, don't you? There's a reason to think sex and gender are not distinct. This is kind of a dog shit argument, but okay. A reason to believe that sex is in fact conceptually connected to gender. Finally, against Corvino's premise 14, I'm fairly inclined to think that I would find out in that case that I am alone, and perhaps you're inclined that way as well. David Reamer found out that his chromosomal structure was XY, as Corvino would say, and Reamer judged on this basis that he was a boy man. He may well have been right, even a mild inclination in that direction. So explain. View that sex and gender are distinct, but needs to accommodate traditional definitions, pointing to which genetics and biological sex are closely related, and pointing to which biological sex and gender are constitutively related. So Corvino's argument cannot bear the weight of the sex-gender distinction. Next, 5 pages left. Okay, we're almost there. Okay. Next, let's consider another argument from a thought experiment, this time from Talia May Betcher. Betcher targets what she calls the definitional account of gender terms, which is the conjunction of what we've labeled the traditional definitions of man and woman. Betcher reasons this way. A second problem is that this definitional account omits the cultural role of woman in the conceptual and the conceptions and practices related to that role. We can imagine a world where the cultural roles normally assigned on the basis of sex are inverted. Females dress like men and males dress like women. Stereotypical traits and behavioral traits are assigned to each group. Here, it isn't clear how to apply the terms man and woman. Does physical sex or cultural role determine category membership?
4.
If this is a hard case, I believe it is, then cultural roles and related practices and conceptions must somehow be connected to the semantic content of gender terms like woman.
Probably Hunter.
Take it that Betcher is reasoning in the following way. Cultural roles normally assigned to the basis of sex are inverted, and it wouldn't be clear from our actual perspective how to apply the terms man and woman. Therefore, the cultural roles and related practices and conceptions must somehow be connected to the semantic content of terms like woman. Therefore, the traditional definitions of woman and man are false. There's more to womanhood than just being an adult human female, and similarly with manhood. She should have went with Betcher. 2009. She was too old. If she had femboys to look at today, she'd have much better standards. Bam! Okay. In endorsing premise 16, it uses the Betcher going in for something like a descriptive view of gender in turn. Typically considers the function of the time implying the name of that term. Some terms function that way. For example, the category picked out by golden, i.e. cold color. In that category, would have the right to be feature. Or think of the category picked out by mousetrap. There, category membership is determined entirely by a case functional role, and not its internal constitution. For both golden and mousetrap, it is what matters. What matters is merely how it looks or how it functions. And to solve critically, famously argued, not all of our kind terms function this way. Some are rigid designations.
Oh, I'm a dumb fuck.
Exists. Consider natural kind terms, like gold and mouse. Gold need not be golden. It needn't have any kind of superficial or functional features we commonly associate with gold. What's necessary and sufficient is the atomic number 79. That scientific essence is designated rigidly by our natural kind term gold, similarly with mouse. A mouse need not look like a typical mouse nor function like one. What's necessary and sufficient is a certain genetic structure and evolutionary history. That scientific essence is designated rigidly by our natural kind term mouse. On the traditional view, man and woman, as well as male and female, are natural kind terms and rigid designators of what's sometimes called a hidden or scientific essence. Becher herself seems to use biological sex terms as rigid designators when she describes her scenario as which in which females are different. Female identification plus females in the scenario are superficially and functionally very unlikely to be females. She still describes them as female, presumably because these people share some internal scientific essence that Becher thinks female designated. Likewise with male. Apparently that strikes Becher as the obvious natural way to describe the situation. Females dressing like men, etc. I agree. Now, in the traditional view, something similar will be said about the situation with regard to gender terms like woman and man. Becher's scenario is one in which men dress and behave as women actually do, and women dress and behave as men actually do. That seems to me to be the obvious, natural way of describing the situation. I certainly see no infelicity in that description.
Infelicity.
In that description, in one might sense infelicity in statements like the golden chalice is a lovely shade of red, or this mousetrap is not designed to indeed is completely unable to be nice. Since no support is given from a 16, and since it is clearly inconsistent with the natural equation of Becher's product term, traditional definition of man and woman, including Becher's argument that the distinction does not leave either. That is, added to the traditional definition with a 9 upper case for the natural non-alcoholic. So I think it is, in fact, clear how to apply our woman and man because it describes it is clear how to apply our sex and difference of grants, whether with our age, species, or term. Somewhat puzzlingly, in a later objection to a Wittgensteinian analysis, Becher says, when the natural attitude prevails, physical sex strictly determines the application of gender terms in woman. Yes, just so. But, therefore, anyone who has written the traditional definition of man and woman will find it clear how to apply the case Becher describes contrary to what premise 16 asserts. We needn't reason for the theory for the particular judgment, and we needn't reason from the theory for the particular judgment in this case, which would at best make a theory independent contrary judgment. Just ask yourself, spelling out the details as you like, could there be any scenario in which men dress and behave as socially functional as women actually do, and vice versa? To the degree that you think the obvious answer is yes, you should reject premise 16, and allow that Becher's argument against the traditional definition of woman and man fails. In my own case, I think the answer is obviously yes, so I think premise 16 is false and argument fails. Before wrapping up, let's pause with the second argument that Becher offers. Second, consider 17 and 20. We're almost there, guys.
Target you.
Discussing a question. I tweeted at him. Let's see if he... like...
Special coming.
What's the status on the suitor debate? Not good. He told me that I think he said he was going to be out of town or something for this next week or two, and then I'm going to be out of town for 2 weeks. So I'm going to be this week shot for me. Because I go out of town on the 20th, I think, and I'm back on like the 2nd.
Stack.
I think I have like 3 different speaking events on that. One is really like the college thing that I don't think is streaming. That is Tiger's thing. Then I'm doing the Minds event in New York. I will be streaming part of that. And then I'm doing there's an
Special coming.
Why isn't my birthday? His birthday's still got any more content? I'm always post this stuff. Okay. Will you do travel scans? The thing is, here, listen, okay? The United States is for yourself when shit sucks, okay? It sucks. It's really hard. Oh, do you have a date for French? I think I'm in French for next week. On Tuesday is the goal. Google Fi is fine. I'm sorry and I love you. I have Google Fi myself.
Special coming.
Other people figured it out. How many people IRL stream frequently without like complicated devices in the United States? Who does this? Can you show me? Because Mel tries to do it everywhere and it sucks. Sometimes if you're lucky, you can go in one area. Did you see you were wrong at the periodic table? I'm not. Shut the fuck up. You can go to one like area if you want to be in, like not moving anywhere. You can like stream from there if you're lucky. But oftentimes it just sucks to walk around.
Stack.
I don't know what they're doing when it comes to like smell.
You
can take your time and do one at a time. Like you don't have to run straight into them and blow up everyone's at once.
Okay.
Special
Stagger.
coming.
You guys are. This is gonna be a harsh one. Because you guys, I don't know if you guys understand what you're
Second,
doing.
consider adjectives such as womanly, manly, girly, and the like.
You're
It seems
right
to take
by
cultural
here.
traits packed right into their meaning. When somebody says, well, no, that's a girly thing, I'm afraid, we shouldn't expect them to be complaining about having to dig ditches. Be sure, one might argue that such adjectives really only mean like a woman and like a girl, where the current cultural facts are extraneous to content. However, it does seem that in the case of the world imagined above, the very meaning of the
they're
word
gonna
would have
change it.
changed. If girly should be a good way to describe ditch digging, so it again seems that cultural rules assigned on the basis of sex are part of the semantic content, and this suggests there's something wrong with this definition of account of gender. All of these academic arguments seem super dog shit. Do you think philosophy is like actually like easy mode in school? These seem like such shit arguments for. Unless this guy is just like doing a bad fake tear out of like what these people are arguing. That's you shut up. Wait, can I? 2, 8, 4, 4, 8. Most popular. I feel like that's where I was. No, I know. This is where I was yesterday. me is 2, 5, 5, 5, 7.
You guys are just fucking absolutely cucking me right now. You know what?
Okay.
5 deaths ain't that bad.
He has a ton of trash arguments, but Dambros is hell strong. Maybe. But okay.
Watch your step.
But there's reason here this like this. The cultural family sign the basis is converted, and Burley would actually describe herself as ditch taking. The Burley would accurately describe ditch taking in that scenario, and the Burley would change the cultural roles, related correct conceptions, and somehow connected.
Watch your step. Run.
I have doubts about premise 20. I suspect there's something really lurking here. Some distinctions might help us keep things clear. Burley plausibly does seem like a girl, but to account for that possibility,
Watch your step.
to account for that possibility that the girl might be different in the context might have a meaning, might have put things carefully as like characteristics of or approximate that were appropriate to girls or women. And if that's right, then really inherent features, the index of element function, what is known following Kaplan as a character and content. Veterans talk of learning of the word is, I think, ambiguous between two sorts of meaning. The content is a particular reference or extension of a term. This can vary from context to context, just here picks out different places in different contexts of use. The character, on the other hand, is invariant across context and is a mapping from particular.
I feel like I'm gonna be just like massively healing this game.
Context is inputs and different context is outputs. So,
We didn't get a single one of those, by the way.
early. Take this the familiar extension of stereotypically girly traits. So, like digging ditches is not in that extension, but in the gender inverted scenario that Vetch describes, the character of girly takes it to a radically different extension, one which includes digging ditches. So far, so good. Now, premise 20 alleges that this change of content would be a change in the very meaning of the word in a way that, according to the reference in 1, requires a cultural reference.
Okay, you guys are out of my
As you
LOS.
can see now, this is not so. The content extension is being changed. The character, some philosophers call it this infinite constant. That character of girly, nothing from context to extension, may go function.
Run.
Bro, you guys are just like putting him in the fucking worst position, my guy.
Context of utterance, find those things that are like characteristics of or appropriate to young beings in that context. Girls may
The pressures, bro. You gotta fucking actually stop the cast. I'm like the only caster, and you guys might not fucking have an issue with it, but Jesus is. Are we just gonna die if you guys don't fucking interrupt that shit? You guys are all fucking non-interrupting. Like, interrupt the one thing that I can kill you because I can't heal.
Invalid inference. Either way, fails to refute traditional definitions of woman and man. Okay. Conclusion. Oh my god. It's widely believed in contemporary feminist philosophy that there is a sex-gender distinction that manhood and womanhood are social constructs. That, for example, to be a woman is not to be an adult human female. This view is more often assumed and asserted than argued for, and what we've seen in this paper is that the enthusiasm with which this doctrine is asserted is all out of proportion to the strength of the arguments in its favor. Still, there remains much work for philosophy to do, either to develop stronger arguments against the traditional definitions of woman and man, or develop a variety of feminism on the foundation of this traditional biological understanding of womanhood and manhood. Okay, this paper would be a really good So if you were going to argue this on this topic, this paper is a really good blueprint for how you should probably approach the argument. I imagine you would either want to avoid the arguments that you have the strongest counters for, or you want to refine the fuck out of those arguments, or we could go to Dembrov's argument, where his response is probably the weakest, and we could try to workshop this argument to be stronger than the one that he's positioning in his paper, or recording in his paper. Positive? Recorded? Reports to appearing or so. I think workshopping Dembrov's argument, maybe even doing a little bit of reading with Dembrov, might be, as he even is giving us a source of which to read from. Depending on how arrogant I was, I feel like I could put forth a better distinction than Dembrov. I feel like his response to Dembrov is probably his response to
Run.
argument for biological determinism is a good argument. That sounds like a dog shit argument. That sounds like the most ad hoc shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, oh no, like, woman and female can't be the same thing. Otherwise, we're biologically determined. That's a good dog shit argument. Maybe there might be a good way to argue it, but I don't think it seems that. So we're avoiding all the other dog shit arguments. Dembrov's argument, or we would have a new argument that's not presented in this paper. Are you gonna prepare for pressure? No. Life studying puss, okay? I don't even.
Bro, it's like you guys are just like fucking.
I genuinely don't even get his response to Dembrov. I don't know if I'm gonna go over it again, but it's. I think Dembrov is trying to argue that like our gender roles entail some level of normativity.
I don't understand
when
what
you say somebody is a certain gender role, we're thinking of some.
You guys are just like fucking mongoing, like let's say interrupts.
And I think that I think what his response is well, actually,
out of the total?
human male, adult, human male, female. These
The
things.
tank. Nobody. Oh my god, the rogue wasn't even interrupting. You've got to be shitting me. He had two interrupts.
Adult human male and adult human female. It's a different type of normativity.
Didn't interrupt a single curse.
Moral philosophy sucks. Because all philosophy sucks. Okay. Okay.
Just actually fucking ass.
Where is it? I don't think I can watch the Vosh debate because I think Vosh.
I can sympathize with these guys. They were actually like interrupting shit. Like Jesus fuck, bro.
Here it is.
That rogue just actually was a dumb fuck. Actual dumb fuck.
They choose to make it seem like male and female are relevant here. It's like if he made an argument for race being relevant, saying we all send over to a black human.
So shit.
Well, of course, because he's drawing a distinction between male and female. And
ST's gonna be the hard one this week.
Male,
I
man,
grant
female,
that. It's
right,
gonna be
that's
a
the-
harder one this week. So I 20 will
Watch
be.
this as
I will
the
be
best. He makes
happy.
well muted to dodge the dude. Wait, really? Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and then we're gonna hop into this.
Get all the 20s done. Marty wasn't. Oh, he's got. Why has he got 2300? What am I doing? What's happening?
Please make sure to also cover the Q&A as the debate continues there too.
Yeah, that group was actually dumb as fuck for Sanguine Depths.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
They all ran
Nice
right
PGL.
into their orb as if like I have an instant raid heal that maxes everybody out in between the fucking casts. I don't, bro. You guys are fucking dumb. I have to cast and try and get instants
Thank you for your
between
work, Destiny.
2 people
You
before
are a real one.
Yeah, it's
Much
just-
love. Stay
some
safe
people
till
are
next
just-
month. Less than 3.
Some people are just brain dead as fuck.
I like the pink.
It's alright. Sanguine Depths will be the hardest one this week.
I've never been edged this hard in my
I have a
life.
22
I know your talks
missed.
with Brittany have gotten you curious into BDSM, but this has got to stop.
So
Watermelon
that'll
Miller.
fucking
If you
really
value me
bump that one
in our
up.
relationship, you will drop the manifesto already.
Eurocock.
I should be able to push 3100.
Boss is in your walls right now planning his next move.
That Sanguine Depth would have been a
Vitamins.
fucking moneymaker. Nobody's coming here. Cool.
The Fortress seems to be no match for a great VPN service like Surfshark VPN on below. Destiny, quick thoughts on Supreme Court decision regarding Border Patrol agents. Vouch. This. Vouch. Guy. He is so brain dead. Vouch.
Keep hating
Vouch.
your life then, working
I
class
wish I
Andy.
could be as brain dead. As. Vouch.
So we out
You're
here
old cock.
life in the night.
Eurocock.
Eurocock.
Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock. Eurocock.
Mark 13 on one from Lenger to F and F.
Good one, dude. All right. Good luck, guys. Here we go. Watch the opening statements from Vosh's point of view at least. He copes so hard. Okay, link me Vosh's point of view if you want. Oh, wait, I am boosted. Wait, did you guys make me the most famous Steven? Oh, they have some weird shit on their site that doesn't... Is it Control F5 to force a cache ref? Oh, there it is. Okay, it wasn't changed for me. Nice job! The most famous Steven on the site. Hell the fuck yeah. Hell the fuck yeah. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, boom, boom. That's what I want to see. Yeah, if we pass that Chitter Malcolm X yet, 1 second. Oh, he's next, guys. Haha, we're gonna knock him off next. We'll show you to use violence in your civil rights movements. Okay, where is it? There you go. All right, here we go. Good luck.
It's still white for me.
Okay, we'll watch Vosh's point of view so you guys.
Oh, there. Okay, now I think it's 2 seconds. Let me just adjust the size. And then... oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. And then... let me just... good. And then if we could, just because last time a speaker was doing share screen and their slides would advance on...
Does know the shirt is cute? Wearing so
their
cute.
slides would
Yeah,
advance...
Ninu, when do we have our merch out? This is a cute shirt. It is a cute shirt. I know you guys want it. Look at how fucking nice it is. Look at this. Look at that. It's cute. Look at it. Look at it. You want it. I know you want it. It's an awesome shirt. Okay.
on their side, but they were not advancing
I muted
for the
myself.
audience.
I
Can you
guess.
just click to the next slide just so I can be sure that they'll see it? Okay, good. So
I don't have
it
any
says,
slides.
why is this the person? So yep, it's working, and then
I don't have any slides, guys.
cool. Good there. So great, and then I'm gonna
Always
pop
a
it out
PhD. I
of.
kind of expect that. Already lost.
And
Already over.
then no, yes, and then. Yeah, and yeah, once you plan on pulling it up,
What the
if
fuck
you let
is
me know if you say, all
I
right.
feel
I'm
like
gonna
Vosh
show
should
my
be
screen,
like
and then I'll
super
pull it up so that way
fucking
the audience can see it.
awkward in person.
Okay, and otherwise, any last questions, guys?
Like he's only an internet persona.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited. This is fun. Thanks for being here, guys.
I can't imagine him at a
Pull open
fucking
our
party
selfie
or
door, you,
something.
Vosh. So here I
Just
go.
can't
3,
imagine
2,
it.
1.
It'd be so fucking weird.
Hey, everybody, tonight we're
I
debating
feel like
whether
he's
or
just
not trans
socially
women are women, and
fucking
we're starting right now.
dumb as
with
fuck.
Vosh's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Vosh. The floor is all yours.
Hello, I'm Vosh. Okay, so there are two basic arguments
5,
here. First of all, the idea of sex
4,
and gender being distinct
3,
categories. They obviously are.
1.
I don't think anybody disbelieves this. There are obviously things that we refer to, which are in the purview of the experience of being a man and a woman, which are not defined biologically. Whether it be light blue and pink being distinguished gendered colors, the clothing that we wear, the way we style our hair, these are things which are not derivative of our biology. They are derivative of social standards which change. You can look at other parts of the world in which they're different. You can look at different points in time within our own country, and they are different. There's no getting around that. It's not like biology is changing rapidly year to year as fashions do. If people don't like, the idea of gender and sex being separate, that we can simply say that the first gender and refer to some other separate category that is not sex but describes social differences that tend to be associated with sexual lust.
Damn, I would have written out a statement for this, but Vosh is a braver man than I. Good luck.
And once you have that, nailed down, the following argument is one of utility. We construct definitions. We
Oh no, he's already kind of sort of
Watch
stumbled into
your
both
step.
arguments that are addressed on the paper. So he's kind of, when he's talking about like colored things, I don't know if he's gonna make like, well, I guess he's making an argument for like the changing nature of gendered stuff literally, which I think is addressed a couple times throughout the paper. And now in this argument here,
Watch your
the
step.
following argument is one of utility.
the argument of utility, I think, is addressed pretty well in his first response in his paper, where he essentially says, well, for an argument of utility, we're not getting to the truth of the matter if there's a sex-gender distinction. Now you're just telling me that it's an inconvenient truth and you want to lie about it to make people feel better. Oh no. All right, good luck.
Watch your step.
We construct definitions. We do it to serve our own purposes as humans. The only reason definitions exist is because they serve us. We are their masters. And if I believe, as is the case, by the way, of many medical and psychiatric institutions, if we believe that the definition of woman being one tied entirely to sexual differentiation is arbitrary, inconsistent, harmful, and that there is a better, utility serving definition.
What is your position? My position is that I feel like they're. So here is my issue. Okay, so here's how I think scientific categories work. I guess you might as well say. So it feels like you create like this scientific category because it provides a lot of explanation for a lot of things. But every now and then, what'll happen is it'll seem like we discover a couple of facts that don't seem to be accounted for in our original model. So we have to find a way to either expand our model or radically change our model in order to account for these new things. So it would seem to me that if trans people didn't exist, I would probably say that sex and gender, like gender is almost like an abstraction.
Watch your step.
Gender is, maybe even I would say butler is like, it's a performative thing. Gender is just like a performative thing in society. Sex is like the biological fact of the matter, whatever. However, like trans people represent a problem. It seems like there are people that have a strong innate feeling that something is not matching their sex. So insofar as that is concerned, I don't know how to account for that other than to recognize there must be some separate internal feeling of what your gender is that is separated from the biological reality of what your sex is. It seems to be the case. And then I would challenge, I would need some way to account for how trans people feel and the phenomena that they seem to experience that I need a way to account for that. And the only way I can account for that is that there's like, I don't even know what I call this a sex-gender distinction. I might say that there's some internal feeling of sex, and then you've got like the biological features or phenotypes of the person that seems to resemble what their sex is. That would be like something that I would need somebody to account for. Explain to me how people can have an incongruent internal experience of sex or gender that is incongruent with their like sexual expression. That would be what I would want. I don't think that was any of the arguments given in any of those feminist or philosopher papers though, so I don't know how much this is believed on by anybody. I'm not sure.
One can use, say by self-identification, then that is the one that I will use. I have no interest whatsoever in abiding by some harmful, arbitrary standard out of any distinct tradition when there's a perfectly serviceable and better one that makes people more happy and hurts nobody lying right there. And that is why I say prescriptively that trans women are women, and descriptively they're treated as women historically in our society in varying extents throughout history. Depending on
No, I'm not even gonna do it at this point.
It's a complicated business.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening, Vaughn. And if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to let you know that we're a neutral platform hosting debates, panels, and discussions on virtually every topic. Want to let you know we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And I'm going to kick it over to Dr. Bogardus for his opening as well. Want to remind you, the speaker's views are their own. So the speakers are not speaking on behalf of any institution that they are affiliated with or have been affiliated with. And Dr. Thomas Bogardus is an associate professor of philosophy. He earned his PhD from the University of Texas and worked in the areas of epistemology, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of gender. You can find his publications on...
Oh man, dude, just hearing that, how are you so confident? Like, yeah, I'll fuck this dude up, no problem. Did I read any of his papers? Don't know, don't care, let's go. Oh man.
His website, Googling his name, and both guests are linked in the description. Right now, with that, Dr.
Bosch, right now, did you just link the chest thing? The kid with the chest thing? I know that's what you just linked. I'm connected to your brain. Will kill forever, I'm connected to your brain. Oh fuck, that's not good. We're not connected.
Watch your step.
I thought we were connected. You link the shit in this.
Watch your step.
Well, Bardis, thanks for being with us before. All yours for opening as well.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a show.
Can I share my screen?
You bet.
Okay. So everybody can see that, yeah? Yep. Okay, so if you're unable to see this for some reason, you should know that the slides are available at tinyurl.com/moderndaydebate June, the month of June, and there's no spaces or capitals in there. Okay, I'm just going to start my timer right now. So the topic of our conversation today is
The philosopher of listening.
Watch your step.
I don't condone this language.
like George Stube. I think she's got Mr. Chromosome. Retard. This sentence, trans women are women. Whether trans women are women. And what I want to try to do is explain why this is such a persistent philosophical question. I started thinking about this about 6 or 7 years ago.
Why does it sound like
and so I'm going to
butter?
share some of the things I've learned in that time, in the landscape of the debate as I see it, in a way that I hope will be useful and interesting no matter what your views are on this topic. And to try to explain why it's a persistent philosophical question, specifically what I'm going to do is try to show how on 6 common interpretations of this sentence, trans women are women, including 5 that Bosch has explored and endorsed, the sentence turns out not to be true.
Oh no, he's actually done research into Vosh. Oh my god. The PhD guy researched his fucking academic layman opponent, and Vosh has done no prep work. How is Vosh so confident? This dude is wild. I admire the bravado. Like, Jesus.
So just a quick, obvious clarification. I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that when people say trans women are women, what they mean is all trans women are women, not just some. So I think that's the question under consideration, whether all trans women are women. Now, to see whether that's true or false, to evaluate whether that's true or false, I think we would have to get clear on what it means to be a woman. We have to think about the meaning of that word woman in order to see whether it's true that all trans women are women. And so now I'm going to consider those views I promised a second ago. The first view is what we might call a biological view, according to which women are adult human females. Now, I think this is the sort of traditional, historical, ordinary sense of the word. This is what the word ordinarily means. There are a few reasons to think that. We can talk about these in the discussion period if you'd like. First of all, there's words for other species that we use for the adult males and the adult females of those species, and it would be pretty surprising if we didn't have similar words for the adult males and adult females of our species. This is the definition that virtually all dictionaries give. Of course,
Wait, you guys any cuts? I'm just gonna drop some. So we're gonna cut this.
Oh my god.
Infallible.
Almost died.
Mistakes. But the fact that this is what dictionaries say is some evidence that this is the way the word is ordinarily used. But most importantly, I think the strongest bit of evidence is that, as far as I can tell, virtually all trans-inclusive philosophers agree that this is the ordinary use of the word. That doesn't mean they recommend it, but they acknowledge and concede that this is what people ordinarily use. I'm not sure whether Bosch agrees. He said some things that sound like he might disagree. Just a few days ago, he said, there's so much arbitrarity with how these terms get posed. I don't think the biologically prescriptivist attitude towards gender is the historically correct. So possibly Bosch disagrees with this. But as I said, a lot of trans-inclusive philosophers agree that this is the way the word is used in dominant mainstream context. So here's some quotations. I'll let you read those on your own. But Robin Dunbar, Mari Nicolas, Sally Haslinger, Jennifer Saul, these are all philosophers working very much from a trans-inclusive direction. Simone de Beauvoir seems to use the word in this ordinary biological way as well. Again, that's not to mean they recommend this definition. A lot of these philosophers think that this is a problem and we need to change it. Because when you think about the question whether all trans women are women, if being a woman requires being biologically female, then these philosophers think it's going to turn out that not all trans women are women. In fact, men are. And they consider that to be a problem. Here's a quotation from Catherine Jenkins saying as much, saying that if you fail to respect the gender identifications of trans people, that's a serious harm. And I think Bosch would agree that that is a problem. Back in 2021, he said if someone makes an argument that a person isn't a woman when they claim to be a woman, I would say that's transphobic. And then there's another quotation saying something similar. I'll let you read. Okay, so as I say, a lot of philosophers wish to move away from this view of what it means to be a woman. And one alternative that they've explored is what we might call a social role view, according to which to be a woman is to be someone who functions or behaves or is treated a certain way socially. Now, sometimes Bosch seems to endorse this sort of view. Here's an example from back in March. He says, I am a gender abolitionist, so I don't want these designations at all, but as long as they exist, these designations, men and women, we're talking about social roles. And again, just a few days ago, so he says, given how arbitrary these definitions are, I think one where we acknowledge that men and women, as we refer to it generally, is a social
Lee Bosch chatting in PowerPoint the whole time, just calling the dude a nerd or saying he probably gets no pussy or shit like that. From Bosch's chat, a bunch of like suicidal mentally ill kids are calling somebody else a nerd. I mean, okay.
Something which refers to social roles and attitudes, not biology. That's probably the one that hurts the fewest people. Okay, so that's the social role view, and now the question before us is, does this sentence come out as true or false on the social role?
Here's something that's interesting, and I made arguments relating to social harm before, and I think it's legitimate to like analyze some things related to like what are the harms they cause for the definition that they use. It's a little bit hard to get into that though when you're trying to make like factual distinctions, because here's a question. let's say somebody said, look at all the social harm that's caused by defining woman as biological and man as biological, right? Well, because of the harm that causes to trans people, we need to change the definitions. I might actually challenge somebody, and I might say, do you actually believe that argument? Because let's say it was the case that cisgender people started committing suicide because we changed the definitions of man and woman. More cis people kill themselves than trans people kill themselves. Would you walk that argument back and go, well, actually, because of like how harmful it is to cis people to have trans people given the same like gender terms or sex terms as them, now we need to go back and change the definitions because of the harm caused to cis people? I don't know if they would actually say that. I think that when you push them there, I think they would throw that argument out. They go, okay, well, never mind, okay. So we can't measure based on who's harmed more. I guess that's kind of silly. And I think you'd have to move on to the next part of the argument.
Well, will it be true that all trans women are women? Well, to figure that out, we'd have to know exactly what social role we're talking about. What is the social role that is taken to be definitive of womanhood? And it turns out it's pretty hard to say what social role we're talking about exactly, given, as Bosch said in his opening statement, all the variation across time and culture. It's hard to say what social role is had in common by all and only women throughout time and place. But even if you found one and said, there, that's the social role that's definitive of being a woman, there's a problem because there's no guarantee that all trans women will play that role, will occupy that position in society. Catherine Jenkins, again, a trans-inclusive philosopher, criticizes the social worldview on those grounds, saying there may well be, and there easily could be, and there may in fact be, trans individuals who do not present as women, and so are not treated as women, don't play this role, don't occupy this position in society. Or there could be individuals who do present as women, but aren't read as women, aren't taken seriously, or aren't treated as women, in which case they won't occupy the right position in society in order to count as a woman on this social worldview. So my sense of the state of play...
Obama.
Not nice, buddy. Not nice. Jesus, I didn't think this would be the pack. Somebody got hit by our guys, come on, really? How are we getting hit by errors, boys? What's going on? Oh, well, hopefully he realizes he's going into a whole pack.
Obama.
I feel like this thing is super squish. I feel like he's diamond blood, but I know he's spec blood. It just seems like he's like taking so much damage. To the point where like I feel very insecure if he's like under, like if he's not popping a cooldown. Pull him forward, you dumb fucks.
The current philosophical debate is philosophers have moved away from the social worldview because it turns out false that all trans women are women on this view. And at least in the popular culture and even in the philosophical literature, the view that's sort of rising to prominence is a self-ID view. I think that's going to be the most popular view, as I said, at least at the popular level. So on this view, we're told to be a woman is to be someone who identifies as a woman. And I won't be the first to notice that. Oh, here's a quotation from Bosch endorsing that, by the way. Okay, but I won't be the first to notice that it looks like there's a threat of circularity here.
I don't know what my phone is.
We were asked what a woman is, and the definition used the word woman when defining this for us. But it may be that there's no actual circularity here if the word woman in the definition means something else than the meaning we're supposed to get from this definition. So let me give you one example. Here's something Josh said. He said, if you want, you can say a woman is a person who would like to, internally and externally, adhere to the social roles and expectations associated with a woman, or at the very least, the social archetype. So again, threat of circularity because we're using the word woman there, but suppose we meant woman in the ordinary sense, without human females. Just suppose that's what was meant. So it's not the very same sense to be defined, it's another sense. Well, the problem is that many women won't want that. Many women don't wish to adhere to the social roles and expectations associated with being an adult human female, as Captain Jenkins has pointed out.
Yeah, that's true too. I noticed. I don't know if I'm the only autistic person that does this. Does anybody else besides me take notes during arguments? Like, I feel like it's really important. If I want to address everything somebody says, or maybe I just have a smaller brain so I can remember things. Maybe Vosh is actually remembering every single argument it's salient in his brain right now. But I feel like no, it would be good for me to know. Or maybe just. Oh, you're like this. Stop me, obviously. Everybody does for a hamster. He's in chat right now. Everybody slurp for a hamster. During arguments with my mom, guys.
Wow,
Self-ID is about ID, not about
for example, not shaving legs. Elizabeth Barnes, another trans-inclusive philosopher, points out that there might be some women with cognitive disabilities such that they lack the ability to have this desire, to conceptualize this desire, to want to adhere to these social roles. And more relevant for our purposes.
Oh shit! I don't know why. Did I ever go over the Vosh Bad song on screen? You guys know why he doesn't have that as a dono anymore? Did we ever talk about this?
Run.
The apparently the Vosh bad guy is an anti-fan now. I guess he doesn't like Vosh anymore. So he unlisted the song on the internet. I think he added to like the description of the song or a comment. He's like, I don't like Vosh anymore, so he doesn't use my shit or something like that. Or finally really got something like this. Damn. Rip. Not good.
Turn out that some trans women might not like to adhere to these social roles or these expectations. For example, some trans women who say they don't owe you femininity. So the first point is just if this definition is not circular, then whatever the word women means in the definition, it's going to turn out that not all trans women are women. What if it is circular? What if we're told, no, to be a woman is to identify as a woman in the very same sense to be defined? So Vosh is not so sure that there's a problem here. Back in May, he said, my definition of gender, which is just a woman is someone who identifies as one. People complain about it being circular, but I don't think that matters. So I think it does matter for at least two reasons that I'll try to explain. One is that a circular definition can't convey any meaning. It can't actually tell you what the word means. But secondly, even if the word has a meaning, you can get it from this definition, but suppose it has a meaning, the statement that to be a woman is to identify as a woman has to be false. It's necessarily false. So,
he's not even debating with Vosh, and the president's debating past Well, just opening statements. They're just doing opening statements right now. Oh, here it is. I think the bid has run its course. If you still managed to find this video for whatever means, I actually wanted to delete the video for a while because I hated it. Was convinced it had to make its run to the first. It's hard to take pride in something you made in about 4 hours total of manic frenzy. Just unlistening for the insane schizos like me that saved this and want to come back to relive the days when Vosh was a good streamer.
Sorry. I'll explain these two in turn. So one problem is that circular definitions can't convey meaning. Here's one way to see that. What we're being told is that someone is a woman if and only if she identifies as a woman.
Dispel.
But now suppose we ask, well, what does it mean? What does woman mean there in the definition? What are you identifying as when you identify as a woman? On this alternative, we're being told the very same sense to be defined. So what you're identifying as is someone who identifies as a woman. That's what you're identifying as, because that's what a woman is. But notice woman shows up again in the definition. And so suppose we do another round of recursion. And now the definition says to be a woman is to be someone who identifies as a woman.
Run. Keep moving.
But I mean, like, this is such a silly, obvious argument. You can't have circular definitions for a wide variety of reasons. If we accept circularity for definitions, then the logical end to that is literally the destruction of language, right? Words no longer convey meaning, and without meaning, you just have a private language for meaning. People just uttering things.
Someone who identifies as someone who identifies as, and you see that this will just keep going. We'll never eliminate the circularity. It goes on forever. You've got this infinite descent. And there's this irredeemable void there in the definition, which means that the definition never expresses any proposition. It never actually tells you what the word means. It just keeps promising you a meaning if you just do one more recursion, but you never get there. So that's one way to see why circular definitions are deficient. Here's another way. It's sort of a little sillier, but suppose I tell you that people collect baseball cards and pogs. I don't really know what a pog is. I collect blargs. And suppose you wonder what a blarg is, and I define it for you in a circular way. A blarg is just anything that has this really cool feature. It's a blarg. So clearly that's a circular definition. Now, if you really think that there's no problem with circular definitions, then you should be able to find me a blarg, especially if I give you a hint that there's one in the room with you now, and I offer you $50 if you could just find that blarg and bring it to me. So if there's nothing wrong with circular definitions, you should be able to find a blarg. You should be in a position to know what a blarg is. But obviously, you're not. You can't find this blarg.
You can use circular definitions to derive meaning socially.
No, hold on. Stop. What are you saying, bro? Circular definition, by definition, don't give you anything, because that's what the circularity means. You can't define it with respect to something else. If you're saying that there's some other way to find a definition for it, then it no longer becomes circular, right?
That's another way.
Damn, dude, Vosh is going the ultimate skeptic. Well, here I am. I'm actually here to define circularity. I'm here to defend circular meanings. Like, bro, good luck. Oh my god.
Run. Keep moving.
Why circular definitions are type that shares that. Okay, but suppose that somehow the word woman got meaning independently, maybe by pointing or ostension. That's the way that we define words.
Oh my god, that was so scary.
It does have a meaning. The claim that to be a woman is to identify as a woman. Someone's a woman if and only if she identifies as a woman. That has to be false. And here's why. On this view, on this proposal, if that phrase being a woman refers to anything, then we're told it refers to a very interesting characteristic, a very interesting feature. It's a feature that someone has if and only if she identifies as having it. There's this tight connection between having the feature, being a woman, and identifying as having the feature, identifying as a woman. But if you think about it, I think you'll realize that there simply is no feature like that. There's no characteristic that you could have if and only if you identify as having it. There's no way you could be if and only if you identify as being that way. Just think about ordinary features like being funny or being tall or being rich, or something like that. It's one thing to be rich. It's something else to identify as being rich. You could be rich without identifying as being rich. You could identify as being rich without actually being rich, and so on. And this just holds generally for every feature, any property you choose, any feature you choose. And so what that means, what 1 and 2 entail here is, on this view, the phrase being a woman doesn't refer to anything, because there's no feature that answers to this definition. There's no such thing. And so a kind of surprising result is, on this view, it looks like there are no women, and there are no trans women, therefore. And for our purposes, what follows is it's false that all trans women are women, or at least it's not true. In fact, it looks like none are, because there are no women at all.
That would be all, right? If there are no women.
Okay, here's a couple other views. I think those are...
No. I think that statement, when he said that, like, well, it can't, he did say that can't be false, but it's probably not true. I think that would mean it's like indefinable, right? Undefinable? It can't be true that all trans women are women if there is no even like coherent definition for women. But it can't be false either, it's just like undefinable at that point.
Sort of the big three, but here's some other views that have been discussed by Bosch. One is gender abolition. On this view, ideally, there are no genders. So ideally, women don't exist. Here's Bosch expressing that sort of view. I think gender is a destructive concept. He says so eventually, I want it gone. Sally Haslinger, trans-inclusive philosopher at MIT, says something similar. She adopted a social role view. She thought to be a woman is to be oppressed. So she says that the main part of the project of feminism is to eliminate women, which sounds kind of surprising, but that was her view. So I think we can at least agree that on this view, if you ask how things should be ideally, they would say ideally there are no women at all. And they would say ideally there are no trans women. So that's a kind of surprising implication of that view. Here's another one, which I think Bosch might want to defend today. He says in his opening statement that he says prescriptively trans women are women. So that's another view that I've heard expressed in his videos. On this view, when you say trans women are women, what you're actually doing is giving a kind of command or prescription. You're saying you should speak and act as though trans women are women is literally true. You should speak and act as though trans women are women is literally true.
Here comes to the balance
and
of
if you ask why, as Bosch said in his opening statement, it's justified by utility, by good consequences, by benefits. So here's a statement of Bosch sort of expressing that. So he says, what people mean when they say that women is a social category I like to be a part of. I want to think of myself as part of it and be part of it as part of it. Telling me that you're a trans philosopher says something similar.
Getting fucking holy locked.
Gender presentation indicates how you
I'm having a problem here.
I don't know how to. It's very hard to like explain this. Well, I guess I don't understand it. Bosch does like a weird thing where, so like, from this level, like he'll say something like this. Every single, no matter how many options you have, it's binary. And I'll be like, wait, what do you mean? Like, let's say I have 7 options. That's not binary. There's 7 options. And he'll say, well, there are either 7 options or less. So therefore, it's truly binary. Well, no, not really. Kind of legal. It's binary. It's hard or hard. He'll make a statement that's true. He's applying it to the wrong level, or like he's not contextualizing the level. I don't know how. I don't have the formal diction to like explain this, but there's like he isn't applying it to the right level of the conversation sometimes, and things get really weird. I think that happens in. I think this happens in this conversation at the very, very end. I didn't listen to much of this, but
want to be treated. So if you think that we should treat people how they want to be treated, then when you say trans men are women, what you might be communicating is we should treat people how they want to be treated. We should treat trans women how they want to be treated. Okay, and again, it's justified by utility. So I'll just point out with respect to the prescriptive claim, whether this is something we should do, something that doesn't seem to enter into everybody's moral calculations is whether or not what we're saying is true. 60 seconds left. 60 seconds left. What? Okay, and given what I've said so far, it looks like this statement, trans women are women, is literally not true.
What?
And so we can at least agree on that. Wait. If we asked this prescriptivist view, strictly speaking, literally, are all trans women women? I think, given what we've said, you has to agree with, has to say no. Okay, let's see if I can fit this in. I ran out of space on my slide, but sometimes Bosch seems to be a nihilist or an anti-realist about gender. Sometimes he says gender concepts are arbitrary social designations, and in reality, there are no men, no women, etc. Here's a quotation from Bosch back in 2019 saying, all categories are socially constructed. They don't exist in nature. We built them. So if you hold that view, and then you ask, well, really, literally, are all trans women women? I think the view has to say no. In reality, no. Okay, so I tried to show that the statement trans women are women is not true on every view we've looked at, including 5 from Bosch. Thank you for your attention.
Whoa. Thank you very much for that opening. And with
check Twitter. Wait, did the guy respond? I'm not sure I can do it. Unfortunately, I'm sort of in a decompression stage for the watch debate. I did a lot of prep for that. I thought a lot about it. I thought of doing it. Oh no.
bummed.
I think he's worried that I want to have a small person, which I don't really. I just don't want to take a grand little bit and see what his thoughts are. But if this conversation, he says he needs to decompress after, or maybe I should release it. If this conversation was as brutal as I think it's going to be, I can understand him being like, I want to talk to another fucking YouTuber debater on this shit, and have like another 12-hour like back and forth with some guy that's just like trying to, you know, gotcha me the entire time.
With that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to say, folks, thrilled to let you know we have a lot of upcoming debates. You don't want to miss them. So, for example, just confirmed today at the bottom right of your screen whether or not it is okay for kids to go to drag queen shows with, you betcha, Vosh and Alex Stein.
Go to drag queen shows with
you don't want
Vosh?
to miss it. Hit
What?
that subscribe button so you don't miss it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Thanks so much, gentlemen. The floor, all yours.
All right, I'm sure that you won't mind after that if I take a moment to respond to your premises, as I have plenty to say, as we it seems we both do. So the issue I have here is that I feel as though you've misrepresented some of my views and definitions here, and what's more, all of these views are incoherent. The construct that I've been implying that people treat the biological view as though because it's the traditionally accepted one, it's the coherent one, but in reality, it's nothing but. There's a reason why Nature, arguably one of the most respected scientific journals in the history of the species, has been putting out article after op-ed about how the idea that sex and gender are the same, or that gender should be considered an extension of the biological category, is ahistorical, ascientific, and false.
Okay, you have to be careful with this. If I am debating layman, I will cite expert opinion and say, this is why you're wrong, or you need to contend with this study, okay? But if you want to have a discussion with somebody who's not a layman, it's actually not enough for you to just cite expert opinion, because arguably, this person is an expert, and two, they're going to want to, like, argue about what's being cited. It's not just enough. It's not just enough for you to say, well, Nature says this, because he would say, well, I would disagree. And then you have to substantiate the disagreement. You can say, well, Nature said it. That's not enough in these types of conversations. To just say, well, the journal said this.
And the reason for that is because what you obfuscate when you refer to the biological sex version of gender is the literal millennia of arguments and inconsistencies about what exactly it means to draw that line. Of course, for most of human history, we have no idea what it to the hormone exercise, so only recently has a full understanding of the actual things that differentiate biological males and females in known to us. But even leaving that aside, long-standing have been the practices of intersex people having their genitals mutilated by doctors who want to get them cleanly fit in one category.
I feel like so. I've said this before. This is something I noticed when debating people, that whenever you go to cool down a conversation, this is why I'm starting to see it already in the beginning. Whenever somebody feels like they're losing a conversation, it feels like they start to go for like, okay, I'm not going to win this on whatever ground, we're going to start going for optics ones. And it feels like Bosch is probably, well, maybe I'm holding this case to see, but
for another, biologically male or biologically female, often to the psychological detriment of those people, because those doctors are trying to force them to use a binary construct that just doesn't work. And the existence of intersex people at all simply destroys the concept of a sex-based gender, because a binary is just that.
This is an argument that Bosch would be smart enough to make if he'd at least just read that paper. I know it took me an hour to do the stream. I was reading about a 20-page paper. It's not long. If somebody trying to give you an 18-page paper where you can skip the footnotes, this argument is already completely addressed in that paper, right? Just because we don't have a clean... And I can already play the next 10 minutes of argumentation about this length. Not good, Bosch.
A binary. You can't have a system that you claim is...
It's like a cheat sheet to every argument the student's going to make. Yeah, because remember, in this guy's... Remember, this guy's already argued around... Bosch is making the argument from biological intersex people and vagueness. And the guy's already, like, pretty cleanly summarized this in a syllogism, pretty cleanly responded to the syllogism. And Bosch is just going to retread all of his arguments without even realizing he's walking into crap. Really, it was not making it.
And it's like, well, 99% of people think it. Well, 99% of people leaves out millions. And what are those millions then? Aberrant counterexamples? No, the system never functioned, and it never made that much sense, and it never survived scrutiny, by the way. It's not as though medieval French peasants were under...
Why do you think Vosh continually refuses to do the bare amount of work to prepare for debates or talks or even fucking cover to the news? Because there's no viewership. Who the fuck cares? Nobody wants to watch you. Like I lost, like, I think 700 viewers reading the paper. Nobody wants to watch you read papers. And I probably only kept those viewers because I had Vosh's name, like, baited in my title, right? People, yeah, there's not a big payoff in media for, like, doing homework. Generally, it's, like, just, like, blood sports and shit.
Significant sociological analysis of the concept of the social construction of sex. They didn't have sociology back then. It's a fairly modern construction. When it comes to what we talk about, like with the prescription of gender, and all statements of definition are prescriptive, by the way, because we do create these definitions. We didn't unearth them in stone tablets.
That's really weird. That's a really fucking weird, strange, and queer argument. All definitions are prescriptive because definitions aren't discovered in nature. Like that, like using that line of argumentation, I almost argue that like every single thing ever is prescriptive because nothing is technically found in nature. Like trees are prescriptive because by defining a tree and telling a tree or telling you what a tree ought to be, like that's a very, 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 very weird, very strange. Yikes. Okay. I wonder if this guy, because this guy's a philosophy PhD, I wonder if he starts to hear this and fucking kill him because it's not even like undergrads. Well, maybe. I'm trying to think. It's about undergrads, but they sound like undergrads. Because the grads can at least in some things. But like, damn, it's like I think I tweeted this last night. Like my favorite thing is like debate streamer reinvents philosophy and science, like on the fly.
it's written by God. Having no effort is what we're really doing is trying to find what serves us best. Now, there is meaningful utility in understanding the difference between a biological male and a biological female. There are categorical differences that are worth respecting in a biological sense. But that doesn't encompass the wide variety of social differences
Special
between most men and
coming.
most women that are largely socially ascribed. So when you have this dissonance here, where so much of what it means to be a man isn't actually what it means to be biologically male, in both the modern world and throughout history in many cultures, there are differences between those two
AOE
things. We have an issue.
incoming.
What is a consistent, rigorous, 100% of the time effective, applicable mode of gender? What works? The answer is nothing. It simply doesn't.
Do you think he'd be able to get any gratification in the subject, or you're supposed to find out the philosophical utility? I'm just curious about his thoughts on. I'm just curious if he has a way to reconcile that some people seem to have a different understanding of their sex in their mind than what their body presents. And then if he doesn't have a gender-sex distinction, I wonder how he would draw that distinction. I'm just curious what he'd say. I don't really want to debate him. I don't even know how much we disagree on things. I'm just curious how he would respond to that. It feels like the term social construct has ruined every discussion in the past few years. Yeah, I take the blame for that. And I've said as much on stream. I've tried to undo this over the past few years. I would use terms like socially constructed a lot to show you that we are able to reconstruct terms if we need to do that. But one thing that I did a really good job saying is just because something is a social construct doesn't, one, it doesn't mean there are no underlying facts of the matter, and two, it doesn't mean that it's arbitrary or worthless.
Special
Washington
coming.
says this a lot. Social constructs are arbitrary. That's not true. It's the opposite. Arbitrary implies a randomness. Social construction implies a purposefulness. A social construct is not arbitrary. It's purposefully done. You've purposefully drawn a box around something because there's some meaning there. But he uses these words like social construct and arbitrary to like, it basically gives him this like ethereal position where he can attack and defend any concept at any point in time, every time he wants to. He has this ability to maneuver around topics, like throwing out these loose philosophy terms, where on one end he'll be arguing that like trans women are women because women's a gender and that performance can be anything. And then the next sentence he'll be like, also I'm a gender abolitionist. I don't actually believe gender is even a real thing. And then the next sentence he'll be arguing about like something like he just has the ability to slide through all these positions because he is like ultimate skeptic on epistemology. He said as much, right? The winners decided if the Holocaust even happened or not. He's the ultimate skeptic in regards to metaphysics. Like, anything can be anything at any point because it's all socially constructed. He's the ultimate skeptic in ethics. Well, what is good is what is good, and what's bad is what is bad. And that goodness is with respect to my axioms as being good, and that badness is because it disagrees my axioms with them, it would be good.
Special coming.
Like, he's constructed, like, all of these black hole positions through, from epistemology to ethics to, or from epistemology to ethics to metaphysics. He has all of these black hole positions where he can simultaneously attack and defend every single thing at any point in time because he, like, bit through philosophy from my stream, and he employs them in the worst ways possible. It's like, but it's really funny to watch it happen. Yeah. We could make like an AI bot to throw out like wash philosophy sentences, and it would probably predict a lot of what he would say.
Stupid concept, and we really shouldn't be respecting it much as a social construct at all. As long as people do respect it, we should go by the definitions that hurt people beliefs. That is, after all, why we build our definitions, to serve human utility. And to that effect, you call it the self-ID view. The prescriptive view I don't think is inconsistent, but I stand by this. What we mean when we say woman, a woman, is a person who chooses to adhere to a broad, constructed collection of values, aesthetics, forms, rules.
And the funny thing is, Vosh will start talking, and I don't think he realizes, he doesn't even agree with what he's saying. So like, what he's saying right here, well, a woman is somebody that adheres to a broad set of, really? So if somebody were a super tomboyish presenting person, but then they ID'd as a woman, would you say that's not a woman? What do you mean by that, Vosh? Because now you're arguing against self-ID. When you're saying that a woman is, and now you're going to go on to define a set of characteristics of what a woman is, now you no longer believe in self-ID. Because self-ID is inherently contradictory to any rigid definition you give, because self-ID is amorphous, it can be anything, right? So he doesn't even believe a lot of the times. Or this is kind of debating Vosh and philosophy hard, because my go-to for debates is usually to point out inconsistencies, but every time Vosh utters a new statement, it must be like, I don't know, like if you're like coding and you're like in a compiler, like every time you add a new line of code, you're somehow creating like one new line of code gives you like 400 more errors every single time you add a line. And that's like what Vosh is, right? Like doesn't compile, goes to fix one thing, 400 more bugs, goes to fix one thing, 400 more bugs, and every time he speaks. It is like riddled with inconsistencies with everything he said before. But he might say that inconsistency is actually a socially constructed thing. It's not like inconsistencies are found in nature. Like there is no, like the desire for consistency in and of itself is a prescriptive thing that is arbitrary in nature and has no like actual foundation in the real. I don't know, maybe he would say that, who the fuck knows? The principle of explosion actually isn't a bad thing. Explosions being bad is just a socially constructed thing. But what about the explosions that happen in the center of the sun that keeps our planet Earth? So if you just say the principle of explosion is bad, but I think explosions are good because the fusion that happens in the sun actually allows us to survive. So I don't know, you might actually say something like that. I have no idea, Jesus. Okay, let's sit down. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Perspectives that we consider to be a part of what it means to be a woman. There is no consistency here, and you'll never find it. No more than you can find
high-level
consistency in
ideas
the
here.
definition of what it means to be cool. Find me a fine line on that. Point in the room where the cool, the cool protons are, or the cool radiation. It's
hawk was your neighbor's
present,
bird,
or
the neighbor's bird was the one who got attacked?
Cool. And we argue, but the arguments are for a purpose. Because finding out who's cool, what's really cool, is socially useful, as is whatever definition we arrive at.
The sad thing is, I bet his fucking chat is sewing the fuck out, thinking that he's like dominating the guy right now. I bet his chat is all like, I'm too lazy to read it, but.
Cool, what's really cool, is socially useful, as is whatever definition we arrive at, which hurts
these guys hate philosophy. No, they like philosophy. They hate perspective philosophy. They hate.
Smallest number of people concerning gender. And that is why I believe trans women are women, because all definitional statements are necessarily prescriptive, and as long as we are dealing with a system that is fundamentally, constructedly absurd, we should at least refer to it in ways that harm people to the least possible extent.
I'm so curious, like, where this guy's brain is right now, like, how the fuck he even wants to begin to climb through the tangled mess of that statement. Oh my goodness. Let's see what he does.
Okay, so you started that by saying you were going to respond to my premises, but
Oh, he doesn't
I'm struggling to see how any of this responded to any premise of any argument I gave. So let's go through some of the things you said. You said all of
You
these
just
views are
released.
incoherent.
What?
You said there's no coherent concept of gender. Is that right? Did I get you right there?
You will not find me a definition of gender that is
I like how it's so weird seeing Vosh do this because he's normally. I thought maybe he's a smart guy. Anytime, here's another indicator that somebody is like knows their fucking debate. You'll see this happen with me a lot. I'll try to restate somebody's argument. Like, so would you agree with this or that? And they'll never ever agree with the restatement. They always have to add more words because because in their mind, this is what they're thinking. Fuck. If he's accurately restating my argument and he's not worried, he's probably about to fucking knock it down. I can't let him restate my argument because he's got a knockdown for it. So every time, like, so when you said 1 + 1 = 2. Or 1 + 2 = 3. So if I reverse, it's like 2 + 1, you would also say equals 3, right? And they're like, well, when I said 1 + 2 = 3, like if you had like, well, for 2 + 1, if it was 2 piles of hay and 1 pile of hay together, that would equal 1. I'm just trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about. Wait, well, hold on, wait a second. Are you changing it? Like, they'll never ever let you restate whatever the fuck they've said because they're worried that if you restate it accurately, you have an accurate knockdown from that. It's so frustrating when I'm in a debate and people do this to me. God, it triggers the fuck out of me.
Is that right? Did I get you right there?
you will not find me a definition of gender that is 100% consistent with arguments and clauses. There are no such things.
So there's no consistent definition of gender. So no matter who I asked, if I asked anybody, what is a woman, no matter what they say, you think there's going to be some sort of impossibility or contradiction or inconsistency.
You will always be able to find a hole or an exception, whether they take a biological or self-ID, a social role or not.
Like you can just say yes, Bosch. Like notice, like he's essentially kind of restating part of it. Just say yes. It's okay. Yeah, he summarized your view accurately. That's okay.
Will always be. Well, gender abolition is a prescription, not a description.
I think this is a nervous habit too, where people are like, they kind of want to keep rattling through because they feel a little bit nervous that they have to keep going.
Gender state. But no matter what a person's definition of a woman is, there is always going to be something you can pin them on.
Okay, so then it sounds like your view entails there are no women, because there's no true definition of woman.
No, not at all. There are plenty of social constructions that I think have meaning and serve utility, even if there are no consistencies to it. I think cool people exist, but I don't think I could ever find a single definition of cool that perfectly delineates in all categories and situations.
Okay, so you said the concepts are incoherent and inconsistent, but I think what you just mean is perhaps vague, so allow for borderline cases, or difficult to articulate. I think maybe that's what you mean when you say all definitions are incoherent and inconsistent. All definitions.
And so again, remember, Bosch would have read the paper. This guy's already argued relating to borderline cases, so Bosch should recognize if he's about to step into this guy's already formalized argument here. But I don't think he has any idea. We'll see.
I think what you mean is allow for borderline cases. They'll be vague in various ways. And what was the second thing I said? Vague in various ways. And hard to articulate, difficult to articulate. It'll be hard to come up with or express or verbalize a definition that includes everyone who should be included and excludes everyone who should be excluded. So that's the view. I guess I would agree with that. Yeah, definitions are hard to come up with.
Bro, you guys are going.
And most of them, especially in biology.
Where are you guys going? Why are we griefing right now?
There may be true definitions, even if they're difficult to express or articulate. You gave the example, one of your arguments against the biological definition of woman was that you didn't know about
We actually might not make this.
First of all, I don't think biological sex is defined in terms of chromosome. But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O. That was true even before we knew about chemistry. Oh no. That was the definition of water before anybody knew anything about chemistry, before we knew about H2O. Back in Aristotle, water was just an element. Nevertheless, it was H2O. I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. No,
Holy fuck!
It's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's
Oh no! This guy has to be like,
actually
what the fuck did I do?
insane.
Oh shit, dude. It's too much.
We're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
He's referring to the thing itself. He's not. Oh fuck! I wish I knew. I feel like I have so many problems with philosophy. And everybody says, "Oh, Wittgenstein talks about this." Maybe one day I'll read his book. I never will, or any of his books. Fuck that loser. Okay. But there's a difference between a thing and like a reference to a thing. Ram might know this. But like, there's a difference between the thing that is water and then like the word, the reference to water.
I don't understand, bro.
And
I just don't understand fucking retardation. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. It's outside the realm of my fucking brain.
Not the label of the thing, not the reference.
I don't understand it. I don't understand how fucking actual dumb fucks do this. Like, how do you mess this up? We got here with 7 minutes left, and you fucked it twice.
It's a pixel on your computer screen. How stupid are you? And you'd be like, well, yeah, obviously. Or if I show you like a map, someone in chat said a map. If I show you a map, and I go, what is this? And you're like, oh, that's America. No, it's a fucking map, you dipshit. What do you mean it's America? If I show you a map, well, you're like, well, yeah, but it's referring to the thing of America, obviously, right? It's like, no, it's a map. Like, this is like a mentally, I don't even know what you would say for like a person that can't understand the difference between these things. And I'm sure Vosh would understand the difference. He just hasn't. Yeah,
I just don't understand, bro.
The stuff that fills many things fill lakes and rivers. Okay.
And now he's trying to fight because Vosh is like, if I can just get this motherfucker to not define. Vosh is the fucking flip side of the conservative that I argued, that tried to argue that clouds were alive because he thought if he could define clouds as being alive, he could protect a pro-life stance. He's like, yeah, I think clouds are living. And now Vosh is like, well, if I just don't let this slimy motherfucker, if he can't define what water is, no way will he be able to define what woman is. That's I guarantee that's his thought process in his head right now.
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The stuff that fills many things fill lakes and rivers.
Okay. Do you honestly?
He doesn't even know how to respond. He actually gets so fucking owned. This is actually the first monster W for Vosh here. This guy just got his mouth shit in. He's like, fuck me, you're right, dude. Many things do fill lakes and rivers. I don't know how to respond to that. I want Vosh to sit on a board where they do like thesis defenses or whatever. It would just be so fucking funny.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
And battles. It's actually hardcore battles.
Do you honestly not know what I mean when I talk about water?
I think you made a mistake before you began that argument, which is that you said just because people didn't know something doesn't mean that it can be true. But that can't be the case when we're talking about definitions. Things that are true have constructed premises that lead necessarily to an outcome, resolution.
What did he just say? Things that are true have constructed premises that lead to an outcome. I don't know what he's saying. I can't agree. Things that are deductively true would stem naturally from premises. That's what he means. Or things that are true, like facts of the matter, things that are found in nature. I don't know what he actually means here.
But a definition is...
this guy's looking off to the side. He's trying to figure out what the fuck did this guy just say. I wonder if he's worried and he's like, am I getting intellectually outpaced right now? Is this guy like on 7 levels of philosophy deeper than me?
Applied presuppositionally. You can say constructed premises that lead necessarily talking about definitions. Things that are true have constructed premises that lead necessarily to an outcome, resolution. But a definition is something applied presuppositionally. You can say, for example, that the light, the spectrum of light that we see, the visible spectrum...
A definition is applied presuppositionally. I don't know if there's a difference between a presupposition and an axiom. Like, I think presupposition is a statement given as is with no justification. I don't know if a definition can be given as is with no justification. Like, a definition seems, by definition, to have a reference to something that justifies it. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Bosch is working on levels of philosophy that are out of reach to me right now. Okay? I can't get this. I can't access these thoughts right here.
Light is something that exists outside of our perception. No, it's certainly true. But how we perceive it is not existential.
Wild, bro.
It's
actually just wild.
It's not. It's something that you can find proven anywhere in the real world. We have to arrive at arbitrary distinction.
It's even that's kind of weird because if he wants to go with colors, if I was the philosophy guy, I would jump. If you want to go with colors, that's fine. We can have a somewhat socially constructed reference, but we're grouped around things that are probably factually true. And in this case, we're talking about the wavelength of electromagnetic radiation. We could very specifically say that, like, well, you agree that this wavelength is different than this one. Unless Bosch is going to say, like, magnets, or not magnets, like math, and everything is socially constructed. Words or Zoom calls are socially constructed. I don't know where the fuck we're at right now, but okay.
So that's.
Can I just ask you about water again? Do you not think water is H2O?
I think we've come up with.
See, I don't know why you guys do this.
I agree. We came up with a term to talk about water. That term is water. And we came up with terms to talk about hydrogen and oxygen. But here's a sentence. Water is H2O. You know what those terms mean. Now think about what idea is expressed by the words.
Yeah, I just don't understand
why. We can express it in many different languages. Now think about the thought that's expressed by that sentence. That's true, isn't it? The thought that is expressed by the sentence. Water is H2O.
What do you think?
And it was long before we got here, long before humans got here. Water is.
I don't know if this is kind of a prediction I'm making. I don't know if Bosch will ever be because I feel like I've already identified that he's kind of I don't want to say bad, but he's going to be squirming for the rest of this. I don't know if Bosch is going to answer a single question for the rest of this conversation. I think he's going to like pivot and do this like dumb like, well, I don't know if anything is real for probably the rest of the talk. But we'll see, maybe not.
Actually wild, bro.
Well, ice, of course, is.
I don't understand
H2O,
it.
But water is.
It actually just makes no fucking sense.
Ice is also water. It's not liquid water.
Yeah, but colloquially, people refer to ice as ice and water as water.
Yes.
And
I'll be right back. Oh yeah.
Whether or not they're going to use either of those definitions is going to come down to context. And what about heavy water, 2H2O, or deuterium oxide, which is referred to as water and is in fact a type of water, an isotope?
2H2O, I believe that notation just means you have two elements of
Hydrogen.
H2O. Am I forgetting chemistry?
No.
Or does he mean to say H2O2?
Oh,
Because
I see.
H2O2 would not be an isotope. An isotope, if I can remember, an isotope uses the same formula.
Damn, I'm dumb.
Is it a positive or negative based on, fuck, I don't remember. It's fuck chemistry. He means deuterium. Is deuterium an extra proton? Is that what deuterium means? I hate chemistry, dude. Fuck that. He means D2O? Or an extra neutron, okay.
But it's not.
Oh, no.
In fact, H2O. There's an extra hydrogen atom holding on there, making the substance dense.
Oh, no. Okay, this is why I'm going to give a tip to all of the budding philosophers in chat, okay? There's a reason... okay, and then I'm going to trigger the fuck out of all the science people. There's a reason why people always talk about quantum physics and stuff, because nobody actually knows anything about quantum entanglement. That means information can travel faster than light. Like, uncertainty principle, that means many worlds is true. There's a reason why people use quantum physics, because nobody knows about quantum physics, okay? In... chemistry is a little bit more defined, okay? If you have a certain molecule, you can't change. If you change the number of atoms in a molecule, it's going to be something different. Water is always going to be H2O. If you have like H2O2 or H4O, I don't even know if you do biochemistry. You can't just add atoms to it and have the same molecule. You're creating a totally different thing. You can't don't go to chemistry. If you want to bullshit about knowing anything about science, okay, just go to quantum physics, because everybody just says random shit about quantum physics all the fucking time. Don't do chemistry, because too many people will remember from their high school chemistry class that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And before somebody emails me, and I'm actually totally wrong, but
Sir.
So if this is taking...
Heavy water, let's see if I can remember this. Isn't heavy water water that has a higher concentration of deuterium isotopes or something in it as opposed to like normal water? It's just like the composition of... is a form of water that contains only deuterium. Oh, maybe it's only deuterium, and it's not necessarily the composition of normal water to not normal water. Rather than common hydrogen 1 isotope. Presence of heavy hydrogen isotopes gives water different nuclear properties, increase the mass, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Back to chemistry class, but did you say deuterium? Is that right? Is that heavy water?
Yes.
If that's just an isotope, is it an isotope of oxygen that makes that? If that's an isotope, it's still oxygen and it's still H2O, and that is still H2O. That's still water. That's
a different chemical compound than water. Certainly, if people wanted to refer to it as a different type of thing, not water, but let's say they chose the term waterium. I don't know. Scientists come up with wacky names. If they want to,
I think he misspoke because he said extra atom. Well, no, because now he's using words like compound, which like we're talking like compounds or mixtures. I don't think that's anything to do with molecules. Compounds, I think, are two different molecules mixed together that like dissolve into each other. Is that even a compound in a mixture, or is that a solution in a mixture? I don't know. I just like if you want to have an argument about chemistry, I feel like you should probably know a lot of chemistry before you come in and like start to. Well, I'm going to debate you on like the differences in like these like highly, they're not even advanced, but like these pretty nuanced like chemical ideas. It seems kind of weird to just bring this up to nowhere, because now the conversation is going to get ultra bogged down and like random shit. He corrects himself. It's not a matter that he corrects himself. He's my guess now. Maybe this sounds bad. It sounds like he's just reading chat and copy pasting arguments from chat, and he doesn't actually have a good understanding of.
Like that to describe it, they would have a significant taxonomical distinction to refer to, a different molecular composition, but we refer to it as water. You might say it's trans water. A bit of a difference, but fundamentally very similar.
Okay.
Even if the philosophy dude, now he might just be tired because of how absurd all of these logic trees are, but couldn't the guy actually say, so wait, so you're telling me that like heavy water and normal water are actually factually different things? Because going by this weird fucking road that we just followed with Wash is actually making that trans women aren't women, that heavy water isn't water, that these are like factually, there is a fact of the matter to be understood here that's not arbitrary, but that is like fact-based in the world that is different from like one or the other, right? Like, but.
So you're resisting me on the claim that water is H2O. Let me try a different one.
I'm resisting you on definitional prescriptivism. I think that we have...
Wait, how can you resist on definitional prescriptivism? I thought you said all definitions were prescriptive. Wait, what does that even mean, to resist on definitional prescriptivism? I wonder, and again, I fully admit, I might be the one that's like behind here and I just don't understand, but I'm curious, like, what is a philosophy dude thinking that Vosh is intending with anything he ever fucking says ever? Like...
I'm not prescribing any definitions. I'm just saying water is H2O, true or false. And it sounds like you're reluctant to say true.
No, I know. I agree. I agree that water, and we refer to H2O as water colloquially. Yeah, of course. I'm clear with that.
So water is H2O. And it was H2O long before humans came along.
Well, water wasn't a concept back then.
I know, but nevertheless, water was there. Actually, water's never been a concept. Water's always been a molecule.
Well,
we have a concept of water, but the concept is not itself.
Now, if you wanted to technically go, I think, like very anal like theory of science, or philosophy of science, to say that water was always a molecule, that statement is actually probably not defensible, because a molecule is like a contemporary arrangement of how we understand. But I guess it's a weird shit. But he would probably agree, I would imagine. He's probably just trying to get Vosh to like get to some point where they can have an actual conversation, because right now they can't.
Water.
But our understanding of it and the differentiations that we make when we distinguish it from things like heavy water, these are socially constructed. After all, you just...
Yeah, someone on YouTube chat said it. Technically, a molecule would be a model, right? We can argue about the existence of a model is a little bit different than the existence of a thing. But like, we can understand what he's getting at. There probably is something, some arrangement of matter that we call water that's been here regardless of human concept or not, right? I think most people agree with that.
Said it's still fundamentally water, but we're talking about a different molecular shape. Now, that's because you've arbitrarily branched these two within a category that because there's a relationship between them. But that's a social phenomenon. The universe doesn't give a shit whether you refer to heavy water as water or some other, molecule.
Well, that's this guy's argument.
It's utterly indifferent to your perception of reality. But we still choose to prescribe. And that, I think, a lot of people, when it comes down to definitional games, they start doing this, well, these things are these things. And we have a lot of power over that. Some animals are different species, but we distinguish what makes something a different species. The taxonomy for what refers to species differentiation, we made that up. We didn't. We invented it. We didn't discover it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the philosopher guy can't understand what's happening here. They're lost on the reference versus the thing. Because the philosopher guy should agree. Yes, I agree that we've created the reference, so like water or H2O or molecule, these things, but the thing was always there. That's the thing that Vosh is failing to understand right now. And the philosopher guy doesn't seem to understand. To be fair, this conversation is really confusing. I can pause and review from the outside, so it's easier for me to see what's going on. It's always going to be the case. But that's where the trouble is right now. He gets into that? Okay, maybe he'll figure it out.
I agree with you that species are, the distinction between species is less clear than distinctions we would find in physics and chemistry. So that's why, no surprise, I'm focusing on physics and chemistry. How do we feel about the claim that gold is atomic number 79? Would you agree with that, or are you skeptical of that too?
I think that's how we refer to it as, sure. I'll take your word for it. I don't have the periodic table memorized.
Yeah. Well, I'm benefiting from the fact that this is a bit of a commonly used philosophical example, so that's really why I know that. But yeah, gold, that term in English refers to a certain element that has 79 protons. It's atomic number 79. So gold has been around for a long time.
Keep in mind that, like, if Vosh had read that fucking dude's paper before doing this argument, we know exactly what this guy is about to talk about, right? Because in his paper, he mentions this idea of how there can be a category of something that's like golden, but that doesn't necessarily make it gold. He's arguing the vague concept thing that he's already talked about in his paper here. But Vosh is unfamiliar with it, but here we go.
Time. Long before the word gold came on the scene. Gold predates the word gold. So yeah, this is just supposed to be an example of a definition that's true, and we went down a rabbit hole a little bit.
What do you mean by true? If we had taken another definition, if we had created another definition to say gold, and the term gold referred to a collection of elements, so let's say gold and lead, and the term gold was something people used to refer to both, that definition would be as true as the one we use today for gold. They would have simply made the choice to include two different elements in their definition, just as you've included standard water and the isotope of heavy water in the definition of water. It's just a definitional game. As long as they distinguish between the two subcategories of gold and iron with their respective atomic weights, the singular term, like how we have terms for metals, we have terms for the gases, the inert gases. Help me out, you know more than me. The
noble gases.
Noble gases.
Noble gases. Yes, we invented those distinctions. We
invented the terms.
We invented the terms, yeah, because like noble gases like have certain properties that exist in the world. There's a reason why we recognize them as being what they are, and it's not just because we like randomly wanted to have them be those things. You can argue that we draw borders randomly, but like they're drawn around facts of the matter. Like there's like a factual thing that we're drawing borders around.
The terms, because the distinctions are only meaningful when we notice them. The universe doesn't care whether or not we think there's something meaningful or significant about noble gases versus the other stuff. We just saw the differences, and we're like,
there is a difference, though, right?
So we saw the differences. The differences were there.
Yes.
The differences are real. And then we came along and decided, you know what, we're going to name these differences. We're going to assign some names to these different elements.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm trying to remember why we started down this rabbit hole. I didn't get very far through the things you said. Just the first thing I brought up was you had said all these views are incoherent, but then we kind of clarified that what you meant was any of the popular views of women that have been proposed are vague and difficult to articulate. And then I guess I was just trying to point out that a definition might exist and be true even if it hasn't been articulated. Like rewind, before humans came on the scene, I would have thought water was H2O even before anyone was around to...
Okay, hold on, fuck you. The periodic table is so universal that it is the thing most often cited that aliens would understand. I made that argument for a long time, but all of you motherfuckers disagree. Rem might even come on to debate with me about it. Fuck all of you. I always said that two things that aliens would be able to probably communicate with humans would be math, like basic mathematical truths, and the periodic table of elements. And everybody wanted to fight with me on that, so fuck you motherfuckers, okay? Who are you talking to? I'm talking to Afidina or whatever the fucking DGG chat.
Name water, or to realize its chemical essence. So I was just disagreeing with that point about how definitions work. I don't think definitions, properly understood, are linguistic entities. I think there are facts out there in the world.
There are facts, but wait, I have to challenge that. There are facts in the world, but definitions are categorically linguistic. We create them because we identify differences in things that we see in the world. The facts of the world, there are many, the spectrum of light that we consider to be blue contains within it an infinite range of potential blue values. But we don't have an infinite number of names to describe them. There may be a set number of facts in the world, but the categories we use to separate those facts are entirely up to us and our perceptions. So another example of this would be like in terms of gender prescription. There are cultures historically that have had third genders for a long time. Often the third gender is a biologically male a gender class that adopts roles that are much more similar to the biologically female.
Or actually,
there
that is
are non-human animals that do this as well. You know, it's not unique to us. And in that case, there's a separate category. And maybe they felt, clearly they felt, that the categorical difference between these more feminized biological males and the regular biological males was something worth distinguishing in a gender-oriented taxonomics. But that's not any more right or wrong than legal. They just see different meaningful differences and apply different terms. So you can't make these objective arguments about terms. Terms may refer to the facts of the world, but we draw the borders. The land on Earth might be, objective, but the borders of the nations that we build over them, those we rule on paper. We just have to be, considerate of human need when we're describing what here we actually want to do.
Yeah. Okay, gosh, there's a lot I disagree with in there, but I'm trying to be selective or efficient with our time here. Maybe let me just ask you this. It sounded like in your response to me, you raised some objections to the biological view that I expressed that women are adult human females, and you brought up, you said, we haven't always known about chromosomes. Again, I don't think that chromosomes figure into the definition of biological sex. You also mentioned intersex people. So it sounded like you were trying to argue against the reality of males and females, but then at other times you say, you know, there are other cultures that have a third gender that are biologically male, and I think you might agree that there are animals that are biologically male and biologically female. So I guess just let me get clear on your view. Do you think that there are males and females, of course, out there in the world?
I believe it's bimodal. There are males and females, and most people will fall pretty solidly on either end of the spectrum. But I do feel there are a significant number of people who are closer to middle.
Okay, to be clear, sex is not bimodal. There are traits that can be bimodal. And that, like, for instance, not all men are 5'10" and not all women are 5'4". But, like, the differentiation in like traits will be bimodal. You tend to have like this fur and this fur is like overlap. But sex is generally seen as two distinct things, possessing two different, or like one of each.
Sex expression.
Oh, well, if you also think that there are adults in humans, then what exactly is wrong with the definition that women are adult human females? You believe in adults, you believe in humans, you believe in females. Is it just you think there are counterexamples to this definition? Is that the problem?
My belief in the value of a definition, it should be said first, is not determined by its consistency. There are consistent definitions that are still morally wrong. For example, the Nazis grouped humans into taxonomical categories, which at times were consistent, usually because they were very blunt and lacking in nuance. They were just monstrous and unnecessary.
So now Vosh has stepped into a second argument that he's making that has to do with whether or not there's like an immorality of a definition that this guy also has, I think, a decent enough knockdown for. But, you know, what are you going to do?
They were suitable to the Nazis in a political sense because they allowed for the dehumanization of large groups of people. But I don't think we review them in retrospect based on their consistency. Like, oh, well, they say any of the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel are subhuman. Ah, well, that's easy to find out. If it's 23andMe, of course not. So I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm only saying that my concern here, first and foremost, is not one. Even the biological is perfectly consistent. I will oppose it. But it's not. Because chromosomal abnormalities are all it takes to throw this up for a loop.
Now we're going back to the argument of vagueness.
When you transition, you do change your sex to an extent. Not entirely, but certainly there are categories of sex that are altered when you have chromosomes of a certain designation that determines the hormone washes you receive, both during puberty and in the womb. And that determines the shape your body takes, the genitalia you form, the ways in which your body develops. But if you have a trans woman who took puberty blockers before she hit puberty, then transitioned medically, you, a person who is, let's say, a doctor would not call them a biological man. In terms of the risk of breast cancer, prostate cancer, a wide variety of bone and heart-related conditions, this is not a person who would be going to the doctor and saying, yep, I'm a male, and the doctor would go, yep, your problems are male problems. It just wouldn't. So if that's the case, where does that line fall? What about people who have the XXY chromosomal abnormality, or people whose Y chromosome doesn't
It can kind of change aspects of your sex depending on.
These categories are not called for, and that's why traditionally doctors have just cut off the aberrant genitalia of intersex people, or try to force people into roles that make them fit binary. It just doesn't always work.
Okay, yes, I have watched some of your videos and I've heard your views on biological sex, and I think it's a commonly held view.
I love sex.
What biological sex consists in. I think it's based on a misunderstanding. I don't think that biological sex is defined in terms of chromosomes or genitals or hormone levels, and you can see that by just considering the full range of the plant and animal kingdom and how the sexes are realized across the plant and animal kingdom, and you'll see that there's no facts about genitals figuring in the definition, nothing about hormones, nothing about chromosomes. So we can talk about that a little more if you'd like and try to get clear on what biological sex really is, but I just wanted to quickly point out that in my opening statement where I argued was on all these proposals, it turns out that not all trans women are women. On every proposal, it is false that all trans women are women. So I'm not really in a position that I need to defend the biological view. If you want to beat up on it and criticize it and reject it, okay. All I said was, if this is what women means, then not all
is this guy Canadian?
I guess we agree on that. But I thought it would have been more pressing, given your views, to try to defend the charges that all those other proposals also entail, that not all trans women are women. And as far as I can tell, you haven't tried to do that yet.
Well, the prescriptive view.
Would you like to talk about biological sex, or should we move on to something a little more relevant?
Well, the biological sex thing, if it's something you feel the need to defend, we can. I assume this is you're the belief, of course, that a woman is defined by biology.
If you were asking me, what does the word ordinary mean?
Hold on, sorry, game time. Oh, I thought it was a glitch. Sorry.
Then I think those trans-inclusive philosophers that I quoted are correct. That is what the word ordinary means. I think
What do you think? What does it mean to be a woman?
What does it mean to be a woman? Well, if you were asking, what does it mean to be a computer or a television, or I'm just pointing at things in the room, I would take that question to be asking, what do those words ordinarily mean? I don't have my own private language. I communicate using a public language that we all share. And so if you ask me what a word means, and I didn't know, I might check the dictionary to see what this word ordinarily means.
Is entirely informed by tradition. You're aware, of course, of the fact that the majority of Americans today believe in accepting the identity of trans people by a slim margin. In 20 years, my view will be more popular than yours. Will you switch over then? Are you going to defer entirely to what you see in the dictionary?
Then it would no longer be true that that's what the word ordinarily means.
So okay, well then, sure, then that's fine by me. If we're here to make prescriptions, then sure. My problem.
I haven't made any prescriptions.
You defer to the prescriptions of others. All definitions are fought for. From the definition of soil in the books of geologists to the definition of skyscraper in the book of civil engineers, everything is fought for. And I will fight for the definition, the prescriptive view,
so noble,
that trans women are women, because there is harm and inconsistency present in other definitions.
Okay, can you tell me what the definition is that you defend?
Sure. I think that woman, like the concept.
I think Vosh should have helped him here to give a definition. you're attacking washes. So in his paper, and actually this one too, just very positive. He has a traditionalist view, he calls it traditionalist view of gender. I don't know why he didn't put that definition forward. Unless maybe he just wanted to argue against this idea of personal definition, because he's referring to that private language that nobody can utter something that means something only to them. There's no such thing as a private language, there's meaningless utterances.
Woman is an arbitrary and vague collection of aesthetics, values, roles.
He has to stop saying arbitrary. Arbitrary implies a randomness or a lack of purposefulness in selecting things. When we create a category, it is by definition not arbitrary. Well, unless it is by definition arbitrary, like using a random number generator or something, right? Like
a bunch of social constructions that are typically tied to sex that just sort of float in the public conscious. They vary depending on where you are. What a woman is expected to be in the Bible Belt South is very different from what they're expected to be in like Seattle or whatever.
Hold on a second. So when you said in the Bible Belt South, there's something that a woman is expected to be. Can you tell me who it is that's expected to be this way? What does woman mean in that sentence?
Well, whoever they would consider to be a woman. Because a woman would be biologically female people.
Whoever they would consider to be a woman. And what did woman mean there? When you said, like, well, let's check who they would consider to be a woman.
I already said biologically female. You don't need to bump it out.
Biologically female? Definitely female.
Whoa.
Fuck!
We are
Okay, so you're saying what woman means is it's this collection of aesthetics, rules, and perspectives that are associated with women. And by women, you mean adult women.
Yes. So this is another, the performativity, when we talk about Butler's definition of gender, I think, in this paper. It's actually so sad that Vosh has managed to, so I thought that the academic definitions given of the sex-gender distinction that, is his name Thompson, that he addresses in this paper are actually really shit. Now, I don't know if most professional philosophers just suck, or if when it comes to gender, people turn their brains off, but they seem like pretty easy to know. Like, I feel like I could write in response to how dog shit a lot of these things are. And his argumentation, his counter-argumentation, seems like pretty easy to follow, which I think is probably bad, because if I can follow it, then it seems like your definition is really shit. But it's interesting that Vosh has managed to hop around to like almost every single shit academic definition of the sex-gender divide that this guy is like given in his paper. It truly is like a cheat sheet for how this debate was going to go. If Vosh would have just read this one paper, he could have done this in 30 minutes off stream.
The role of woman in a social construct is one which is tied to sex. But that doesn't mean that it's prescriptively tied to sex. Or to give another example, you're going to see types of music preferences which are heavily associated with people's racial groups or nationalities. But that doesn't mean that there's an inherent prescriptive association there, only that circumstantially these arbitrary associations can be.
No one, I don't even know what he's saying. He's really fuck. Eventually, it was funny for a little bit, but I think I'm gonna start getting triggered. He manages to word vomit out like so much of nothing. Like no one is arguing that like different people can't have different preferences. Now he's digging into this biological essentialist argument almost that that Thompson argues against, the idea like, well, just because you are a woman doesn't necessarily mean that you have to believe in a certain set of things or be a certain set of actions or aesthetics. But just because there are those certain set of actions or aesthetics doesn't mean that there aren't women as well. Or even if we wanted to eliminate those like compulsory things related to gender, doesn't mean we're creating a sex-gender distinction either. Like none of these things logically follow. He's just saying so much random shit.
Or to put it another way, the type of music that you're going to hear in Thailand hit like #1 charts is pretty different to what you're going to hear like #1 charting over here in America. But that doesn't mean that people over there are biologically inclined to that music as opposed to ours. It's due to proximate bias. People in that area of the world listen to that music because that's the music they have. That's the music they have. They pass it down to other people who are around who happen to be people in that part of the world. And likewise, you have an example here of woman, a sort of broad definition, that we do prescribe to biological females. But that's precisely my argument. See, I don't know
if the philosopher guy just doesn't want to tackle this because of how dog shit this concept is that Vosh keeps reintroducing. This idea that like you're prescribing a definition. All definitions are prescriptions. Everything is a prescription. Every time I open my mouth is a prescription. Maybe he doesn't want to touch that because it's just fucking weird kind of one to get into. Or I don't know. I'm kind of curious what else.
A libertarian here in classical sense. I don't believe it's right to impart roles and responsibilities into a person based on their birth date. It's very weird. I'm not looking for an end sex.
He's not even saying that. And then again, Vosh is giving one of these. Vosh is giving this argument. If adult female humans are adult female humans, then biological determinism is true. Respect to adult females. Social psychological behavior traits are inevitable, being determined by her body. Like this is just. I'll stop revisiting it. But okay, I'm glad that this came out though. I wanted to read the paper in advance to show you that like even if you're willing to do that, the tiniest amount, a modicum of preparation, just a little bit of preparation, it usually will pay off for conversation. Vosh reading this paper would improve his conversation with a million fold instead of walking into arguments over and over and over and over. He's not even maintaining one consistent train of thought. He's got like 6 different lines going right now that all happen to be different academic arguments. And this guy's already giving knockdown arguments for this paper. So at the very least, if Vosh is familiar with the arguments for the guy's knockdowns, he'll be ready to respond better. But Jesus Christ.
Thoughtful sex is always going to be a category we have to deal with, for the foreseeable future at least. What I'm against is the idea that some arbitrary hormone washes you receive while in the womb should decide a massive category of expectations and behaviors that are assigned to you afterwards. And that's what I'm talking about prescriptively. I don't think we should be saddled with that. True identity should be self-ascribed, which in this case I believe they are.
So this sounds like a view that was expressed in one of the quotations I provided in my slides. It sounds like you're giving voice to a social role view, according to which to be a woman is to, as you said in that quotation, want to internally and externally adhere to a certain set of aesthetics.
Fucking destroyed, Pog, owned.
Rules, perspectives, etc. That's what it is to be a woman. To want to, or to actually occupy a certain social role or a certain social position. Or
it's associated with women. I don't think it makes you a woman, though.
Oh, but I had asked you what your definition of woman is. What makes someone a woman? I thought you had answered that, but now we're going to get a different answer.
These go into what woman is, the concept of woman.
No,
A woman, in my prescriptive view, is simply a person who prefers to be associated with that broad range of archetypes.
Any person who prefers to be associated, right? Yeah, that's the social worldview. So what do you make of my argument that on that definition, not all trans women will be them?
No, they want to be associated with that broad range of archetypes.
But what if they don't want to be associated with broad range? What if you have a tomboy trans woman? What if she's not a trans woman? Why? I wish the philosopher asked that.
I mean that their identity is dependent on fulfilling those roles. There are
Not all trans
cisgender,
women. Not all trans women want to be associated with those aesthetics and views and perspectives. Or whatever.
but they are nevertheless like choosing to refer themselves as women. We'll leave it to
But you asked them,
women.
do you want to adhere to these expectations and rules and so on? I would have thought it's
What's
only
your
possible and probably actual for some trans women to say no thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, some women say no thanks, right? Some cis women. So then one could follow then on this view that you're expressing that not all trans women are women.
No, because they still subscribe to the archetype. The archetype merely contains the collection of social values that we associate with women. There are cis and trans women who, for example, want to be women, but fervently reject elements of what women are expected to do. This doesn't make them any less women. I'm only saying that they've chosen to associate themselves with the archetype. Much as I choose to associate myself with the archetype of being a man, and there are roles associated with being a man that I'm not influenced and adopted within.
Okay, so there's this archetypal woman. And I guess if I'd asked you what this archetypal woman is, you would say, wears a dress, he wears pink.
No, it's just
what would you say?
it's a collection of categories. I don't think there could be one archetype. There are so many.
I was worried there was going to be really viciously stereotypical.
No, there can't be one woman because these concepts are arbitrary and stupid. For example,
Well, when you say everyone's expected to be
What's your step?
what is the
What does that mean?
the
What's the
archetype
argument?
is defined by its name. It's all we know.
No, what do you mean? You can't define. That's not a definition of the word. What is the definition of flabbergasting? I mean, it is to be flabbergasted. It's defined by the name. That's not a definition.
To give you an example, a woman, a stereotypical woman, can be a very maternal, motherly, kind, gentle person, but they can also be.
Is this a
like
podcast?
dirty
No,
soul,
this is one of my
dirty soul,
favorite
dirty
streamers I listen to.
Now, those are two archetypes of women.
It's my favorite streamer
You can't
watching
simultaneously
a
No, you
debate.
can't. Dude, I don't even. Hold on, I'm over. There must be something in common. Or there must be some way then that you're appealing to something. You're telling me that you're doing two entirely contradictory definitions. Contradictory, but they're both you're appealing. Because it's funny because again, Wash is making an argument.
hello,
He's actually
Lana.
making this guy's argument. In
How
this
are
video.
you?
Wash is making an incredibly strong
What's
argument
your
for sex
step?
being real.
Oh no,
Even though these two
please,
people have totally different
not
gender roles,
today.
they're both
Not
women.
like this.
What's interesting to you, Wash? What's making them women? This is similar to the argument this guy is given.
You're
for,
going to
I think
giggle
the Venture
pull
argument.
the crap
You can
out
imagine
of
a world where
this.
the cultural roles normally assigned on the basis of sex are converted. Females dress like men, males dress like women. Stereotypical traits and behaviors are assigned to each group. Here it isn't clear how to apply the terms man and woman. Does physical sex or cultural role determine category membership? But then he gives the knock-on argument to this, basically saying that, like, yeah, you would say that they're men wearing dresses and women that are not wearing dresses. But, like, you're providing a stronger argument that these categories exist by virtue of saying men wearing dresses. You're implying there's something else that's, like, differentiating them.
Is
Like, the social role thing that Washington's bringing up is, like, it's just not a good argument.
calm, caring, and motherly, while also being, selfish, bitchy, and
What's your
those don't fit. But nonetheless, they're both considered archetypes of femininity. So it's about associating yourself with a collection of categories rather than representing the singular.
I'll
category.
link you, Lana.
You have a better argument? I would say that, like, women and male, or female and male, or women and male, I guess. I don't know. I would be interested in talking to
What's
this guy.
your
There are things that I've thought about, but I can't really test them because conservatives are brain dead, so I don't really have anything to argue against when I'm thinking of things like gender, and progressives are also brain dead, so I don't have anything to argue against when I'm talking about gender sex. For sex, I think sex is fairly easy. We have a binary understanding of sex, again, it's related to sex.
What's your step?
Are damaging.
Primary and secondary sexual characteristics that go along with these two individual genders, right? I think it's generally how we do things. And I think for the most part, biological I feel like gender is something different because the way that we observe it, the way that we interact with it seems to be there are ways that our gender roles map onto our sex, but they can also be totally disassociated. And I don't think people would like if I were to give you like Blair White, for instance, in society, like it would be really, really, really hard to call Blair White a man. It would be hard for her to want to go into the male bathroom. It'd be hard for her to want to act like a man. Wear social act. It would be very different. So it feels like gender, maybe borrowing a little bit from Judith Butler, right? That gender is like a sort of performance that we have. Gender isn't really sex. Now, a lot of the ways we perform gender are kind of like informed by our sex, not necessarily. That's kind of how I view there's like gender and sex. But gender is kind of like performance that we have, although oftentimes it's very tied into what our sex is.
Wait, I'm not sure if that's his. If that is our DK's pet or not.
I think that a gender-sex distinction, I don't even think it's necessarily needed.
What's your step?
That's a whole other thing. Actually, I would go a step further and I would argue gender-sex distinctions have nothing to do with trans. I think you can have trans people with gender and sex distinctions. I think you can have trans people without gender.
What's your step?
But that's a different. But I don't have any conservative people talking about this because they're fucking brain dead as soon as you want to approach these types of topics.
What's your
That's
step?
including how people feel placed in role. Now, say that someone looks like a man, talks like a man, but literally is a woman, is a woman. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It feels like in that case, socially, like there's something going on where our determination of who is a man and a woman feels like there's a difference between the biological fact of the matter versus the
Watch your
biological.
step.
That's why I'm saying.
I'll link it in chat.
That's why I'm
in a
saying it
second.
seems like there's a different thing going on. Like if I were to get a room filled with femboys or like ultra fucking feminine like cross-dressers, like not like drag people, like people that are very.
I'm listening to it in the past, so like it's live right now, or he's live right now, but
don't do. We often make
I'm listening to it
99% of the time, or in chat's case 100% of the time,
an
without ever seeing somebody
hour
else's
in the
videos,
past.
right? So it feels like there's like a
I'm listening to the VOD.
difference going on here.
Trying to
Watch
catch up
your
to the
step.
future
Yeah, I would be interested in
or the present.
Destiny, do you not agree that the definition of woman is variable with culture and time? The definition of the gender of woman, the performance of that sex, or the performance of that gender, I think has changed throughout history culturally, but the sex, no.
Watch your step.
It makes me concerned because I see it, but
That one
Jesus.
is out of line. Did she get fired? Some breaking news from media. Lucas Sanchez is out of the Washington Post. Thank God. Go the fuck away. Oh my God. And she's like the perfect canary,
Watch
too.
your
Because
step.
now I know whatever publication hires her is a publication that I will never read again. Thank God. Thank the Lord. Get her out. Can I just not open this? Hello?
Watch your step.
Political reporter exit Capitol Hill. Full of people. Washington Post part of the reporter for Lucas Sanchez.
Watch your step.
Excellent paper comes every week while the info. Damn, I wonder what journalists decide.
I actually thought he died. I'm gonna be honest.
I bet you probably has to step down.
Watch your step.
I don't know if that procced or not.
Good value in that. Okay, why am I getting sidetracked?
There it is.
Watch your step.
Yo, chill.
Whoa!
Chill, bro.
Jesus Christ! Do you think you're allowed to do that? Sorry, a guy walks up to like a bank or a gas station or something to steal from the cash register and he pulls out a gun. He's not
Please don't have the
necessarily
guy be
pointing at you,
fixated.
He does pull out a gun. and he starts,
Warlock.
like-
Oh, it is the
and then guy next to
warlock.
him,
I
he pulls
just
out his
PI'd
gun and
him.
executes the dude.
Lame!
Is that okay? Can you do that?
Let's get into between.
This guy doesn't
Oh,
give a
hello.
fuck. Holy shit! I'm sorry. I just got super sidetracked.
Oh, he died.
Well, I can't show you. It's a dude getting shot in the head like 3 times.
Oh my God, we're all
Watch your
just dying right now.
Yeah,
Guys, can we relax? We are doing so well.
I know you're the video you're talking about. This. Oh, it's in Brazil. I'm probably. All things Brazil is a wild.
Can we
place.
just
I say that makes
relax?
Watch your step.
That one is safe.
Run.
I need to run away. I need to run away, mister. Go away. Back. Stop. 1 second.
Unarmed black man begs cops to
Watch
shoot him,
your
grabs
step.
another cop's gun and shoots him.
Easy.
Watch your step.
That's what I'm listening to right now. But I put it again. I'm like an hour in the past.
From Ren. Shoot a cop.
Watch your step.
Why am I? I'm always concerned.
It's not 80.
Watch your step. Shockwave.
Alright, we haven't finished this yet, so maybe Vosh can finish now, but somebody knows this is fine. Vosh is today, man. Philosophy. PhD.
Watch your step.
Vosh did a great job handling the pale sophistry of that guy. For a sociology major, he has a solid philosophical foundation. If he ever gets around to reading two sides of things, he'll be a fucking crucible.
No.
Speaking as someone who has read more philosophy, it's probably good for me. I just want to give everyone blanket permission to immediately not prove whatever board game like nuts, pundits, and sophistry.
Watch your step.
Make them clearly define their jargon. Make them give examples. Make them justify the criteria and single points. In this case, Vosh would have been well within his rights to consist of a clear definition of woman at the very beginning of the discussion. Completely rejected chemistry metaphors, especially after he conjured up with a brilliant heavy water argument, and to make the doctor actually
Watch your step.
sentences rather than gesture with fucking power for the presentation. Philosophy isn't supposed to be like this, by the way, but unfortunately the discipline is split between pedants who worship Aristotle and Kant and get trapped in some analytic cul-de-sac because of political conservatism and temperamental timidity or something. And creative thinkers who actually read and challenge the whole pantheon of
Watch your
philosophical thought, from ontology to political economy, and at least try to make his ideas accessible to everyone and not boring. Is this real? Thinking about it, people demolish anyone 3 times over. If even just one of us gave him 3 months worth of coaching in the history of Western philosophy, like his biggest weakness in these arguments is his lack of familiarity, making him sound like an arrogant amateur.
Watch your step.
He can easily run circles around anyone, from Kirk to today's dumbass and pseudo-academic dipshits like alt history. Their logic is childishly misinterpreted, and their philosophy base are so ahistorical. Like, super simple. Define all the branches, then go through Anaximander,
Watch your
Heracles, Gorgias, Plato, Aristotle, Aquinas, Scotus, Locke, Descartes, Spinoza, Hume, Kant, Hegel, Mill, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Russell, Wittgenstein, Popper, Sartre,
Watch your step.
Since I'm assuming he already knows most of the political and later thinkers, he cited Foucault more. Just to name one basic threat. A few possible ones. Is this all psyops? I can't tell if these are psyops posts or not. I truly don't know. But okay, sorry.
Ready, steady, go.
So you had said a woman is anyone who subscribes to the archetype of woman. And then when I said, what is this archetype? You said it is defined by the name woman, I guess.
The collection of all we associate with it. Yeah, and we associate many things with woman, very few of which I think have to do with biology. There's a whole lot of social crap on top that you kind of layer on.
Yeah. There's one quotation I didn't include where you said something like this. And a way to avoid
What's up,
the
baby?
with the self-ID version of self-ID definition of woman is to say that woman is anyone who identifies as a woman and then mention the word. Don't use the word. Just mention the word. Anyone who's willing to say things like I am a woman. Anyone who's willing to attribute that word to themselves. So then you avoid the circularity worry. But
I zooped around it.
Well, as I said in my opening statement, if this definition isn't circular, then whatever the definition means, it's going to exclude some trans women. And here's how it's going to work in this case. This definition you just provided is going to make it so that being a woman is an English-speaking affair. So there are no women outside of the English-speaking world. You would have to be familiar with the word woman attributed to yourself.
You should
so
have
the implication is there are no non-English speaking women, and there were no women before English came along. I believe those to be pretty implausible implications.
I realize now the second one always is times you have to hit the stage. You have to plan for stage, otherwise you're gonna fuck it up.
You know, the archetype I'm referring to, this broad collection.
No matter what your pace is.
Like the woman that women associate themselves with. You're right. It may not exist to people who don't speak English, but by the time they learn, there will be a different one. And it's different in every culture, in every neighborhood, in every society, at every point in time. It will constantly shift. I don't think there's an objective definition here.
This is true, but the problem is that Bosch is missing the point the other guy's making. The guy's making the point that if this is true, that the definition of woman is constantly shifting all these things, and if we want to believe that, then not all trans women are women. Because now you're trying to say that there is some like fact of the matter of what it is.
Jesus. Guys,
you have to
chill.
acknowledge that if you're going to define it in any way, not everybody's going to like neatly address it, most likely.
But if you're looking for some truly exclusionary stuff, I would agree that any person who was raised by wolves in the
You
forest
should be
and
able to
never
keep
come into
this
contact
guy
with
down
society
perpetually
might be
for
I think their gender would have to be some kind of a recursive. It would have to be like a product of their engagement with social roles.
Locke is MVP right now, bro.
You can also attack this on. I hate to say like logical, not logical.
Oh, well, that happened.
Sure, Bosch. Do you think that if you say the definition changes every 6 months? If I show you a woman from 6 months ago, would you be able to identify her as a woman? What about from 6 years ago? What about from 60 years ago? What about from 60,000 years ago? Because that would seem to undermine his argument that like, oh yeah, like it changes every few months. Does it though? Does it really? Would you truly not be able to identify a woman from even 60,000 years ago? Probably would be. So this argument probably would be. Probably doesn't agree.
But that's the only case I think where it has no contact with gender roles.
Target you.
We're going to jump into the Q&A shortly, so...
Oh, goodness. Time flies when you have fun. Sorry.
Okay, well, let me just respond quickly to a couple things you said. You said it seemed like you were willing to concede that the category of women didn't exist 6 months ago, you said?
Not this category.
Yeah, so then it sounds like you agree with me that your view doesn't entail...
What is this? What is this damage that we're taking right now?
In fact, you might even agree there were no women 8 months ago. So these are surprising implications to say the least.
With respect, wait, if I may, with respect, not to get into linguistic traps here, because the concept changes, that doesn't mean that there weren't equivalents across time.
That was intense. I don't know what the fuck that damage
What do you mean
was.
when you say the concept changes?
Stitch Flash creation killed me with... I think I got the aggro the third one. That had to be it.
Or if anything, if the velocity guy is quick here,
he had a one-shot, 36k damage.
All of time in history. Now it sounds like you're making the strongest argument ever for there to be a more rigid definition of woman. That there is some underlying fact of the matter about what is a woman, and even though overall concepts, overarching concepts might change, there is going to be some underlying fact of the matter that is persistent.
Oh, we had a spear on the first boss.
Women have a concept of Frau, the
I didn't
Spanish
know
word
that.
or whatever the fuck the
It makes
Spanish
sense,
term
but
for woman is. I don't literally mean the concept, the social collection,
the word
popped into existence here. But you're right, because depending on what word you use to refer to women, whatever word you have for that, it's going to be a different collection of words.
Who would you be referring to there? You say whatever word you use to refer to women. Who would you be referring to there?
Yes. Who are you referring to? That's the whole issue. That's the meat of it. Who are you referring to? It seems like you're referring to something similar the entire time. That's the issue, right?
Well, anyone.
No.
Anyone.
Anyone? Hold on, it can't be anyone. The whole point of a category is to include some things and exclude other things. You can't have by definition, you can't have a category that includes everyone, except for the category called everyone. Why would you say this? What?
No matter what word you use to refer to women as an archetype as, that will inform to an extent what you imagine women to be. And this is self-evidently true. So in India, they don't have the word woman for woman, but they have very different expectations of what it means to be a woman over there.
Do you think that there are no women in India? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have not been to India, but I personally would be pretty shocked if Indians didn't have an understanding of like male and female. Now, maybe they don't.
Watch your step.
But
they're over here, massively so.
And they have a lot of women there. Despite the fact that the word woman doesn't exist.
Yep, Wash is making an argument. Even though they don't have that concept, you're still saying there are women there, right? That's the issue.
Yeah, I agree.
With respect, I feel like I don't know if
That was
how
a
you're
lot of
interpreting what I'm saying
creations.
is They don't use the term woman. They have. I don't know what the Indian term for woman is. I'm
Well,
sure
some
they
of them
have.
do, but yeah.
Well, I'm sure
Some of them
you-
do speak English, but
Right.
go on.
When I say
It wouldn't surprise me if there were more English speakers in India than in the United States, actually.
Watch your step.
Well, let's check it. How many Indian people speak English? Oh, damn, it's actually way less than I thought. 125 million people. Wait, hold on. There's a thing that I heard a long time ago that must be fake. I thought there were more English-speaking people in China than there were in the United States. But this is saying
Target
India is
you.
the second largest English-speaking population besides the U.S. Whatever I've heard must be totally unfair. It's only the elite. Yeah, it's going to typically be people in like major metropolitan areas and shit. Probably not people in rural areas. How many English speakers in
Watch
China?
your step.
In China, it's fewer than 10 million. Damn, that's a fun fact.
Oh no! What am I doing?
Holy shit.
What is that? Why am I typing?
That's good.
Somebody
term doesn't
fucking,
exist
somebody,
outside the
oh my
definition of
god,
woman.
it
What I'm saying is that
automatically,
it's a
it
multifaceted gender.
automatically
It changes with
did
time,
that.
And we see it from different facets depending on where we are and what we are. What a woman is
It
so different
actually
to like a Southern conservative
automatically-
than it is to a progressive living in New York City. In fact, there's such different concepts in terms of the social roles involved that they're practically two different genders. honest
Watch
to
your
God.
step.
But, like, let's ask ourselves, is that actually true? If I were to go to the South, and I was from
It,
San Francisco...
it
would I have any
automatically
trouble
told me to
pulling up
PST,
Would I
so I'm
actually be able to
typing
do that?
random
'Cause it's
shit
so
to
different.
Devin. I
Would
hate
that
my
be the case for almost
life.
any country or culture on the planet? I don't know if that's the case.
Target
Oh, that
you.
woman got fired? The Washington Post fires her. She did get fired. Thank God. Absolutely based. Oh my God. The boomerang is happening, boys. We're coming back.
Oh.
Hopefully
Yeah,
not
wait a
too far
minute.
back.
Sorry.
That's all I'm
fuck,
referring to.
bro?
So I'm not literally saying
damn
that
it, Devin.
the range of concepts popped up into existence 6 months ago and exclusively exists in English.
Why does it do that? Why did it automatically fucking tell me to type?
That there are a million variants of it right now, and there were a million more yesterday.
This might be.
But then, oh God.
That's so lame.
It's just so much dog shit. It's just so much dog shit. Damn. I wonder what this guy with the
Yeah,
philosophy is
Devin,
thinking.
that's, well, I didn't even know it would force me to type. Genuinely, I didn't know that.
I love
And it literally just like stopped me where I was and insta killed me.
Vosh was like, saved by
I
the
didn't
bell
know
server.
why.
He's gotta
What?
feel, like, so good about
Why
himself.
is that a thing? Why does
No
it
idea
force
what
me
the
to
fuck's
fucking
happening. So he was,
respond?
like, hold on, desperately until the very end, and now it's like
That's
like,
dumb.
Actually, way better
Genuinely,
than
that's fucking
probably
stupid.
Because of, probably because the other guy was like a little bit nice and he's not like heavy ultra debate bro. Of course, the WAPO is a great place, great workplace. It's a great workplace for them. This is working for them. What about for everyone else? The journal assignment team, learning mix team, newsletter research.
Let's go.
Damn. Oh, she's so mad. I wonder if there's gonna be an exodus of journalists from WAPO. I wonder where they'll go. Maybe they'll form a new like ultra woke fucking feminist movement.
I tried to spam the chat and let you know we can't take any more questions. We've got a ton of questions. We have a limited time for the Q&A. These are both busy guys. We want to get them out of here at a decent time. So we're going to jump into it right now. Thanks very much. Elusive Viper says, can you identify someone whose favorite color is red without identifying, quote unquote,
Watch your
red
step.
as your favorite color?
Go away. I
Is this a
don't want
question
you
for
right
me?
now, bud.
Yeah, they hadn't specified.
Can you identify some? Can you repeat the question?
And
Can you
we
identify
are
someone-
just
Yep, they said, can you identify
chalking
someone
it.
whose favorite color is red without identifying red as your favorite color?
Can you identify as someone whose favorite color is red without having red as your favorite color?
Without identifying red as your favorite color.
Oh, without identifying. Oh, I think this is supposed to be a counterexample to my claim that there's no feature such that you
Watch
have it
your
if and only if
step.
you identify as having it. And maybe what this person is asking is, isn't this an example? Having the feature of your favorite color is red, or you, as they put it, identify your favorite color as red. Okay, so suppose we're thinking of that feature, having red as a favorite color. Is that going to be necessarily coextensive with identifying as having red as a favorite color? So no, I don't think so. I think that's going to be another example, just like being rich and being funny and being tall or whatever. It is possible for your favorite color to be red and not know that your
Watch
favorite
your
color is red and
step.
not identify as having the favorite color as having the favorite color of I don't even know how to finish that sentence.
He's stumbling.
Not identify
Uh-oh.
that way.
Watch, he's got on the ropes.
I don't know, dude, yeah.
Suppose you're just new to colors. You were
Damn.
colorblind from birth, but a surgery was performed and now you're seeing colors for the first time. But it's just color swatches on the wall, and you don't know which color is which, but you know that
This
one's your
guy's
favorite.
frazzled.
So your favorite color is red, but you don't know that this color is red. You don't identify as having a favorite color as red. So that would be an example to show how those two could come apart. Can I just
Watch
butt in
your
really quick and
step.
say I meant to start the debate in a more sort of ironic way and say something nice about Vosh.
Ironic?
But then we just got straight into the.
Did he just
straight
say
into the definition
ironic?
stuff. I wanted to say that when I
What?
first got this invitation, I mean, I didn't know about this corner of YouTube or Twitch or wherever I am right now. I didn't know about it. But after watching a lot of videos in this corner of the internet, I was really heartened and encouraged by the sort of thing that Vosh is engaged in. Debating and exchanging arguments, evaluating arguments, giving objections. Sometimes
Watch
a
your
middle-aged
step.
person like me worries about kids these days and how they're not really interested in arguments or evidence anymore. So I was just happy to see that there's this community thriving. Again, I don't even really know what Twitch is, but if that's where it is, good for you, and I'm happy you're doing it, and I encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. I wanted to say that before time ran out.
I'll respond when I get a question.
You
Target
got it.
you.
This one coming in from Sphincter of Doom. I think this is for you, Wash. They say intersex people are still one of two sexes because sex is defined in humans as to what gametes
Watch
are
your
produced,
step.
and every human has only produced at most one of two gametes for reproduction.
So yeah, that's just not true. You can look at any biological journal if you want. But
Wait, there are humans that have produced both eggs and sperm? I thought that the hardware for doing this was separate. Can you actually produce both? Is there a genetic...
Run away.
That means you could get pregnant with yourself, which would be fucking based. You literally clone yourself. Can you actually,
Watch your step.
you actually produced both separate things. I saw a House episode about it. Existence. Did you really just link me like a 50 article or 50 paragraph article? This was like a 1 hour read.
Watch your step.
This is our last shot for
the
it.
thing is that
We
like,
all,
the
if
definition of
anybody
sex
wipes,
at first it was like genitalia, but that doesn't correspond perfectly to biological sex. And then it was chromosomes, but that doesn't correspond either because there are chromosomal abnormalities that correspond with like intersex. And then it's like gametes, you know, it's like, and they keep running back. Eventually, like people who are super hard to this argument are going to settle on a definition of sex that has absolutely no utility, you know? Like their definition of sex is going to be like, okay, here we finally found something consistent. There are only one of two possible outcomes. Whether or not like the half-life decay of this atom
Watch
spun
your
left or
step.
spun right in the exact moment the cell was fertilized. And that's the one thing that determines sex. And it's like, okay, at this point, like what are you talking about? Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's just not true. But like they can believe whatever they want
Epic
about biological
owned by
sex.
Vouch.
Because
Epically
like, at the end of the day,
owned.
the biological argument is more or less settled. All the major biological journals are talking about the ambiguity of sex and how it works. Yeah, that's just not true. But like they can believe whatever they want about biological sex. Because like at the end of the day, the biological argument is more or less settled. You know, all the major
It's been settled? Jesus, academic Vosh. You want to cite a single paper there
Watch
claiming
your
that all these questions related to sex have never been settled? Okay, dude.
sure biological journals
Epic Vosh. Ownership moment. Ownership.
talking about the ambiguity of sex and how it's bimodal and so on. So I feel like at this point there are
This
people
rogue
trying
is
to
just
make
chalking it right now.
And to follow,
Actually.
I enjoy talking with you very much, Thomas. Dr. Regardless, I should say. See, I'm so used.
You can call me Thomas.
Thomas, I'm so used to talking to YouTubers. It's wonderful to speak with people of higher education, especially once you take my argument seriously.
Watch your step.
No, it's going to be like, thank you for being on here.
Next up from Brenton Langle, a longtime friend of the channel, says H2O is a symbol. Dr. Bogardus, I think that you are confusing the symbol for the real thing it refers to. All symbols and definitions are flawed, as if they weren't, they would be the thing itself and not the symbol.
Target you.
All right. That wasn't really a question, though.
Correct, you're right. It's true.
So the claim was H2O is a symbol. So
Watch
That
your
is true.
step.
H2O is a symbol. You have to clarify if you're referring to H2O, the concept, or if you're referring to what H2O refers to. Are you referring to the reference to the thing itself? That is true. You have to make a distinction.
speaking verbally, it's hard to make a use-mention distinction.
Yeah.
Wow.
If the person meant
Love volcanic.
H2O is a symbol. Well, yeah, I agree. You mean like that symbol, H2O? Yeah, that's a symbol. But if you meant H2O, like the thing that's in this bottle, no, that's not a symbol. It's a molecule that we drink.
I just wanted to say,
And we're not
getting to
using
refer
symbols.
to heavy water, the
so yeah,
isotope
the
of H2O as
confusion
trans
is
water, was
just
like the
between
highlight of
using
Man, our warlock.
the term H2O and mentioning the term.
This fucking.
So
oh
we
my
use the
God.
term when we say.
I
there's
think
H2O
we're
in that
gonna.
link over
I
there.
think we're gonna
We
finish
mention the
this,
term when
but
we
Jesus
say
fuck.
H2O features the letter H or something. So I guess I don't disagree with what the person said as long as the person meant mentioning H2O. It's a symbol.
Target
Yes, I
you.
agree. Water has 5 letters. Yeah. With quotation marks. Water has 5 letters. Yes. Water has 5 letters. No. Water doesn't have any letters
Watch
at all.
your step.
The stuff that we
You're
drink
wrong
doesn't have
about
any letters
it's
at all.
literally an isotope.
That's a pretty basic distinction, but I think it's important
extra electron
to
on the
recognize and appreciate.
hydrogen.
All right.
You got it.
Ciao,
Super Doom
with
strikes
the
again. Says heavy
damage.
water isn't
Neutron.
an extra
Right.
hydrogen. It's an extra.
We are
neutron
just
in
not
hydrogen.
getting
It's
any
still
damage on this
H2O.
boss.
Yes.
It's
Okay, so that
cancer.
is an isotope of oxygen that makes it.
Target
is it
you.
deuterium, did we say that? So it's an isotope of
I forgot.
hydrogen. It's an isotope of hydrogen. So I guess it's 1 proton and 1 neutron. Is that right? Whatever. Still H2O though.
Watch your step.
Yeah. Well, I guess I need to wait until it's appropriate to respond to the biological sex stuff.
Oh
so maybe I'll get a
my
question
god,
about
bro.
that.
I don't
Just
understand
hold
what's happening
You
right
got this one from
now.
Sid Dave says, I can
You're
answer your
actually
question.
gonna
It's
toss
no, they're not, no
this.
matter how many surgeries. Let's see. Okay, that's not as. Brenton Langle, here's your question. Says H2O is not water in the same
Hopefully
sense
this
that the
fucking warlock
pipe
stays
in
longer than
Renee
2 seconds.
Agrees.
Target
Let me know
you.
if I'm saying that wrong. Treachery of images is not a pipe. You are falling for the treachery of
Jesus.
concepts.
Right, so I think they're referring to that painting
Watch
of a pipe,
your
and it says this is not a pipe.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a painting. It's not a pipe. So it's
Oh,
doing the
they're-
equivalent of mentioning a pipe, but there's no actual pipe there. So I think this is the same as the last sort of statement I got when I was told H2O is a symbol, not a molecule. Yeah, H2O is a symbol. But H2O, the stuff in lakes and rivers, is not a symbol. This is just the
Target
difference
you.
between word and object. But I can assure you I appreciate that distinction, and I hope we all do.
I'm not looking at Eddie's notes.
You got it. This one from David Crackle says, if ice
Watch
can be
your
water,
step.
why can't a trans woman be a woman?
If
Oh
ice
my
can be water,
gosh.
which it can
His
be, I think
corpse!
water because it's H2O.
It's so
Why can't a trans
crazy!
woman be a woman? I assume that question's for me. Well, ice is water because, come to find out, it's the same stuff that liquid water is. It's all the same stuff. Just
We actually didn't time it. Holy fuck, dude. That's so wild. We've been on this boss for like forever. And this rogue just died 3 times. Re is fucked, bro. That's so sad. That's so sad.
And I think the reason, as I said, this is such a persistent philosophical puzzle is it turns out that on all the views that are sort of being discussed in the literature, the answer is no. It doesn't.
I don't even have any mana, bro. I have no mana. Can we just relax for a second, guys?
Identify as a woman while being assigned male at birth, but not meet that definition of
bro, this fucking rogue actually tossed it. And I think I would have survived. That's so annoying, man. That's 2 in a row. We just chalked because we're dumb fucks. Because we're actual dumb fucks.
Most things that we say when we're referring to interpersonal interactions are only true in a constructed sense, but I still think that they're true. Otherwise, I mean, what does it mean for a person?
How sad, bro.
There's a set definition of what percentage or what, like, how many orders of
I wonder how fucking shitty this rogue feels, low key.
Just because something's constructed doesn't mean
like, just dying to stupid shit, bro.
Finding a concrete definition, a non-constructed definition, not something that won't be true. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with something being socially constructed. I just think we should be aware of how much power we have to rearrange these terms as we see fit. That's not playing God. That's what we've always done. We've always done that forever. It's all we can do. We made language.
Okay, please, I should have just, you know what I should have done it. I should have 100% just PI'd the DK. That was kind of maybe the only thing we could have done.
This is achieved via gametes, and there are only 2 gametes in humans that leads to reproduction. Chromosomal aneuploidy, meaning whether there's a lack of chromosome or an extra chromosome compared to usual, is irrelevant, they say.
Okay, so keep switching up the definition of what sex is. It was all chromosome usual. No, again, like the biological community has made the idea that sex is purely binary and not bimodal, which is something taken seriously.
I wish he wouldn't say that without. I think you need to cite at least one author in the field if you're going to say something like that.
Yeah.
You're making a pretty stunning claim, right? And I think the professor's trying really hard to be amenable. He's trying to be friendly. I think you should push it. Like when you say that it's not taken seriously at all, what do you mean by that? Like, you mean like one paper that you're referencing or something? Like.
In studies to this effect, so it seems quite silly. Look, again, like even if you could, like 100% male-female differentiate, it wouldn't change any of my perceptions.
No, amicable is what I'm thinking of. Amicable, not amenable.
Amicable.
Amicable.
Yeah. You could make it, so
actually,
flatly and unchangeably biologically.
Hey, probably.
Nothing in between.
That's so annoying. Like, how do you?
The fact that you're wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm just toxic, and I'm cool with it. But god damn it, Devin, let's go.
Amenable.
You wanted to interrupt me 70 times? I'm joking. You're not. I'm not gonna take it out on you, but let's fucking do something. Jesus. Fuck.
Also,
I'm going down in a channel, Devin.
Like anyone looks at a person's gametes when they're trying to gender a person. Come on, that's always been the silliest argument, right? They start going back.
Jesus.
What genitals are like, you have tits or not, or what your hair looks like, and then it goes further and further in. I'm telling you, it's
rude. Yeah.
Decay, that spin.
Rude.
That'll determine.
God, Devin.
We'll decide whether people are
drop down the channel. Get ready.
Bob says, Vosh, can someone with Benjamin Button disease, you guys, namely like aging backwards, claim an age in...
The second you messaged me, I was doing my, I think I was just moving, which is my QWE, and the second you messaged me, it instantly just, like, put me on type, and it had, like, QEE, and I was like... I was hitting movement, because it was during the phase where you have to run, the Comet Storm. And I was like, oh my god. Yeah, and I was like, Devin, shut the fuck up. I was like, you just shut up. Never talk to me. Yeah. Oh god, that was so aggravating. And that, I mean, that it wasn't like that caused us to be a little bit behind, but like we had people dying before that, which was the annoying part. But whatever. Woo! So now our limit is we open it up now. Now we can do some IO and chest runs or chest. You got your hands. So what's okay? Now again, big brain Jake over here. I'm checking out what you got. Oh, you did the same things I did. Wow, I'm proud of you. First off, I'm so proud of you because now we can actually hunt things like with like at least more than 3 brain cells. At least we're not like looking every day at like the same things.
But also, one of my best rings is Theater of Pain, and my best weapon is Theater of Pain.
So let's do Theater of Pain until we're dead. Theater of Pain it is.
I only need 2 range, weapon, and my chest, and then I'll be full biz.
Oh, look at that. 12 Theater of Pain.
Oh, wait, maybe...
So yeah, that's a full group already.
We'll see. I got weak auras though.
Dude, that's
so we're chill.
2 instances actually just fucking dumb griefed. Dumb griefed. Just actual brain deadness. I had a 21 streets that I just did that got fucking chalked. Because...
So you guys wiped that boss. How much time did you have before you started the last boss?
Probably had like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. It was like, it's even for tyrannical, that would have been, that's a long timer. So like, but the thing was, it was just like one person died, then the hunter came, the hunter died in the gauntlet. And when he died in the gauntlet, the fucking only DPS was constantly being sent back to the gauntlet. And I was like, fuck, bro, like, bro, we just need somebody to constantly do damage. I should have honestly just PI'd the fucking tank. That was like the only option I had. Because of that, I was trying to get it where like my warlock, who was a pumper, like I would PI him. I would PI him the second he came back, and I would just like fucking try to get him to. But they would send him right back with the PI up, and I was like, fuck, dude. Like, God, I just hate. I hate people messaging me, Devin. I hate it.
While we're in the run, this run.
Hey, you know what? You're my tank, so it doesn't bother me. You know, we're doing this all for you.
We don't have to worry about anything, right?
I mean, just normal stuff. Nothing crazy. Interrupt on the spewers and Gorchop's wing, and then.
Can we take the first 3 together?
Yeah, you can take those first 4. Yeah.
Wait, 4? Oh. All of it to the platform.
Oh, you can take them all to the boss. I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, the only thing that would restrict us is these fucking DPS. If we can't take them down for a little bit, 2 of those things charge. So like, they're gonna charge the range. So like, we have to kill them fucking quick. Which, if you want to try it, I'm down to try it. I mean, we have bloodlust.
No, it's just usually
4,
first 4, right?
3.
Yeah, normally you can do
2,
just first 4.
1.
All right. Don't gotta get too crazy. Dude.
Yeah, I just came out of it. I'm just fucking lit. I'm lit right now. I did do a something gambit. I got 13 points from a 21 gambit. So that was nice. Now I'm gonna DPS. I did master spell for no reason. 'Cause I'm a dumb fuck. I randomly just master spell because I misclicked. Because I have what they call fat fingers. Where does it go?
Fat fingers.
Fattiest fingers NA. Where you at?
Dispel boss.
Do things. Just do things. If anything here one-shots people, they've got hit by multiple things. Yeah, they got hit by like 7 things. A 12 shouldn't one-shot anybody. Next dispel, let me go ham. Okay, that actually I didn't see a thing, but. I don't know, can you? That's a question I can't answer, Devin.
Dispel boss. Run out. Dispel boss.
Something's being cast. Opportunist strikes. That looks like the warlock's getting fucked up.
Oh, immune to taunt? Hello?
Yeah, you can't. He's not even technically a boss. It's weird. He's just somebody who fucking goes around the ring and like says, "Hey, you're shit. I'm gonna hit you." Yeah, basically. Dumpsters on their face. It's super entertaining. I think he stuns you. No, he doesn't. Yeah, that guy does a lot of damage.
That guy doesn't.
He does, yeah. I'm pretty sure he has to stun. Devin, can you get on this guy? I'm joking. I'm sorry.
No way, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm being toxic. It's residual. Yeah, it is. This is the last one of the boss. Is it on the pet? Okay, Devin, just don't die ever, okay? You're not allowed.
You're my healer. How am I ever gonna die?
True and based, and based and true, and true and based. Wilson, what wing do you want to do first?
I'll figure it out.
Got it. Mr. Zav. Where's it go? Bring him in. Bring him in. Bring it in. Don't be a little bitch. We're trying to get chests here, okay? We're going for keeps. Oh, I forgot. People get hit by stupid shit. Yeah. What are you gonna do, Dylan?
I don't know.
Let's go to the next one. Run! Run! We have vibes, basically like bloodlust. Let's go! Let's go! Don't pull those other ones. They're gonna be cancer, dude. They're gonna be real cancer, though. I feel like I'm gonna get clapped. No, if you do, I mean you can, but I'm gonna survive. I will survive. You will have to start learning how to use some of these cooldowns. True. Good. I'm testing you. You have a cooldown up, and you're not even using it.
What are my cooldowns?
True. Because basically it's all me.
Yeah.
I'm going to the Arbalists. Oh my god, I have a bleed on me, dude. It's crazy. Yo, dude, get over there. Stupid Arbalest. He's trying to range you guys. It's ridiculous. It's just sickening, you know? When people try to outplay us, it's just never gonna work. You were playing some Counter-Strike earlier? You back in the game?
Right.
Is this a private server?
It's like a server.
Oh, that's tight. Well, maybe you should kill them. Never think of that?
Dude, I jumped behind it.
Run out.
Don't run next to me. That wasn't a spell. Oh, crazy, right? All the spells kind of look like each other.
Run out.
That was my holy word, sanctify. It's basically my AoE.
Skate shot?
Yeah. I don't know if it does actually, but I'm gonna say it does. Who's doing the most? Precision seems like it's killing it.
Watch your step.
wonder who's gonna, if they're actually gonna duel. Like men.
Attack taken.
Oh my god, there's a thing. Devin, pump. I'll do my best. We're gonna die. That's what I was actually saying. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Not like that. You should. Whatever, dude. Do it. Do it if you want. Let him learn his lesson. Everyone point and laugh, and then res him. After everyone's laughed. It's just crazy when you have people that are like high 2000s and they are messing up. Like they haven't figured out. Like they haven't gotten KSM. Like, bro, you should be able to figure out exactly. No, I mean, maybe they're like having the worst day of their life. Like their wife cheated on them. They're just emotionally not in the game right now. Maybe, but that's like I could understand that, right? Makes sense. Yeah, I would say. But there's a difference between like perfect and just like utterly clueless. Like if you're dying to mechanics that are like not minor, they're not minor things. Like you're getting hit by the one of the 3 core mechanics of a boss.
Attack totem.
And it's not like it's one of like a lower key like this where people are actually trying to figure it out first time. No. What are we doing? I don't need to hit the thing. You want to do Gore Chop next?
Sure.
Do Gore Chop next. Yeah.
Is that right or left?
Left. Try. Okay, so here's a fun one. Okay, try to pull everything to this stairway.
Everything in this room?
Everything in the room. This is a great start. Well, that's the best part. He don't need you to. Well, this hunter seems like he knows what he's doing. Oh, people are not in LOS. That's tight. Let me guess, they got by? They did get by. They're actual just dumb fucks, but it's cool. I don't need them. I don't need them to keep everyone alive. But see, if they get shot, 2 shot, that ain't my problem. That ain't my. Because at this point, I'm just looking to have some fun on a lower key, because I got pissed off at higher keys, Devin. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Seems reasonable.
I can tell. You were made.
I was well made. Interrupt? Don't worry, we're at a 12. We're just, that's never gonna happen. Oh. Oh, that too. Yeah, don't worry. Also, we're in a 12. No. None. Anyway, you choose, actually. You're the tank, you get to choose. That's the best part. Yeah, sure. For the love of God, if these stupid dumb fucks get Vi again, I'm actually just gonna fucking lose it. Aha, I got you. I got her. I got some DPS on that bitch. I made sure that shit was dizzy. Oh my god. Poop and puke? And people still get hit. Yep, you got pooped on. That was his asshole.
Nothing happened so fair.
Okay, that's fair. Puke or puke. Okay, go down the ramp. Kill it. Run it. Go. Fast.
How many more seconds of this do we have?
Oh my god, quick, touch the thing. Touch the thing.
What thing?
This thing.
Oh my god, I'm here for what was it? You're in control, bro.
Base, dude. First off. I'm trying to actually do the interrupt for that disease. The one thing I got. Okay, let's go. Let's do everything.
Oh, I'm actually.
Nope, don't worry. I put the warlock in front of us. Nice. I don't know, Devin. You tell me. Were you in his butt or his face? Oh no.
Watch your step.
Okay, well, hey, we're alive. Don't worry, bro. We're fine. I'm just gonna focus on this big guy.
Watch your step.
Hey, look, right here. You'll never get hit. Easy.
Watch your step.
Don't worry. This is an attrition game. I got this. Sure. Well, then just don't pull. Doesn't it seem easy?
Does he pick a fixed position?
Yeah, he does. He doesn't track you. So once you see him go in front back, he just like chooses. Just react.
Watch your step.
I got the guy. I'm the DPS, Devin. They're probably like, dude, these guys are crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know. We just survived. It's not an overly complex system. No, this isn't the puker or pooter dude. That's not this guy. That's not. You want to see who gets their choice? Because they're gonna go for Vi, and I'll go for her because I'm greedy. Let's see who wins. Oh yeah, I'm fucking greedy as shit, bro. Haha! Get fucked, idiots! For shizzle! For shizzle!
Do the hooks, are they random on which side of the map they go?
In what way? Like, they just yeah, there's no like pretense until they come down. There's no like clue until they come down.
Run.
But there is, yeah, once you stay inside the slime or the circle, you don't get chained, which doesn't fuck you up, but so you just basically want to have them like 3/4 somewhere in the middle on either side.
Run. Watch your feet.
I kind of just run straight, and no matter what, you'll make one. Oh, Precizzle, you're bad. I'm just toxic. I'm cool though. Oh my god, we're gonna do another thingamajig. A tenderizing smasherino, if you know what I mean-o. I'm done.
I wasn't in there. What happened?
How's that transmog, dude? I love it. Because you freak out. Is it because you realize your spells aren't the same?
Yeah, I looked at my phone. It's different, bro. I'm like,
It's priceless.
it's not funny to me.
It's funny as fuck, okay? This is the kind of humor I need for fucking Loki's. Because these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing, okay? True. We're gonna 4-chest it. No, we're not. We're maybe two chests. 11 minutes to get through the platforms. Possible. Right.
I look right way?
Nope. Go this way.
Still beat everyone there, dude. It's all foggy.
The one time you're like, why not me?
Which way?
The floor tells you, right?
Shh.
You know that, right?
Nope.
So Paul, actually, you know what? We're gonna go ham. We're gonna go all the way through, baby. All the way through, baby. Yep. We're going all the way to the far side, baby. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're going. We're doing it. I'm gonna fucking make it. We made it. Hey, we're good. Me and you are the ones that need to make it. Everyone else can get fucked, okay? I don't care about anybody else. Why am I getting chained? Well, Devin, you need to figure it out. It's unacceptable. See? Yeah. At the very end. Everyone at we got it at the very end. That's tight. These guys are probably like, what the fuck are these guys? What the fuck? Volcanic. No. Why? Volcanic literally only gets it at the worst time. Like, there's times where, like, we just pulled, like, 7 packs on Gambit of Murlocs and, like, nobody fucking touches me, but it's only when I start healing. Pick up right. Just go. It doesn't matter. Pick up right. Get fucked. You guys all suck. Is that other guy just dying? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Easy, dude. It is easy money. Okay, let's see if you got it. Let's see if you got the... I don't even dispel things. I don't need to. That's overrated. I think it's a better challenge to heal through all the pain. Yeah, go left. I picked the orb up right after you placed it.
You pussy.
Yeah, ready, go.
Watch your step.
Oh, I couldn't. This guy got fucking yeeted.
Watch your step.
Bro, can we guys all chill? We're just having a good time.
Watch your step.
These guys actually just don't do any damage.
Watch your step.
If you just dodge their shit. Is there? No, that's a dot. Never mind.
Watch
I
your
lied.
step. Watch your step.
I died. Have fun. I'll be right back. Well, you can survive it. Okay, I'll stop griefing. I'm sorry.
You yeeted?
I got yeeted.
close to being here or no? Oh, this got pulled. No. What is he doing?
I mean, if you got every cooldown on the boat, you might want to be able to make it. I'm like 3 jumps away. On the first jump, going to the second platform. Oh, they pulled aside? Okay, I think I'll make it.
Pulled aside.
That's fine. I'm almost there. I'm like 2 seconds. I'm 1 platform away. Those dots fucking suck, though. That's something that truly does blow wiener. It does blow wiener. I'm almost here. That Preciso guy's gonna die. nice turtle. Good turtle. That's the things that we need. That's what we need, brother. True. Oh, please don't tornado when I come down. Please don't tornado when I come down.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
I wonder who's the Jake in there. Like if this guy's with anybody, who's like in his ear, be like, dude, just fucking dodge the tornadoes. Because that's me. I'm the toxic friend that's like, bro, motherfucker, that tornado has killed you 3 times. You just click it. You just have to click it, Devin. God.
Let's make sure, dude.
God. Okay, let's do it.
Watch your step.
Dude, these guys are just so... I think I had by 2 dots, but Jesus fuck. I didn't have my massive spell up for the first one, so I just did the spell one. That was my bad though. But we should have 2 B-reses if you want to knock him out.
Watch your step.
He's not the best in the shed, but he's better than nothing. I'm kind of traumatized by not having enough DPS. I believe in you. I'm about to pass you up. I'm about to pass you up. You're about to get dosed. You're about to get dusted. Actually dusted. Actually dusted. Actually dusted. They do. Yeah, they do. And he's not.
Watch your step.
I think it just killed him. I think it straight up just kills him. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that happen. Is he? He's gotta be dead, right?
Watch your step.
No, I don't know what weird thing he just did, but it was weird. The Warlock was unhealable for like a total of like 10 seconds. I don't know if he's actually in that. Are you in that? You might be in that. That was a weird...
Watch your step.
I'm just taking these volcanics to the face.
Run out.
Yep. We have no one over 10k.
Watch your step.
We're doing actually insane DPS, and it's tyrannical. Low-key tyrannical, I understand, kind of.
Run out.
I'll just face tank this fucking debuff.
Watch your step.
I'm actually gonna go I am actually gonna go in this.
Oh.
You thought?
I thought it was taking me backwards.
Now we go to the roof and we have party.
Can I hit the TP?
You can't hit the TP. Oh, damn, that was close. I almost life gifted you through the teleport.
Yeah, right.
Instead of immune. I was so close on the perfect timing to like disconnect you and bug you out. That's exactly what we needed.
Come on, RP.
Just think, nobody's here to share your loot table. It's perfect. It's the optimal thing. Get ready to pull. Big lady's gonna show up. We're gonna die. I wonder if they're gonna pop Bloodlust or not, or they probably just don't even care. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like why I said it, but whatever. I get it. I'm a dumb fuck.
Stay away from lines.
No, I will not stay away from lines.
Run.
I don't want to run. I just want to fucking hard tank it right here. Bring her back to the edge.
Stay away from lines.
Oh, look at that. I'm on top of the DPS meters, baby.
Run.
Yeah, I was. 100 just passed me up, sadly. Because I'm ass and I'm washed. I'm worst. Well, that's gonna be interesting. I put myself in a terrible predicament.
Stay away from
Oh,
lines.
Bloodlust at 38%. That's fair. What is that?
Run.
Number 15?
Run out.
Oh no! You're gonna die!
Can I res that guy? He died.
Stay away from lines.
We're gonna die! Oh my god, per shizzle, my whizzle dizzle.
Run.
I'm Zergan! I'm going through it!
Stay away from lines.
I'll face tank. No. Easy, dude. With 6 minutes to spare, I didn't get anything. That means you're getting something. That means you're getting something. It's not anything, dude. It's whatever it is. This game's dumb. That would have actually been a sick ring.
I think that's the ring I need.
Ask him. They need haste. And he's got two. Oh, he's got a 246. I mean, he can't. Oh, no. That haste verse, he would rather have that haste verse. Like 99%. And he's got a 259. I don't know.
Put me over 19. What the heck? You put me on 1921.
Nice. Let's run it again.
Not super jazzed that this is the one we're gonna be running over and over and over.
Yep. But hey.
I mean, we don't have to. We can run something.
No, we're gonna hate playing this game. Okay, Devin?
We're gonna hate it.
That's what I want to get instilled in your head. This isn't supposed to. You thought, yeah. You thought this is supposed to be fun, Devin? We're grinding, okay? I hate this game, but I'm grinding. Okay, that's what. Oh, did you decline me? Oh.
Never listened.
Wow. So you just really hate me.
I want to be a big boy tank, dude.
What does that mean?
I
don't know what it means, but it's provocative.
I just know I want that.
Another 12. Another 12. We're just gonna do 12s out the asshole. Same place over and over again until we fucking hate this game. Which won't take very long. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is the one instance I can't fucking teleport to.
Oh well. what was that thing you were listening to on your stream? Podcast on 9,000%.
Is it loud?
No, they were talking so fast.
Oh, I have it at 150%. 1.5.
Comprehend all that?
Yeah.
Dang, dude, you're a wizard.
Consistent with birth.
I normally, so
but
I'm actually doing
consistent
this
with
is
their
slow
apparent
for me
biological
because like
age.
I normally watch it at 1.75 or 2.
Why?
When I'm trying to digest 9 hours of shit in 4 hours. This isn't a podcast. This is a stream. He's like breaking down a debate.
I heard something talking about gender.
Age.
Yeah, the debate was if women are, or if trans women are women. That was like the topic of the debate, and he's like, and the guy I'm watching, like basically dissect it, is making fun of one of the interlocutors of the debate, who is basically like trying to. So he was debating. He's a streamer, but he was debating a PhD graduate in philosophy, who wrote a paper on transgender, and I forgot the word for it, but it's like the language background of the language background of gender. And like this guy is way overqualified to talk about this shit. Wrote papers on it, and then the streamer was like trying to like debate him, but he was trying to be basically like super disingenuous and super like dickish about it. And it was just funny because he's like, Jesus fuck, I can't imagine having an ego that big in the room where you are obviously the less qualified person. Like you obviously think you're like trying to like, he's this philosophy grad student is basically just trying to like let him understand like what linguistics is and how, and he's like, well, technically like we define everything subjectively, and we try to make it so that we descriptively define things, or prescriptively define. Every definition is prescriptive, which is I was just cracking up because I was like, bro, this
Big words.
it was I enjoy shit like this. It's just fucking.
Oh no, I was just talking about the guy who's trying to...
I was just laughing because, like, believe it or not, the PhD guy was way more palatable.
Oh, yeah.
But like the guy who,
2 seconds, give me 1 second.
wow.
Don't entirely know what that means, but if this is a question of like being trans age or whatever, keep in mind we're talking about magic here. I mean, you would have a person who's like what, 5 years old, but has every imaginable, a trait associated with an 85-year-old or something. I have no, I got to tell you, I don't know how the legal system or the philosophical community would handle the existence of such a person. I imagine if they had the knowledge and wisdom and experience of an 80-year-old, even if they were only 5 years old, they would probably be treated as like an 80-year-old because they're like they look and act like one. I don't really know that. You got when that happens, okay, you can try to.
On the bright side, both these guys have
Raymond appreciate it.
I think
higher than 259 piece on their chest.
Wash,
good.
is it the case that you're engaging in
But
an
sadly, the
ameliorative
balance
project
druid does not
when
have
you
4
mention
piece.
normative standards for definitions? Isn't this
So,
just
and his chest
shifting
is the one
subject?
missing.
I love to ameliorate the
So he's gonna want the chest. I don't know.
Wait, what was it? I can't tell if that was...
Oh no. When I initially listened to this, I thought this was a Vosh meme. It was a joke dono. But I don't think this is a meme.
I
It's
don't
actually,
know if they're both
the ameliorative inquiry that this guy brought up here relating
queuing
to
with each other.
Or actually, it might have been a Vosh meme. I don't know. Was it actually a reference to when the guy talks about this in the paper, or do you think it was? Or do you think it was a donut meme? I'm not actually sure. I don't know.
But the DK or the DH has his 4 piece, but he has it with his chest, so he doesn't need a chest. But you would be rolling against this other druid, this balance druid, presumably.
Yeah, on the room with the little bumps where these ghosts do you want to do this?
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll pull back to our doorway.
But are we doing both?
Ameliorative
Or no?
project when he
Full set.
mentioned
Oh, no,
normative
so this is
standards
one.
for definitions.
Or two
Isn't
pieces.
So you're gonna really want to focus on Desia. After that, you go Sathol and Passerian is the last one. But it's a lot of aggro table because like Desia will end up dropping aggro to like fixate on somebody. So you're basically just trying to DPS. To be fair, like, and then if you were trying to be like super top tier, you would because Pisarion will cast on the outside. You would drag Decia over to him and try to cleave as much as you can. Like in theory, that's like you would basically just try to bring the big bitch to everybody to start cleaving to progress to the next boss. And remember, it's Sathel, it's Decia, Sathel, and then Pisarion. So you'd want to normally try and get as much cleave onto Sathel, presumably, because that's the next one. So positionally, you would just keep doing that. Because Pisarion will, like, teleport. It's kind of unrealistic that you're going to get to him fast.
Dispel Boss. Run out. Target you.
Yeah. Like, yeah, he's just trying to face tank me. It's fine. But see, like, I think Pisarion is the one doing the plague bolts on the floor. But Decia has a Jesus fuck has a buff on her that you want to get off, and she makes it where it'll heal herself if she does that thing. That I'm constantly on like cooldown for doing. But yeah, we're just not having a lot of DPS. I mean, the DH isn't bad.
Run out. Dispel Boss.
Yeah, I know, it's fun. I'm having a blast.
Run out. Dispel Boss.
We're like doing them all at the same time. It's very odd. Like, this isn't normally how you do it.
Run out.
I mean, it's not a bad choice, and it's a very odd order because we're normally supposed to do it in not that order, but normally people zerg Decia down fast, but she was like the hardest one to down. And we're all, no, we're down all melee. We have 3 melee, one range. You want to do Zab again? Start that one off, or do you want to go platforms? It doesn't. It literally doesn't matter.
They are talking about gametes. And
Let's
when
go
they
this one. Yep.
males produce sperm, females produce ovum. They mean the same sort of thing that they would do if they said hearts pump blood, which is they mean skin function. This may be an appeal, disease injury, etc. But when
Those Worthy boys do hurt.
Oh my god, watch moment!
Indeed it is. True, but he survived, so I'm not really mad at him. On to the next, on to the next one. Mia Moore, are you there?
No shot, this goes across the
The divine definition, like all the middle along the side.
we do investigation. If you would ask Aristotle, what is water? he might have given you his conception, and you would have said something like it's an element, although we would sort of agree. Yeah, and it might have been possible. Yeah, it's probably possible that some people have systematically misused the word water if they were unwilling to attribute it to ice. But here's how we figured out what water is. We did some chemistry, and we investigated the lakes and rivers and the ice, and we found out, oh wow, turns out water's not an element, it's a molecule, it's H2O. We did something
Great
similar
question.
with biological sex. We noticed this.
I literally only have like 2 spells that have decent AoE for me. So.
And we found out, oh wow, turns out water's not
Ready,
an
set,
element,
go.
it's a molecule, it's H2O. We did something similar with biological sex. We noticed this.
Oh no, wait, he said the opposite. He ameliorated it.
Interesting distinction in nature, which I think you yourself ignore. There's this phenomenon of sexual reproduction, and you get these 3 subtypes within a lot of species. Some of them produce sperm, some of them produce ova, at least when taken in companies. I was talking about what biological sex is in the
Why? I don't understand why Vosh never asks him.
I think it's because they buff him, or he buffs them. But I'm not really concerned about it. 'Cause it's... I would wonder, like, stun-wise, or are you talking about, like, trap-wise?
Which I think implies the women is. No, I'm sorry, just a little bit, but inference is something that people do, implication is something.
Well, that's, yeah. Kind of like in Hall of Atonement, you can trap the Houndmasters and bring everything. And, like, it'll just instantly kill it. Like, those dogs become, like, the most easy things in the world. Once we burn them and just interrupt the 1 cast. It just gets, it's really shitty when, it's just really shitty when you have him on Fortified with high keys. It takes a while to kill him. So you get like a couple casts, and then on top of it, the bleed that the bears put on you is a lot more impactful. That's Earth. It basically does 3 seconds instead of 1 second per tick. Because that's what does. Increases your cooldown by 300%. Cooldown reduction or whatever it's called.
Attack totem. Watch your step. Attack totem. Watch your step. Attack totem. Watch your step. Attack totem. Watch your step.
Well, that helps. This guy's just getting hit by that. It's crazy.
Attack totem. Watch your step.
Ghost time?
Ghosty boys.
Ghosty boys? So bring them all into the doorway. Our doorway.
All of them, or just half?
Bring all of them. I'll pull you.
But then when it comes to like, okay,
Ghosty
what
Boys
about
is
you?
right.
Then you have a hyper-specific definition, and you justify the
So I will go to the halfway mark, make sure you can pull the far side, and then I'll pull you back.
Which seems like an ontological distinction that you're
No, I'm not, but
I'm
yes.
afraid I'm not hearing the voices in my head. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, boy. So what just happened there? So when I described that biological view, I did claim this is what the word ordinarily means. I might have said this is the way it's ordinarily used, and I think that's right. I don't think it's being ordinarily misused.
Everyone's just...
Everyone,
why did you go in there?
And when I say that, I don't mean to say this is what people ordinarily have in mind when they express the word, because obviously they don't. If you ask ordinary people, what is a woman?
Oh, here we go again.
When you ask people about ordinary terms, and they're at a loss to articulate a definition. So when I say this is what the word ordinary means, I don't mean this is what people have in mind when they use the word. I don't even mean necessarily this is the way the word is ordinarily used, because again, use is at best an imperfect. What do you mean? What I mean is this is what the word refers to.
That's a wow.
It's ordinarily used. I don't think it's misused. This is what the word refers to. How do you decide that? So the same way we did before.
Wow, dude. Wow. We're on the races. Let's go.
Gender sex distinction. He seems to want to get a
Killing it. 360 no scope.
Somehow when you told me.
Is there no underlying factor in here? I think he's a little consistent with arguments. I don't know what.
And now we know. Water is H2O. You get that food sensitive.
What if I could just grief you by doing that? I would actually laugh. First off, I don't grief you, okay? I just beat you in races, is the proper way to say that.
Like H2O, I think
it's my,
now I feel like he's getting. I'm not getting
my
like
shift mouse
mentioned
wheel
versus like
up
actual
is fire.
like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the name of the
Air
thing or the model
form is
of
mouse
the
wheel
thing
up,
itself?
so I think it's
You can discover facts of the world.
Oh my god, a bone spear.
You can look at water and
That shit's crazy.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I can't do it, Captain. No, when they cast, they have a lock target. And the bone spear is something you should inquire. I think you did interrupt him. But literally nobody else is interrupting. I have an interrupt bar. Nobody's interrupting. You are the singular person.
Isn't that the case?
Yeah, true.
So I don't know what you mean by the true message. Like, this is mode investigation. This is a better understanding.
So when I said we discovered the scientific essence of
I'll no, somebody else got it.
Which is atomic number 79. This is something we discovered through chemical investigation. That's
what I said. Did you think I was lying?
First, the Greeks were aware of gold. Humans throughout time and place have been aware of gold. They weren't aware of what it is. Essentially, chemistry disclosed that to us. That's what I meant by scientific essence. And I think biologists did something similar with biological sex. There were sort of theories about how sexual reproduction is accomplished back in the early days of science. We have since discovered facts about sperm and eggs, and that was.
I'm trying to be the clutch master.
Watch your step.
Watch your step.
Got him. I pulled him back, baby. 100% on stream, baby.
Watch your step.
Literal insane. He was actually speared, so he couldn't move. In all fairness, I can't do it again, buddy. If you get yeeted, it's not my fault.
Watch your step.
I'm gonna catch it. Oh, that guy. Are you gonna do the ball? I'm joking. Haha, made you look. I'll go first. I'm gonna pull it.
I guess I just deny that when we're investigating the world, our primary interest when we like decide what words should we introduce, what distinction should we make.
Don't worry, I can tank this. I can tank this for a second. I got it.
Watch your step.
What? What hit me off?
Watch your step.
You just go straight through the portal.
Watch your step.
Oh. You griefing son of a bitch.
Watch your step.
I was gonna make fun of this other guy, but I'm making fun of you now.
I don't even. Dude, that went the opposite direction. I shouldn't have got hit off.
I can check the VOD.
That has ever been associated with any
It was facing to my right. There's no way that should have hit me.
I can check the VOD. Best part about streaming to YouTube is I can instantly see the replay.
I got hit at least 90 degrees away from where that thing was going. Are you still alive?
No. Don't go to the next portal. Stay at the one before.
I was behind the guy.
I have no,
Shot
you know,
me,
I gotta
like,
tell you,
90
I don't know how the
degrees
legal system or
away
philosophical
from.
Oh, that's not it. I'm VOD reviewing the fuck out of it right now, brother. No, that's Zav.
I literally watched it go the opposite direction. Not 100.
No, somebody else got it.
Like at least.
Did you think I was live?
It shot me the opposite direction.
I got it. I got it.
Watch your step.
What? What hit me? What?
Just for a second. Okay, I have to. I'll replay this on my main screen in a second. Ready to go. It's gonna be important. I need to see it in 1440p. I think you were like right on top of him, and you probably clipped the front
Watch your
half.
step. Watch your step.
That druid doesn't get. If he gets hit there, or
Watch your step.
he was just at.
You're just salty, bro. That druid's just
Watch
better.
your step.
Trust me, I'm aware. You learned
Watch
fast,
your
rather
step.
fast.
Oh, spear.
I think if you stay in the swirls longer than you can. Oh, okay, this is it. Perfect. Full I can take this for a sec. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Nah, you were in front of him. 100%. 100%, bro.
You see the way I got knocked back?
Look at your nameplate. Look at your nameplate literally in front of the...
I can't watch it.
I'll show it to you, punk.
Watch your step.
You can watch my stream after, punk. People want to fucking get low. I don't know. I don't do shit like this. I have a decreased damage and increased movement speed. What is that? I've never seen that before. What is that? What is that? A demon hunter thing. It was like a fucking... no. Only if you have the tether. I don't know what this guy's doing. Yeah, I don't think that demon hunter knows what he's doing.
Watch your step.
I've never seen somebody do what that demon hunter does. Yeah, just being an absolute maniac, bro. These guys just don't get the goddamn hands.
Watch your step.
It's alright. Let's see. Yo.
Watch your step.
He does decent damage, so I'll do it. Yeah, I am. He may be a dumb fuck, but he's a dumb fuck that can do some damage.
Run out. Watch your step.
I hope you fucking type a bunch of EQWs on response, bro. Oh, why doesn't he drop down a channel? Oh.
Watch your step.
Nobody does damage. You're actually almost second in DPS. Is it?
Watch your step.
Or is everyone just really bad? But you are doing good damage. How do you feel with Venthyr? Do you feel way better?
Watch your step.
Dude, these guys just know how to take the damage. I don't think I've healed myself in quite a bit. We just got one more wing. Let me get a little mana before these dumb fucks start. We're gonna do the big gore chop pull too. You know it. We're gonna go right over here. You've already been there.
What? Oh, it's lit up. Oh, no. It's the only one that's not lit up.
Ah, the one I went to. Kind of crazy, right? It's almost as if.
You got your mana? Oh. Wait. You tell me when. You want me to pull them all out here?
Yep, pulling us straight to the door.
Okay. You ready to pull me?
Yup. Tell me when.
Pull me.
Next to spell, don't worry. That wasn't actually. That was a no death. That was a no death pull, right?
You got pretty dicey there. A lot of stuff.
It also, I think, if interrupts sort of happen, I don't need to be spamming interrupts on cooldown. If that's dispels. Isn't it an AOE?
Yeah, I guess they missed it.
Yikes, bro! Imagine. Withering Discharge needs to be interrupteradoed. It's quite possibly the most cancerous fucking disease in this game. Banger. Easy, right? I'll dispel you because everyone's gonna fucking time out. Remember? Booty and mouth. Booty and mouth. Ass to mouth. That's what you gotta remember.
Watch your step.
I've come to think that some DPS just have no brains. But I could be wrong.
Watch your step.
Maybe with Vi they'll get over 10k DPS. Probably not. Remember, Spewer has Withering Decay. That Withering Discharge shit, yeah, that's the one thing I care about in this entire game. If there's one interrupt, okay, probably not. There's like Rebellious Fist, there's a bunch of them actually, but that in this dungeon is the one I care about. I'll put it this way, Devin. The decaying filth decreases your HP by a percentage. I will only dispel you if you can. I will put that on cooldown, only for you if you just get the withering discharge.
Do you still range charge ideas?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was nuts. Actually, a PvP god, probably gladiator. Probably.
Maybe take these next two together. Please interrupt that, please.
Please, please. No, just go take the guy in the middle and him. Yeah, those guys. Good luck on interrupting. Good luck on interrupting,
Watch your
though.
step.
The spewer. Spewer. There's only one spewer. The sludge spewer. That guy. Oh, he only did you.
Watch your step.
Go. Based, dude, based. Let's go. Amethyst. So, oh, what's up, Miles? What's up, baby? Miles. Discord's live, okay? But I'm also on YouTube, so I'm just giving you a heads up so people are aware. No, go, run. So I'm gonna fucking race this down. I am indeed. It's crazy. It's kind of like technology.
Run.
Oh, the druid's a dummy.
Run.
Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lollipop, lollipop, lollipop.
Run.
Damn, dude, that guy got slapped. Like, hardcore slapped. I was gonna say, like... Johnny Depp slapped, but... True. Don't miss the thingy. Ooh, caught it. Oh, I tried to grab him out of it.
Run.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for the gold. I'm going for the gold.
Here he goes again. Bye.
Oh, two of them. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, dude. We got it.
Run.
Oh my dear, he's just getting hit by everything today. There's oh my god! Oh my god! Our tank, dude! Holy shit! Good thing I have a shit ton of HP, right?
Run.
Dude, I don't think anybody's not been hit actually, other than me.
Yeah, don't say that too swirly.
Too swirly?
Too swirly.
Run.
I'm thinking about getting some Chinese food low key. I might get some. I think.
DoorDash it or do I Uber Eats it though?
Always DoorDash, bro.
Why is one better than the other?
What's up, King? What's up, Miles?
That's right. I remember this time. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Why is DoorDash better?
Because
Yeah. Damn it.
I don't know.
I need to know, dude.
One of them's like
Because it supports Black Lives Matter, Miles. That's why. Do you not support Black Lives Matter?
Does it really?
I don't know.
I don't think that any company like that. Any company
Shows
nowadays
live
doesn't
some
seem
different classes.
Probably NRA.
Did you?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah. I mean, maybe by definition, the police. That's kind of an organization company in a way. If you think about it, a state-sanctioned organization.
Who?
I said the police. You're down with the cause, comrade. I see.
Stay away from lines.
Oh, did you see the chick who got fucking absolutely lambasted by the Secret Service?
Run.
Oh my god.
Run out.
She got tackled like a fucking football player, and then she got actually just punched in the street. Are you stunned?
Yes.
Wow! Look at this day, dude! His taste!
It never got put right on.
Well, maybe you should use your
Stay away
eyes,
from
Devin.
lines.
Why are they going across the map? Oh, they're killing the Deathwalker. That makes sense.
Run.
Yep. What was that sentence you were gonna say for a second? I wasn't gonna ask anything.
Stay away from lines.
They do indeed do some kind of swirl action.
Stay away from lines. Run. Run out.
Run to the right! Run to the right! DPS him!
Stay away from lines.
You think I don't care, bro? I'll fucking tank it.
Dude, that Drew got
I have like a fuck ton of burst, bro. That's why. That's why I can just face tank shit. That's why verse is broken. Are we gonna time it? We got 3 minutes to kill one
Stay
boss.
away
Oh
from
well,
lines.
now if this Drew keeps dying, don't be wrestling. Because he's just gonna cost more time.
Run out.
He's not being a beneficial team player at this point.
Run. Stay away from lines.
Oh wait, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Legs? Whoa, bro, come on. That's not what we're supposed to
That's the
have.
one thing I didn't need from this thing.
True. Technically, okay, now listen, hear me out. You could, in theory, change your legendary, your chest for 4-piece, and have your legs still for later.
Make a legendary.
Yeah, make a legendary chest and you'll have your 4-piece. And then, like, when you get a chest, which will be fine because you'll be able to push more.
Just keep the legs.
Yeah, just keep the legs.
Hey guys,
Yes, say yes.
your
Tell me
next
get
run as
fucked.
an enhancement shaman, I pump 9 to 10.
Tell that fucking druid to get fucked. Tell him to get bent. Because he fucking died 12 times. NTY fam. No, you didn't say NTY. Thank you. You said NTY fam. NTY thank you is redundant.
No, thank you, fam.
Yeah, but you said no TY thank you. Yes, you did. You want to say it? You want to bet? I have it on VOD. Actually, do you want to see? Do you want to see? Do you want to see? Do you want to see you? Do you want to see it on my stream?
Church, how much longer are you gonna be on, dude?
Probably. I'm not. I might want to get some fucking food. Look-y.
Yeah, you got work today.
Tomorrow, yeah, I do.
Damn, bro, it's fucked up. I dropped Liv at the airport at like 5:30, and I'm like so dead right now.
I've been having last 2 days. I've had really shitty days at work, so I'm just tired in general.
I got an enhanced set going, dude. I just need the webs, dude. I hit 270 item level though on my shaman.
Gangster.
Pretty gangster, dude. I just need to push some keys.
Well, Devin should have a 4-piece. How much cosmic essence do you have?
He's not gonna have enough,
Hi,
dude.
fucking. I have the money. Shut up. What? Like, do you have the cosmic essence? Is my thing, or cosmic flux?
Yeah, I can go buy.
So.
Oh wait, I'll have to buy some 3,000.
So 3,000. You have 9,000. You should have enough then. Yeah. So I'll get you a chest, a mastery verse or haste verse. Mastery verse. Yeah, I'll get that. I'll get that, and then I don't think chest gives you a socket, so you should. That should be it. And then you can run miles, run mythics with miles with your 4-piece until you do chests, and then you can start doing biz hunting. Yeah, but you also want them at like the higher end. How much valor do you have actually?
75. I've been upgrading my business.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was about to say, Mike, wait, but you probably have a lot of biz pieces. Leather, chest, and Umbra hide the best. And then we're gonna go missives for mastery and verse. That's crazy. That's just some crazy shit.
I need to go get some stuff from the gas station.
Okay.
To keep me alive. If y'all are still here, I will play with you.
Got it.
Oh no. Did you buy this stuff?
Yep. Why? Oh, I know what you did. Yeah.
Or wait, waste enhance. So I guess technically.
So wait, no, time out. No, you can put your fucking Unity one on.
No, but what is the Unity one? Anything? Oh.
Yeah.
Anything. Nice.
So if you have it on your hands, which I'm assuming you do, right?
No, I mean legs or
Waist.
belt, whatever.
Yeah. So you should still be able to do your chest. You just put the Unity one on your chest, and then the other one, your leg one. The leg one would go on your chest. Oh, no. Your waist one is the one that is hands, waist only, right?
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be restrictive. It's only the one that your legs is the one you can put on your chest, right? Okay, I'm right. I'm correct because I'm always in. I remember.
So my Ursox Fury, but I'm not using Ursox Fury yet, right? Am I using Unity?
You're using your Unity because your Unity should be on your legs, right?
No, my Unity. Ravenous Frenzy.
I do remember that.
So I'm gonna have to craft. This is like I'm crafting my non-Unity legendary, and I will get my Ursox, the one I want to put on it. Legs and back.
So wait, your non-Unity one.
That's what's in my legs. That's what I would be replacing right now. That's what had.
And that one can only be.
That one, Ursox here, remember, can only be put on my legs and my back. That's the one that's on my legs right now, and that's the.
So you'll have to make a back too. Because you would.
Technically, I could make a back right now. I could make the cloak, put Ursock's Fury on.
And you wouldn't need a chest.
Fucking keep calling you, dude.
Yeah, so the cloak. I need to make the cloak.
Okay, that's fine with me. I'll grab a cloak.
Devin, I was fucking with you earlier, by the way, if you got tilted.
No.
Oh, you blocked me?
What? No, when I fucking was saying you DM'd, I was like,
Oh,
it
I
sounded
know.
like you're getting mad.
You just wouldn't let me talk, so I was like, alright, whatever, dog. You're the reason.
I don't know, I just like getting you angry, it's easy.
Bro. You know what's funny to me, though? Is when we're talking about random stuff, like when it's usually about your own jobs, dude, and you start getting so mad when you're talking, like
yeah.
When he's like, your voice raises, you're like, dude, they're like, ah, I'm like,
It's because I'm a fucking Italian, so the longer we talk, it goes higher in tone, I guess.
you got the goods, Church?
I'm grabbing him because I have to do a mistake check, but don't worry.
Mistake check, it's just the waist. Oh wait, the back.
Yep. After somebody said chest.
Don't worry about it.
We're not focusing on that.
Focus up.
I want to see it. Yep.
Don't you stream it.
I am streaming. I'm watching. Are you?
I can't see it.
I'm on YouTube. You can rewind. I think is my.
Legendary, gotta go make it so church doesn't yell at me.
True.
I'm glad we figured that out. That would've been cucked. If
I remember this place, dude.
Torgan.
Yeah, this place sucks.
Yeah, it does. I hate it so much. I don't know why I'm here.
Oh, because Jake helped you get something. That's right.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
I remember now.
It's like essential going to that area though. You have to do these stupid little quests they got in there.
Nick, aren't you supposed to be like our designated pumper? Like, aren't you supposed to be?
No, that was Devin.
Aren't you supposed to be our pumper over here? Because like we're supposed to be all three matching.
Devin was the one that took over tank role, and then I was like, "Oh fuck it, dude! I'm gonna just play Lost Ark now."
You could have been Frosty K, and it would have been Pomper, dude.
Frosty K?
Yeah, Frosty K is pretty good. Frosty K is like one of the top melees. It's like
Fuck! He got his legendary.
265. I got my 4-piece too. That's what matters.
Go enchant it.
while berserked, you radiate 45 damage to nearby enemies. You suffer 54 damage reduced by beyond 5 targets.
It's like extra damage and healing.
Yeah.
Big bowls.
Yeah, it's pretty
You have a
nice.
set?
Yeah, it's the tier set.
Is that new?
Yeah. It didn't have it in BFA. So like any piece of like mythic gear you get, like out of a dungeon, like that would be. I don't have any equipped right now, but you can use like this currency to transform it into a tier piece. And you get these.
So what you're saying is you're a god gamer now?
Yeah. Although I have to go buy a freaking cloak and shit. Which one it is?
Oh my god, that's crazy. You're probably gonna do leech, yeah. Or I don't imagine you're gonna do avoidance. You're not raiding.
No, it's salmon.
Leech, yeah.
Why isn't Miles on?
Because he literally went to go pick up Liv, I think.
You know,
What?
Yeah.
He's kid free for a month now.
Is he?
Free for 693.
Yeah.
I wish there was more enchants in this game.
What? Become an enchanter.
Can you do more?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's like.
So I wish there was more like for everything. Like in BC, they had like the
Ones on your rings.
The shoulder glyph.
The
The rings ones were specific to.
well, the glyphs for your shoulders, and then leather workers could do patches on your pants, and then I think it's pretty excessive, but.
Is he wasting money?
As I fucking just bought you a legendary, fuck off, like. If it makes you spend more, that's what you sound like. Complete sentences, Devin. Complete sentences, please.
This is my Biss cloak, actually.
He's all tabbing because he doesn't have.
Well, I'd imagine a legendary cloak is your Biss.
No, the one that I had before, it was my Biss.
Well, yeah, this is temporary until you get.
This one is the high. This one is the highest one that they do have. Like on the web, like people use this one.
Oh, the Grimveil?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, I think it's situational because again, then you at that point, like to me, when I got my first 4 set, I didn't care and I worked around with my legendaries. Now I realize like the only pants that I would consider is in Sepulture, and if it's not that, then I'm swapping over because the stats I prefer have the 4 set I have, or the 4 piece that I have currently, but.
Devin just hit 300 eye level. Holy fuck.
That's crazy.
I don't think you can get 300 if you wanted it.
No, but there was a I think Chinese team that just broke 4K. They were the 4K, yeah, 4K IO. They have like 30s and 31s.
Holy cow, that's nuts, dude.
Yeah, I think they had like out of the 10 dungeons, I think they had 7 29s, 2 30s, and 31 or a 32. It was absurd. I was like, Jesus fuck, bro.
I like the. I had the same thing as you for the weapon. That shit's lit. I like your outfit though.
It's like B-boy.
Wait, go back. You can't change the color of your like antlers and shit.
No, that's the helm. You can change color of hair.
Oh fuck, that's
go to the
lame.
barber shop for that. My last final is due tonight at midnight.
I'll do it for you. Let me log in.
Okay. Yeah, I got you, fam. I'm gonna be the world's best druid. Not even Jacob can touch me.
Jacob's
Well, I'm not a druid.
Oh, that Jacob.
I know. Oh,
wait, your name's
I'm
Jacob?
talking
Yeah.
about other Jacob. Yeah, his name is Jacob. That got confusing.
Oh no.
But everyone calls me Church. That's why.
Yeah. I was talking about other Jacob Church. Not you.
I get it, Devin. I'm not the
real
first.
Jacob.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not a real Jacob. I get it.
No, he's not part of Jacob.
You normally.
Jacob in ages.
Probably in high school. maybe not even.
You went by Jake.
Yeah, I did go by Jake.
You, me, and Nick Trout would just sit there in the corner.
Yup.
What class was that?
U.S. history with Mr. Bernard.
Mr. Bernard. I thought it was Burnell, but I think you're right.
Smoking marijuana.
Nick probably was.
Yeah, he actually
I
was.
was. Oh.
Mr. Bernard was really he was hella tight.
He's a nice boy.
So okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
There's a dog.
I figured out things.
So my Biss. Oh, I got my 4-piece. Can wipe that off. Boop. A weapon. Rings. Pain. My weapons do pain. Rings speed do pain. Other rings is gauntlet. Feet are necrotic.
So Leah's gauntlet? You Gambit?
That. Yeah.
It's like gauntlet. I'm like so Leah's gauntlet. I was like, is that a quest? So I was like, what the fuck? Is that it's not the trinket, is it?
No, that's right.
I'm probably gonna this weekend. I'm probably gonna try and push 3100.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey Nick, what's up, man?
If we do Gambit, I haven't timed to Gambit, and it was 7 when I did it.
Miles is gonna heal you because I just ordered food.
You want me to heal you?
Yeah, I'm about to go and eat some food.
I got my 4-piece. You don't have to kill me now.
Fuck you, Miles. You said like, oh hey Nick, you weren't excited for me to be here.
Yeah, I'm
bitch.
just really tired, brother.
Be
So
excited.
let me. Yo, Nick, bro.
That's what I'm talking.
What's happening, bro?
That's what I want.
Is that the Nick? Nick Lands? Bro.
You got your namesake, bro.
Creator and
So you got your namesake. Yeah. You actually owe him every dollar you've made from subs.
Oh shit, are you famous? Yeah, dude, you actually owe me. I'm super.
I just re-subbed to him, so he has to give you $2 out of that.
And I capitalized the N for you.
You didn't actually
An homage. An homage.
You didn't actually even say thank you for me subbing to him.
At least when I die, I know like there will be actually.
So now I know this guy is just not really a friend.
Okay, Miles.
More like an enemy, dude, because I subbed to him and he didn't
I'll
even
be
say
like
thank you.
85 and be like, remember that one time we played video games and we put lands after our name?
Yeah, and then fucking Cody started it too, and then made it a group, kind of.
I know. Well, Cody was famous from birth, dude. Marlon's brother.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot he was Marlon's
Video
brother.
Games, people just know. Miles deep.
I was gonna say something, but I restrained myself. I don't need anything.
You're all best out?
No, I need rings from like.
I don't need anything. You're best out? No, I need some rings.
I don't really know, dude.
Hey Devin, tell him what you did today. Or maybe it was yesterday, but tell him what you did. How do you know what you like pop quiz, what's your BIS ring?
Oh, I made a list.
Oh, that's crazy.
I don't know what they're called, but I just know where they drop from.
Hey, you know what? That's half of it. Because all you have to know is where to go. And then when they drop, you'll be like, hey, those are the stats I like. Oh my god, I need that.
Actually, Gambit, oh man. I want to do Gambit real bad, but also I don't know
Hey
that.
bro, we do whatever is clever.
I don't know the console fight.
What do you mean? How do you not know the console fight?
I don't know how to do it as a tank.
Don't worry.
Do you not know things on the console, or do you not know the actual mechanics of the fight?
I know that if you run up to the thing, you click it, it shows you the order in which they need to be placed.
No, not order. Location.
Oh, right. Yeah, which ones go where.
Yeah.
So you just type, like, red, orange.
Or, if you get this great thing called Weak Aura, it'll have, you can click a pattern.
I got Weak Auras today.
Oh, okay. Give me, hey, come here. No, wait, I'm gonna request to join your group. Download this one. I'll link it in the party chat and just click it and import it.
Well, I already got the one for the build market.
What's up, baby?
Well, good thing this isn't for.
Go ahead, Church.
Good thing this isn't for the market. You can go. That's fine.
When you said you joined his fucking Discord, it says when you get invited to something, so he knew you didn't join his Discord. He knew I said something to you.
Oh shit.
You dumbass. That's why I was like, oh well, the cat's out of the bag now.
No, I
or
said
unless
Nick
he didn't
was
catch
gonna
on.
invite me.
But no, you said like I saw on your Discord, like a couple people in there.
dude.
Yeah, I was like, dude.
So
I didn't know that was a fucking.
So
tank,
Devin,
though,
look
man.
at my stream.
yeah, I'm looking at it. Wait, not yours, but what's up, Koo?
What's up?
What's up, Koo?
Dan? What's up, Nick? I met your brother yesterday, Nick. Jake Lands.
Hello.
I'm watching.
Okay, so when you go to the console, in front of you, actually in front of your character, it'll show one of these things on the top left, top right, and bottom left, bottom right. When you do that, you click this, and it'll take it away from the others. So you do like blue, purple, orange, or yellow, orange, and then you send it, and it'll literally post it in that format to the group. Anybody with this Weak Aura, well, it'll show on top of their screen, top left, bottom left, when they're assigned to which color.
But it also posted in party chat.
Correct.
So when that pops up, I have to click the ones in the respective order.
Correct. So when that'll show always from top left to bottom right, top to bottom. So what it'll show is like let's say this backwards fucker on my screen is like the console. Like right above him, it'll be like blue, orange, fucking yellow, and purple. And then when that happens, with this, you would do blue, orange, yellow, purple. And
Okay,
then you
so
would.
it's gonna pop up just like that because mine looks different.
Well,
and then,
what
so
does yours look like?
You can look at my stream in Discord.
Yeah, well, I will look at your fucking screen in Discord, okay?
It's just showing it's not showing the quadrants that you have, but I'm assuming
It'll break it up. Yeah, it'll break it up. 100%.
So then that means.
So you want it somewhere where. Yep.
Have 4 in it, and you
correct.
Click the right one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then when that happens, you're gonna want to visually look. The weak aura won't like. You'll have to input it onto the weak aura, what you visually see on the console. Like there's no shortcut to it. But then after that, you press send, and it'll send it in party chat instantly.
Just click the right one.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. It's pretty simple.
And then I guess the dragon boss is kind of annoying, but.
Remember, back of the wall. Yep. Keep them and go back and forth on the wall. Now, obviously, it's going to be a little bit restrictive when the fucking cannon fire blasts the whole back wall because your range there is there. So you might have to do a little back and forth, like pull them out. That's why it's wise. There's a little like corner where you teleport to the next zone. In that corner, if you start there, you can sometimes drag them up and down the coast. But like only go down halfway of the coast and then go back up because the cannon fire would disappear. So there's 2 different ways to do it. You can do the back wall, which is difficult only because of the fact that your range, unless you're all melee, and even if you're all melee, you're gonna basically be spread because his hitbox is a fucking cubic mile. But yeah.
Then I just have to like face them in the directions of where the homies are at.
Where the homies are at, yeah. So again, that's when you can do Entangled or Ursoc and like when they're trying to chase everybody, and then you can have them all in one section while they're trying to run away, and then that way you can just make it where the cannon fire. He will lock on his cast for a second where you can get out of it, and then other than that, it's pretty simple. Just rinse and repeat.
Hey.
Got it.
I was watching that.
Yeah,
you weren't.
Fuck.
I was.
Was Nick watching too? You were watching it all time.
Disrespectful.
I thought we were about to hear like church is teaching you all this shit. I'm like, oh, I'm getting ready to watch some crazy shit happen. That's right.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Church, you want to
God
hear
damn.
it? Yeah. I'll queue us up for a couple.
Okay, I'll be back, guys. Peace.
All right, see you, church.